live. Hit the stream button. We're live for real this time.
We're live.
Oh no.
No,
I voice cracked on my first sentence.
No bamboozle.
That's crazy.
No bamboozle.
Oh, thank you. You saved me.
Sorry we're late, chat. We were discussing 2B.
It was very important.
It was.
I was discussing Kaine, to be clear. I was discussing Kaine.
Very
Kane?
pertinent
You mean
discussion.
No, I don't want to be associated with 2B.
Isn't that one of our mods, Legacy of Kane?
Legacy of Kane?
Don't you have to play? You have that one queued up from the voting game, right?
Soul Reaver? Yes, for Naja. Yeah.
I see. Good stuff. I have heard things about it. I don't know if they're good or bad. I just know that I've heard of it. I'm aware that it exists. Also, hi, chat.
Jelly is a bit quiet.
The poll makes you sad, August, because there's no option for people who don't know who Kaine is. He's only streamed one of these games, and none of these people do anything but watch his streams. What do you think is going to happen?
That's true. Most people probably haven't played Nier Automata, to be honest.
That's true, yeah.
I'm the complete opposite, where I've played it, but I haven't watched the streams.
They were bad streams. You're not missing much. Hello, Gatsby. Hi.
Okay, well, now I have to, so I can banter about them, obviously.
Hello.
You've just given me homework is what you've done.
Too far? Chat catching strays? I'm sorry.
Jelly sounds like the
Jelly
blanket
sounds
ate the mic? No, he doesn't sound like that. He might be a little... He sounds fine to me in terms of volume.
I'm a little muffled. I can, I mean, I'm also angled a little bit away from the mic. Maybe if I angle myself towards it a little more. Apparently, even the small things like that can help.
Okay, let's do our calibration live then, and we'll see who I have to turn up and turn down. All right. Sucker Mary Barrels.
Sucker Mary Barrels.
Sucker Mary Barrels. I feel like we're on the title screen of a fighting game.
Suck my ball. In terms of loudness, Joe over mouse over jelly.
I see.
We definitely want jelly in the middle of the sandwich. Jelly sounds a bit low. Really? Okay, Gatsby, you need to get... okay, I have to close the door if you're not... If this is going to be the whole stream, buddy.
This is the first time I've ever been the quietest person in the room.
Gatsby.
Mute Joe and keep mouse and jelly? Yeah, perfect.
You can't be here right now. No, don't look at me like that.
I think it's fine to keep me where I am and raise jelly, because I'm going to talk louder when I'm actually making sounds.
Okay, I'll raise jelly to 120.
I will also probably be talking in a more animated tone, but we will see. We'll see. Audio adjustments are never really complete, are they?
He's actually 150% now. Okay.
A Sisyphean task they are.
What software do you edit your videos in? I don't make videos. Adobe Premiere.
Ooh.
I used to use Cyber Director 14 or whatever, and then I switched to Adobe Premiere with the Breath of the Wild video, I think. Gatsby, okay, I have to close the door. I'm sorry. He's just in my face. You can't be here for this, Gatsby. Sorry, buddy.
Sorry.
Jelly sounds like he's speaking
from a jar, yeah.
A jelly jar?
A jelly jar. Well, hold on a minute. I don't know if we want fan art of that. That's got dangerous... It's got dangerous implications. Please don't put me in a jar. Please? Jelly sounds like he's a lovely lad. Aww, if only you knew.
How often does it crash with a 12-hour video? I don't make 12-hour video in one file. I do it in around like 60 to 90 minute increments, and then I just piece that together at the end. However, there is way more than 12 hours of like paint palette like clips ready to be used as examples. So I guess there is more than 12 hours in the timeline. I think it was like 20, 23 hours, something like that. It doesn't crash that often, actually.
We have a bit message from Dolmec that I think I told him I would read, if I'm remembering correctly. Let me get confirmation from him before I snipe that one. Everyone's very excited about it. You can go ahead. All right. All right. I need to. Yeah, hello, Josephu. Konnichiwa, what's up? And Gome Nasari if I call you Tom. I know we shouldn't bring up past lives, and Josephu graduated. I just wanted to make sure you know you're still my Oshi. I hope everything is Daijobu fine.
What?
Save the animals.
Save the. Domic's on their Wii bark? I don't understand what's going on.
Domic's always been on his Wii bark.
Boulder said if you want to turn us both up, do it in OBS instead of on Discord, and also you didn't put the stream announcement in Discord.
Oh no. Good thing I posted mine.
Yeah.
And definitely didn't just remember to do it when you said that.
Yeah. I was interrupted by Gatsby. Do I need to turn both of them up or no?
I think it's okay and just turn Jelly up, but I don't know.
Jelly's already turned up, so do I still need to turn Jelly up more or what?
I don't know. I'm not chat.
Let's ask chat. Blame it on the dog. Don't.
Boulder said no.
Don't tell Jelly up. Don't turn Jelly up. Okay.
All right. Post your damn announcement.
Jelly, have you heard of Updog?
No, I'm not familiar. What is it?
What?
Is this like a sucker Mary barrel sort of thing?
Jelly is in a blanket fort and the rest of us are not. Well, no, sorry. Joe is also in a blanket fort. I'm the only one not in a blanket fort. Sorry, I forgot. Sorry, my bad.
Is Jelly in the idiot foam sandwich? Not today, no. I meant to build my contraption today, but it wasn't in the stars. I did, however, pilfer a massive cardboard box from a local auto parts dealership. So we're good to go there.
And we love that for him. We love that for him.
Am I echoing into your mic, by the way? On Discord? Like, can you hear yourselves talking?
No.
No? Okay.
Good.
No, but you were echoing Jelly a little bit earlier.
Yeah, so if anything, I feel like Jelly's too loud now on my end, but it's fine on the stream.
Loud?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Jelly sounds like he's 1 foot from the microphone. I'll try and turn towards it more. Hold on, can I angle it more? Slight adjustments. Okay. Please don't make loud noises. Okay, that should be fine. That's probably good.
Boulder said turn Jelly down to 100%.
Jelly, can you do a front flip? Not here. I don't have that kind of visual comedy available.
Okay, I turned Discord volume global up by 4 decibels, and I turned Jelly down to 100%.
Okay, much better. Chat says much better. Okay.
I'm done watching the ad. You can start now. Okay. How,
cool.
Can you hear the seagulls crying? Why is audio so much trouble? It's so much trouble.
I don't know.
It's so much trouble.
It's not. Half the time it's just chat trolling you.
They wouldn't do that. Barely. Okay. Let me turn it game capture all the way up to like max, and you tell me if you can still hear the bells. Here we go. That's too loud. Okay, let's go down to 10. Okay, now let's say Sucker Mary Barrels when we hear the bells. Sucker Mary Barrels.
Sucker Mary Barrels.
Sucker Mary Barrels.
Okay, apparently it's perfect and good. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. All right. There we go.
Retinas.
A bit low. Professional streamers,
just
by the way.
ignore it. Just ignore it. It's enough. It's enough.
We'll figure it out. Don't worry. I sound quiet now, but it'll start to get grating in a bit.
Okay, so I just need to let everyone know that we have voice assignments done ahead of time. And Umiden Mouse took this so seriously that they're actually spoilered until we get to the scene. So we don't even know. You know, however, we haven't read the scene yet, and I already know Battler's in it, so I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mouse. What are you doing? What are you
doing? No. What?
Why couldn't you just let it happen quiet?
What? I mean, what's even the point of reading anymore?
I'm not clicking on your assignments though, so it's a surprise for me. There you go.
Oh.
There you go. So well done.
It would have been a surprise for Jelly, but now you spoiled him.
Come on.
Oh no! I told now Jelly knows.
In the story.
I only said Battler though. I only said Battler. I didn't say Kraus, Rudolph, Fernando. Oh oh no! Oh no!
Shit. Okay, just skip the scene. Maybe we'll get it on the next one.
Yeah. Just skip there. Just skip
the entire chapter
or whatever. Just get through it. Yeah.
This isn't fair. Joe was supposed to be born in a tube and experience zero media until he could read Umineko. This sucks.
No, we need to lock him in a room and only feed him rice and then never let him talk to anybody else because they might tell our beautiful and precious Joseph Anderson what characters are in the scene.
But then he might think that Rice is in the story.
Yeah, why Rice? Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Interesting choice.
Just to acclimate you from childhood.
Much like there are multiple members of the Ushiromiya family, there are also many grains of rice in this bowl.
Okay, all right. Before we get started, thank you to the following people. Thank you to Scruffix, Uber Super Sloth, On Passant, Osirot92, Vitorici, Funk Dev, all for the resubs. Thank you, Cactus Corpse for the resub as well. With the message, hi Tosif, sad to say I missed the name reveal stream, but no need to worry. No matter what happens, you will always be Piss Boy to me, with a heart. Thank you, Cactus Corpse. Thank you so much. Meaningless name has resubscribed with the message, thanks for all the streams, Mouse and Jelly. Guest gratitude. Wow. Thank you, Rathulian, for the resub. Thank you, Kalit Karma for the new sub, I think. Welcome, Kalit Karma. Maybe I'm saying your name wrong. I'm sorry. Thank you, En Passant, for resubscribing again right away. How's that work? Oh, the other one was continuing their sub, and then they got another one. I don't know how that works. Okay. Thank you, Manic Derek, for the resub with Sucker Mary Barrels. It's everyone's
Sucker Mary Barrels.
Everyone's favorite phrase. Left toe or right toe? I don't understand the question, and I refuse to respond to it. Thank you, Shower Pisser 007 for the resub. Iron Wrath for gifting a sub to Mouskateers.
That's us.
It's us, the Mouskateers. Dalmek for the bits with the message that Jelly read already. Thank you for doing that, Jelly, so I don't have to. Thank you, Voltork for the resub. Wawafi 3 for the resub also. Hi Joe, can you please stream Umineko at the beach so we can get the live Tan Joe reaction? Oh my god.
Alright.
Thank you, Iron Wrath, for gifting sub to Kill the Animals. I wonder how many people don't know this meme and are like, what the fuck are they talking about? Iron Wrath also gives the sub to Save the Animals. Thank you, Iron Wrath, for getting both sides of the meme.
Not watching the. Sorry, you first. Sorry.
No, it's okay.
You read the subs. That's their fault for not watching the required reading Helldivers streams on Mouse's channel.
Thank you, Taxid14 for the resub. I live for these Jelly Jonah Mice streams. Thanks for all the years and or months of fun. You have no idea how much it means to me and many others with some emo I've never seen before. Thank you, Taxid. Glad you're enjoying it. Oh, there are more. Thank you. I thought it was near the end. Thank you, Parkir and Honda for the resub, and also for all the fan art. Hi, Joe. To Jome. It's a new one. To Jome. Thanks for all the streams and more big love for Chijome, Jelly, and Mouse. That's hard to say. Good luck on you guys' streams forward with a double heart.
Maybe the T is silent. It's just a Jome.
Kill the Animals is a Reciteer bit. Please check your sources. Kill the Animals is a fucking awesome Games Done Quick bit, isn't it? Am I wrong?
I mean, that's where I'm familiar with it from.
Yeah. Maybe we first said it on, or I first said it on Reciteer. Yeah. Yeah. It's about the Metroid speedrun, is it not?
Yeah. The Kill the Animals, Save the Animals is about
all right.
Super Metroid speedrun.
I'm with it. So I'm still tilted after the Playboy thing yesterday. Anyway, thank you, Con5654 for the resub. Sub anniversary on Umipiko. Thank you, Con. Thank you, Critical Woe for the bits. Does Mouse think Joe will like Umineko more than Disco Elysium?
You're not gonna get me that easily, Chatter.
Do you want to tease them again with the thing that you just did?
Sure. So Joe mentioned on stream the other day that there is one thing that could happen that would make him read One Piece in Umineko. And so Umiden was talking about this, and I said, oh yeah, the other thing is, he told me there's one thing that could happen in Umineko that would probably make him drop it. And I'm not telling you either. So look forward to that.
Ooh.
Interesting. Now there's narrative tension, and not just from the story.
Please tell you both, no, we're keeping the cat boxes closed. What do you mean?
Cat boxes all over the shop, I know. Yeah. Yeah. Not a bamboozle, by the way. It's legit. It's legit. There is something that if they did that, yeah. I'd be very mad. Very mad. Thank you, Fidays, for gifting a sub. No Kegels today. Thank you, TT Sunday, for the resub. Thank you, Star Luminaria, for the resub also. Toms. Thank you, Julie Gordot, for the bits. Hi, Joe. OP fan here. I finished Umineko, and after seeing the people talk about One Piece in Umi chat, I've decided to jump ship. I can't possibly deal with a One Piece chat in Jad, so I'm on the Don't Read One Piece team now.
That was your biggest fan, and you guys fucked it up. How could you? He was your biggest advocate. What did you do?
No.
What did you guys do?
Umiden, do we need to have a talk?
Uh-oh. So many plot twists on the stream today. Thank you, Earth B, for the resub. Thank you, Pincerata, for the bits. Hey, Joe, I've been working, so I haven't caught streams live, and I'm working today, so I'll still be gone. So hopefully Jelly waits until the very end of the stream to talk about his method of gifting a marble so I can lose fairly later. Oh, that's all. They don't know. This chatter doesn't know.
They don't know.
It's already been out, yeah.
The marble has already been given away.
It's already out of the bag.
Everything, you missed it.
Yeah, yeah. What was the marble again? It was Pluto, wasn't it?
Pluto, yes.
Hey Joe, long time watcher, first time chatter. I usually catch all the streams, so I'm pretty up to date. But I have to ask, what's the Kegels mean? Thank you, Dominic. Thank you.
Have you checked the stream fan art channel? You'll probably figure it out.
No, there isn't. No. What?
No, listen.
Not now.
It'll be another month before you see it. Don't worry.
It's fine.
Is it fine? Are you sure it's fine? You sure it's fine?
We'll talk about it later.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Donut Enjoyer, for the resub. Yoshi Monkey 64 for the resub. VOD viewer still in episode 3. Can't wait to catch up.
We have a Koru post.
Okay.
Koru post this at the chat room.
Who wants to read it?
I'll read it.
Go for it.
Whole crew today. Glad you're having so much fun at work, but are you three not kind of taking on the roles of the bullies laughing behind Ange's back? Also, I must say, I've always felt it was more appropriate for Joe to read Rosa, since much like her, Joe is both the abused and the abuser in his relationship with Chat, and while the lines can get blurry on what's his bad behavior versus him reacting to bad behavior from others, responsibility ultimately lies with him as the mature adult in the room.
It's true.
So
True. This one isn't even
Joe.
This one isn't even funny. This one is just like biting criticism. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
Unlike Joe, I won't reveal that Rosa is in this scene as well, so we won't have to swap roles.
Blame Joe.
What? Okay. Thank you to Assistant Weeby for the resub. Streams are incredible. I'm sorry for the cringe Umi chatters. Hope it gets better. They're not so bad. Right? Not so bad.
Could be worse.
There we go. Yeah. the mark of everything being okay. Could be worse. Thank you, Dora Miyamart, for the resub. Hi, Mouse and Jelly. I don't know who this Joe is, but hello, I guess. Oh, hello. I'm here too. Thank you, GoPod11 for the resub. Hey, Joe, Tom, loving Umi Pico. Was wondering if you have had an estimate on where you will be playing Pathologic 2. Pathologic 3 is set to release this year. Is it really? Or is it just the continuation of Pathologic? I don't know. I don't know when we're going to do that. Hopefully it's going to be this year. Yeah, we should do it this year at some point.
Now, is Pathologic 3 just going to be the same as Pathologic 2, where it's actually just the first game, but a little better?
I think that's the exact same joke I said when they first mentioned Pathologic 3 months ago. Yeah. Thank you, Cariel145 for the resub. Mark2326 for the resub. Top Joe versus Bot Tom. Nice, thank you. Thank you, Mediocrities 86 for the bits. Shout out to Avarissi for making sure Tom's Kegel knowledge made it to the YouTube as quickly as possible. Hey, just to be clear again, Kegel knowledge, you should still like look it up yourself and don't take like medical advice from a streamer who can barely read the VN, okay? Like you should always do that. Always do that. Always do that. There you go. I've now provided my disclaimer. Again, thank you, Azrael Cat, for the 10 gift subs. Thank you very much, Azrael Cat. And Terraflop for 5 gift subs as well. Thank you very much. And the last round on my list here with some messages, and then we can start reading. Sorry, Jelly. Sorry, Mouse. Is Zephorix512 with a resub. Hi, Joe. I mean Toe. I mean Jelly. I mean Mouse. Anyways, I have my entire computer and browser set to Japanese, not to learn the language or anything, but so that I can approach but a single iota of the weebery that Joe lives on the daily. Wow.
That's true. That's true. His second monitor is still to be.
Wow. Hey, you're leaking mod chat. What? Shh. What? Thank you.
I feel like mod chat has been a little extra leaky lately,
oh,
especially with the microwave pictures.
Oh,
sorry, the nano wave.
Sorry, who was it that gave me the code to turn the automatic unlock off? Because it works, so they get a marble. Who was it? Phoenix? It was Phoenix, right? Phoenix gets a marble. Yep. It took me 3 tries to do it. Phoenix Furion. Yep. Gets a marble.
How did it take you 3 tries?
Because
wasn't it like a combination of like 7 different buttons in a certain sequence?
You press 7, then you press 9, and then you hold the unlock button and it did it. But for some reason I pressed 7, then I pressed 9, and it wouldn't accept the 9 input after the 7. For whatever reason, I don't know. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yep. I know, it's weird. Thank you, Electron Active Area with the bits. Oh no, now every cliff is an abyss, now that we've said that there's a way I could drop it. Interesting.
Oh no.
Tension is back. Synergize with Big Data used to say, sorry Joe, you're going to drop Umineko 12 hours of Battler boob jokes incoming for the rest of the episode 4. That is not what would make me drop it. I would probably enjoy that at this point. I'm so Battler pilled. Sorry. I'm not sorry, actually. Thank you, Zorgox, for the bits. VOD Squad, because I'm a busy bee. Good luck with being busy, Zorgox. Thank you, Stinky Dude 69 for the resub. Can you write an epitaph for Mouse's X and Y? I don't know what that means. Sorry, Stinky Dude.
Behold the muddy river running through Joe's loathed Moncton. You who seek the cliff, follow its path downstream in search of the X. Good luck.
Okay, all right.
Doing Mad Libs on stream. Nice. Awesome.
Thank you, Pincer, out for some more bits. Okay, I have lost unfairly now. Yeah, sorry, it was during yesterday's stream. But it was day before stream was the Jelly's epitaph. Thank you, Mr. Kiwi, for the resub. 25 months, bruh. It's been so long. 25 months, this is a pretty long time. Thank you, Amicordian, for the bits. Hey, Joe, I feel like the streams have been really parasocial lately. Very true. So I just wanted to say you are a great commodity that I consume on a regular basis. I hope that my contribution will enable you to produce more content for the sake of consumption. Regards, me.
Beep boop.
Beautiful. Are you one of Tanaka's amazing commodities, perhaps?
Great furniture.
Great furniture. And the last one on my list.
Thanks, kid.
Are Dalmek giving us up to Not Koru. Machenti for the new sub. Welcome, Machenti. Axoy122 for the resub. Vindanek for the resub. What if there was a Joms that was the same but even cooler, and his name was even cooler Joms? All right. If you can pull that off, we can have it as an emote. Thank you, Vindanek. Oh, there's 2 more. Ironwrath for gifting us up to read Umineko. We're trying. We're gonna start in like 20 seconds. We're trying. And Pinstar for some more bits as well. As the last one to take us home. Messages took my entire break time. Enjoy the VN. Lol. Jomsy.
Jums.
Oh, Jamouse in the chat. Okay.
So many variations.
We are ready.
Damn, that is a pretty cool looking Joms in chat though, with the sunglasses.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Damn.
That's true.
We are ready. Okay, does everyone know their reading roles?
Yup.
Okay, all right. So I will try to remember who I am. Okay, you know what? Maybe I can move the screen down a little bit and then I can see my roles. Oh, the tech. All right. All right, ready? In 3, 2, 1.
3 months left to live. It was last year when you said that, right, Dr. Nanjo?
I only spoke of what I could comprehensively determine from his physical condition at the time. As a result, this year too, it just so happens. So even though it's doubtful whether Dad will last until the end of the year, he's still totally focused on his occult research. And you still say he is only 3 months left, Doctor? Like I said, Kinzo-san's... Shouldn't you be happy that a respected father is still in high spirits? Out of a sense of parental respect, each one of you is so eager to greet Father. I can see how upset you are that he's unwilling to meet you.
Considering that everyone has started aiming for the inheritance while the sun is still in the sky, I can understand why Father wouldn't want to see you. You got it wrong.
Once.
Oh, is that you?
Sorry, my bad. I'm
yeah,
Rosa,
it's you.
right? I'm Rosa.
I wrote them. Okay.
Oh no! Oh no!
It's all you.
It's pandemonium. You've got it
Go
wrong, Natsune-san. We just,
Dad is an immortal and he'll die someday. We aren't telling him to die, we're just saying that he will die sooner or later. We're just talking together about how to prepare for that.
And that is precisely what's so disrespectful.
Stop it. You'll make your headache worse. Is
Jelly.
this...
Kraus told
Okay.
Matsui, who had risen from her chair in agitation, to sit down. Trying to smooth over the atmosphere, which had suddenly become filled with suspicion, Hideyoshi put on a forced smile and motioned for everyone to calm down.
Oh, I didn't listen. You can have him, Joe.
Okay. Natsui-san, don't misunderstand. People say you should always clean up after yourself, right? We're just talking about seeing him off. We're discussing this so we can see Father off neatly when he takes off on the journey he's eventually gonna make. That's just like you, Hideyoshi-san. Even though you're saying the same thing, you make it sound so intellectual.
Yes, that's right. Unlike you, Nissan.
Quit it. We aren't getting anywhere. So like we're saying, Iniki, forget all this about the inheritance. I don't even care if Dad hits us. To make a long story short, we want to meet Dad directly and say hello. Even if he says he doesn't want to. If he's locked up in his study, we don't care if we have to borrow a key from Genji-san. Right, Rosa?
Oh, well, it's not like we're forcing you. It's just... we haven't said hello to Father in such a long time. If his remaining life really is short, then there's a chance we might never be able to see him again. Today might be our final opportunity to exchange words with Father.
That's right. Just like Rosa says. If he only has 3 months left, it wouldn't be odd for him to pass away any time now, right? Are you saying that despite that, we don't even have the right to talk with him one last time? Regardless of the circumstances, isn't that just a bit too much? If greeting Father were truly what you wish to do, I'm sure he'd happily allow you to meet with him. But Father has already heard about the disrespectful topic you hope to raise. No one would want to meet with you under those circumstances. The reason you cannot meet with Father is because of your own doing and nothing else, is it not?
Jelly.
Ooh.
Jelly.
Huh, I'm scared.
How unreliable do you think some of the scenes are?
Oh boy. I mean...
Because my brain is on fire right now with something that's going to sound crazy.
Hit me.
Is Kinzo already dead?
I don't have a lot of solid evidence to believe that's the case, but I don't think that's an insane thing to think.
Like, is that... Because remember in was it episode 2 or 3, like, they had this whole entire, like, wall built up to keep everyone away from the room, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the reason why I think it's crazy is because Nanjo would have to be in on it, and we saw those scenes with Nanjo playing chess with Kinzo at the beginning, right? And then also at one point at the end, Battler goes in and sees Kinzo, right?
Well, here's the thing. That's the end of episode 2. Battler is drunk at the end of episode 2. So even the stuff that Battler sees, I consider to be unreliable in that moment. And I don't think Battler has ever seen Kinzo outside of that one scene.
Yeah, well, he wasn't drunk until he went... Well, was he drunk before he went into the room?
He was drunk at the start of the scene whenever Genji came to get him.
Okay. Oh, yeah,
Kinzo's room.
He was drunk at the... They had a drink in this room, right? In this room.
Yeah,
and then they went up...
We all remember the boot sommelier sign, or line.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Do you think it's possible?
I think it is... I might go so far as to say that it's plausible.
Because if that's the case, then that means I don't know if you can see the screen right now. Should I share my screen with you guys, by the way? Just
I can see. We're good to go. We're good to
Okay.
go there. I'm
I can
just
see it
watching on stream.
Because
on stream.
because that would make it so I'm sure that there is like actually 18 people on there, or less than 18 people, but like one of these people doesn't count, and if that's that, then that means that person doesn't count, and now the dead body is still here, right? No, that's not it. It can't be it. Shit, I'm wrong. I'm wrong.
Have a
Fuck. No, I'm wrong.
Pretty solid theory about who, like the where the trickery is going down. But I know you didn't want to theorize too much.
Yeah, let's. I think we should theorize some, but not too much, because I don't want like two cooks in the kitchen and we solve the whole fucking thing.
Okay.
Well, do we want to do that? Do we want to do that?
I mean, I'm gonna go by your call on this, because I have one that I think is pretty fucking massive.
Okay.
But
all right.
I don't know.
Let's wait until it brings up organically then, okay? All right,
okay.
unless it comes up organically right now.
If it comes up organically.
Okay. The reason why I just freaked out and said I'm wrong is because in the last episode, Kinzo died at the beginning, and then a red truth was that all the deaths were homicides. But then I had the next thought, like 2 seconds later, while you were talking just now, that Kinzo's death can still be a homicide. It's just that he was killed like 6 months earlier, right? Like he could have been, like, he didn't have to be killed right then and there. So,
like if he was poisoned,
so I have
or
a
something
question.
like that.
I have a question.
Sure.
When you were first reading Umineko, way back at the beginning of the stream, you said, if it turns out that Natsuhi's scenes with Kinzo are unreliable, I'm going to be really mad. Is that still true?
No, it's not true anymore, because I didn't realize how many scenes, how much they're going to play with the unreliable thing now. Yeah. I've been thinking about Natsuhi's scene as well. And Natsuhi's scene is one of the reasons why I was thinking it in the scene, because I remember her going in there and it seemed like something that was just made up in her head. I don't see Kinzo saying that to her. That almost seems like a remorseful, like, oh, I wish this could have been, as she's walking around the fucking empty room, like imagining that Kinzo's in there. Right? Like, I don't know. Yeah.
I fully agree, because doesn't he also, like, essentially hand her headship of the Ushiromiya family as well? He gives her, like, a pretty sizable amount of power in that scene, which, from everything else we've seen of Kinzo, if that's believed to be reliable, seems like the exact opposite of the person that he is.
Mm-hmm. Like, he says that you have the one eagle on your heart or something, which is, that's just an insane thing to say. Yeah. I don't know. So if Kinzo is already dead, and I don't know when that would happen, that would open up like a free person on the board in order to be this agent that Battler needs to solve some of the mysteries, right? I think. Right. Yeah.
I definitely think the phrasing of there are no more than 18 people on the island, I think that's the specific phrasing, if I'm remembering correctly.
Yes.
The natural assumption is that means there are actually less than 18.
Mm-hmm. That's what I think too. Yeah, but I don't know how to get there.
Gotta be it.
But I'm just trying to find room for just one person at the moment, and then we'll see how we go.
I've got some pretty well. If it comes up, it comes up.
Okay.
I have room.
Okay.
Great.
Okay.
Here's a question.
Sure.
If you here, I'll ask you your preference, Joe. If you misremember something from another stream, do you want me to correct you, or just let you keep thinking that it's wrong, or that it's right? I know what will make chat mad, but I'm interested in what you would like.
I think it would depend. I'm happy that chat told me that I had misremembered that. Remember, it said that fucking Canon said his name was Kaio, but it wasn't. It was just me joking, and I thought it was real. That sort of thing. I think I would like to be corrected on. Is it in that area, or is there not something I'm misremembering? And you're just asking hypothetically.
Feeling awful tense.
If I'm misremembering a red statement, I would like that to be corrected.
Okay. Then you are misremembering that they said all of the murders were homicides the last episode.
Didn't I just say that when I said that? That's why I thought I was wrong with Kinzo, right?
Oh, I don't know, but they didn't say that.
They didn't say that?
No. They said.
Right, I think.
Oh, sorry.
None of the 6 deaths are a suicide. They said none of the 6 deaths are a suicide.
Yeah. Battler was trying to corner Beatrice with that, and then she tried to weasel out of it by saying that none of them were suicides.
Yes.
And then Virgilia caught it and said, "That's not what you told him to say."
Isn't it like 5 are homicides, or was that my conclusion? 5 was homicides, or was that Battler's conclusion? 5 were homicides, and
That
one was
that was someone's conclusion, but that was not said.
I think Battler said that it was 5 homicides and then the killer died by accident.
Or yeah, Battler said that, but it might not have been true. Okay.
Yeah.
They said
Okay.
Rosa and Maria's deaths were homicides. Ranave said that. And Nanja's death was a homicide.
Okay. I feel I was at like 50-50. Now I'm up to like 60-70 that Kinzo's dead. I think Kinzo's dead.
Ronnie says, could you please stop theorizing? I'm here to pirate the VN, not to have it solved for me. Joe, do you think it is hubris to believe that if you and I like cooked for an hour, we could solve this shit?
No, it's just true. No.
I think that's reasonable, honestly. I don't think we could get 100%, but I think we could get a solid 80%.
Yeah, I think so too.
Point.
Yeah, I think we could, yeah.
I think we could put some pretty large, like if we were building a puzzle, we would have all the edge pieces.
Bring up edging again? What?
I mean,
Okay,
it's part
alright,
of your brand.
okay.
I'm just trying to appeal to your chat room.
Okay, that's true.
Umiden suggests doing that at the end of episode 4 between the questions and answers arcs.
Ooh.
Chat thinks it's hubris. Oh no.
Chat thinks
Well, they're
it's hubris.
wrong,
It
but
could be
chat
hubris.
is often wrong.
Yeah, true.
I think we're both a couple cool Godas here. I think that we could cook up something really good. Don't you think?
I think with Mouse's help, we could probably solve it.
Mouse providing the red statements, the red truths. Yeah, if we misremember something. Okay.
Mouse, if we morb a red statement, can you confirm it for us?
No. Funny you say that, though. We should keep reading.
Huh?
Okay. Exactly. You shouldn't have to rack your brains to understand why Father doesn't wish to see your faces, right? Father has seen through all of your tight financial situations.
What are you talking about? I don't have a clue what you're going on about, Nissan.
Did you really think I didn't know about the state you're in?
Eva and the rest realized that he had seen through their current lack of funds, and alternating between bluffing and returning to the point at hand and arguing back, they repeatedly pressed Kraus to let them meet with Kinzo. The sweet smell of black tea Rosa had gone out of her way to buy had been completely wasted. The only thing she was glad about now was that the children weren't here for this. The fact that they had gone to play at the beach right after lunch had been their only salvation.
TikTok.
Uh-oh.
Eva made as though to tackle Kraus, and Hideyoshi and Kyrie cut in between them, trying to calm both sides. Then, Kyrie took a deep breath and spoke. I'm sorry, Kraus-Nissan. I know I'm an outsider, but I wonder if you'd let me say one thing. I have a proposition. Best Girl has entered the stream.
What is it, Kyrie-san?
First, and this includes my husband as well, for many years, we have belittled the efforts you've made by living with Father and taking care of him. Isn't that right?
Chrono Trigger music is back. That's, well, we've got it easy since we get to go outside, but Aniki's been babysitting Dad for decades now, and that must have been a lot of work. I'll accept that, but what's your point, Kyrie? Kyrie's off script?
We must acknowledge that Kraus-Nissan is Father's caretaker. Isn't that right? We've always feared Father, and pushed the task of caring for him onto Kraus-Nissan. Everyone should acknowledge his efforts. Isn't that right, Eva-ne-san?
And so what? Nissan is Father's caretaker? Don't decide things on your own, outsider.
This feels scripted. This feels very scripted right now.
Hey now, calm down. Kyrie-san, what are you talking about? Kyrie, please continue.
We should be more grateful towards Kraus-Nissan and Natsuine-san. We should thank them for always taking care of Father. It's our lack of gratitude that's to blame for these wasteful conflicts we keep having. Isn't that right, Kraus-Nissan?
I'm surprised. I did not think you, Kirie-san, would be able to understand our efforts, which even my true siblings have not stopped to consider.
It's a natural duty for the successor to the Ushiromiya family headship.
That's right. It's your responsibility as the successor to the headship, isn't it? It's because you take care of father that we must acknowledge you as the successor.
Hey, why are you bringing this up all by yourself? You're just an outsider.
Wait, Aneki. That's right. It's just like Kirie says. Because you take care of Dad, you're the successor, Aneki. Am I saying these right, by the way? Is it Aneki and Aneki?
Aneki, yeah.
Aneki? I think it's Aneki.
Am I wrong in my order there?
No, you were right.
I was right? Okay, so... Aneki, Aneki. Oh my god, I did... Okay, it's just as it's like just as you said.
Oh. Rosa noticed, and then Ava did. Eva? Ava's barking demeanor towards Kyrie for advancing the discussion on her own disappeared in a flash. And she instead stared at Kraus and Natsuhi. Look at that fucking... I love that expression on Ava so much. It's so cheeky. Natsuhi couldn't understand that sudden change and was slightly flustered. Kraus-ni-san, if you'll accept just a few conditions, we won't ask you to let us meet father again until he dies. Of course, we won't demand to be present on his deathbed. We wouldn't even mind being absent at the funeral.
Okay.
Interesting that they're setting up a lot of conditions where they don't have to see Kinzo.
They're giving him a lot of outs, huh? I'm up to 80% at this point. Okay, all right. That's messed up. Holy shit. Okay. Oh.
Well, hold on. So then, if we're going forward with the theory that Kinzo has been dead the entire time, is this a situation where Kraus knows and he's manipulating that information himself?
I think yes. I think the reason I just don't see Nanjo going along with it, man. Like
listen. I like Nanjo. He's a great guy. I respect a man with a doctorate. I don't trust the guy after episode 3 and after some of the stuff that I've been considering. I think, willingly or not, I think he's roped into it.
Really? Do you think maybe he's getting paid off, or like he said something about having a sick grandchild, didn't he, in one of the scenes?
I think so, yes.
Yeah, like how
yeah, whenever
sick?
In episode 3 when he was about to be killed, he said that his grandson was sick, I think.
Yeah.
My next question then is Natsui in on it as well? Does she know that Kinzo is dead if that's the case, or is Kraus keeping that from her as well?
I don't know. I would say because of that scene where she goes in and like maybe has that unreliable talk with Kinzo that maybe is, maybe isn't, not sure. But that did give me a weird vibe even when I read it the first time. Makes me think that she's in on it. Maybe that's why she's having like headaches all the fucking time, is that she's like the stress of keeping that. What was she like that before?
Ooh.
Have we seen like the flashbacks that she had the headaches when, like, even when Ava's like, well then again, the only flashback we've seen, like, Kinzo could have already been dead even back then.
She didn't have a lot of headaches in episode 3, did she? Did she have a headache at all in episode 3? Because wasn't Kinzo dead for all of episode 3?
Do her headaches stop as soon as Kinzo is found dead? That would be a real like hit on that one, right?
That's exactly what I was thinking. Because if he's dead for most of episode 3, and she doesn't have any mention of a headache in episode 3, I think there's a mention of headache medicine, but Ava's the one who takes it. So if that's because it's the stress of keeping that a secret, and then if he's found dead, it's no longer a secret.
I think this is a situation, especially what Kyrie just said, that Kraus and Natsui know, the servants know, and even the rest of the family seems to suspect and know. And it's that friends bit where they don't know that we know that they know that they know. Like, it's going back and forward, and they're trying to give them an out. Whereas meanwhile, to keep up appearances for Kraus, this is weekend at Kinzo's for sure.
Yeah. We have a Koru post to hit the chat room. Who would like to do the honors?
We've been
No, I
talking
did it
a lot.
already once.
Okay.
You have been talking a lot, yeah.
We've been talking a lot, so I'll do it. Joe on his own could deduce enough of the mystery to tunnel vision, get mad when he's wrong, and insist the solution is bad writing because he sees stories as a list of events that should be judged by their plausibility in terms of cause and effect, neglecting themes or empathy for the characters. Yeah, I'm based. Thank you. After a week of drama and a wave of bans, he'd announced that chat ruined any chance of him reading One Piece, and the subreddit would flood with condescending discussion about parasociality on Discord.
Damn. I thought Koru posts were supposed to be jokes.
Koro is evolving.
Let's read. Let's read.
Okay. Oh, where are you going with this? But I may as well listen for now. Let's hear your terms.
First, the term successor to the headship refers to the caretaker of the current head, Ushiromiya Kinzo.
And then?
Second, the duty of the caretaker is to look after Ushiromiya Kinzo for the rest of his life. Oh, I feel like she's leading into his life has ended, so you're not the successor anymore or something like that. To make things simple, the caretaker's job is to care for him until his final moments. You were prepared to do that from the beginning, Kraus Nissan, so that won't cause any problems.
Naturally, I have no objections to either of those terms, and I'm already carrying them out.
Third, on the off chance that the caretaker is neglectful in his responsibilities of supervision, he shall be deprived of his rights as a caretaker. With that sentence, all slack disappeared from Kraus's face. Natsui alone was still having trouble figuring out what it meant.
Is she accusing him of like neglecting Kinzo? That's what it seems like to be there, yeah.
Or allowing him to be killed under his care.
Yeah. Oh. And just what are these responsibilities of supervision that the caretaker bears?
It means supervision so that father can live the rest of his life in the best possible health. I'll be more detailed than that. In the case that father dies I assume father dies to or of anything other than a natural death, the caretaker will be deprived of his rights as caretaker, and his status as the successor to the headship will be lost. If that happens, the next highest in rank, Eva-ne-san, will be selected as the successor.
What did you say? How can you shamelessly speak such nonsense?
Oh. My, the caretaker certainly has a heavy responsibility. However, people can die in many ways. For example, senile old people sometimes die when food gets caught in their throats. Normally, this is called death by old age in its broadest sense. But with your argument, that becomes a death by accident, and I bear the responsibility of supervision. This is unjustly disadvantageous to me.
Give me 1 second here.
It's okay. How are you today, Mouse?
I'm doing okay. A little tired. How about you?
I'm the same, actually. A little tired today.
Yeah, we're always tired on this stream.
Getting into it, though, more. Yeah.
Okay, good.
I'm back. Sorry, Ruby literally pushed her way into my room.
Ruby?
Ruby.
My dog.
What kind of dog?
Little corgi. And I mean little. She's the runt of the litter. I somehow always pick the runt of the litter. I don't know how I do it.
Could
me
Ruby...
too. 5'11".
Could Ruby fit in my microwave? What do you think, Jelly?
That's a hell of a thing to ask, Joe.
Yeah, I know.
You know what? We have the same desk. We'll get a desk for scale, and then you'll need to put the microwave on the desk, and then we'll have an accurate conversion rate.
All right. Okay. All right. Thank you for hearing me.
If I had to guess, just sort of calculating the measurements in my head, which I shouldn't do because I barely have an English degree, let alone one that involves mathematics, I think she might be the same size as the microwave.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay.
Bigger or smaller than a Gatorade? Depends on the Gatorade. Bigger.
All right. We're reading. Come on.
I have no intention of forcing such an unfair argument on you. I'm referring to the kind of thing that the caretaker could have prevented beforehand by taking good care of and keeping his eyes on father. It may be the caretaker's job to carry food to father's mouth, but whether he swallows it or not is clearly outside the caretaker's responsibility. I would have absolutely no problems with the example you raise, Kraus-Nissan.
Oh, so what kind of case are you referring to that might cause the caretaker to be blamed for making a blunder?
For example, if he disappeared.
Oh?
It seems that right now, father is in firm control of himself, but dementia might begin to set in. He might wander around when you aren't looking and get into some kind of accident, or he might get lost in the forest and go missing. Wouldn't this type of case clearly be the responsibility of the caretaker?
Father's mind is perfectly healthy. There's no need to bring up dementia.
One day, suddenly, I saw father go into the forest. I chased after him, but I couldn't find him. I called the police and searched, but after being unable to find him after 7 whole years, I had him declared legally dead. My point is that we won't accept it if you use a story like that to treat him as dead. When father passes away, an autopsy will certainly be carried out, and we will confirm that he died of old age in the most general meaning, within the bounds of common sense. A death of any other cause will be held as the caretaker's responsibility. See? These are all things you have toiled away at all this time, Kraus-Nissan. These aren't strange conditions or anything of the sort, right?
You are mocking us, disgracefully so. I find it hard to imagine why my husband must be coerced into a rule that disgraces him in this way.
Actually, I've been suspecting it since last year. No, everyone here probably suspects it as well. Eva-ne-san and Hideyoshi-Nissan, Rudolph-san and Rosa-san too. Everyone has suspected it the whole time, but it was so frightening to imagine that no one actually said it.
Humph. Hee haha. Okay, so that's different than what I thought. Sorry, quick theorizing, and then we'll get to back to reading.
I was thinking the same thing.
No, you can theorize. I'm not cutting you off from theorizing.
Gotcha.
You're not cutting us off at all. It's fine.
No,
so I was thinking that Kraus was doing it kind of vindictively in order to keep control of the money for longer, because if everyone came for the inheritance, it would be worse right now. But now that Kiria has said that, yeah, the other option could be that it was a death from neglect and wandered off into the forest, so they lost him or something like that, and they don't know how to deal with it because they would be held responsible in some way. That's kind of messed up, actually. They can't have full control over Kinzo, especially if he's not senile. Like, if he goes out in the forest and dies because he was an idiot, then because that's not Kraus's fault, I don't think. Yeah.
I'm gonna make a Hail Mary here and say that I believe it is neglect rather than malice. All right.
Really? Okay.
My reason for saying that, and I suppose you could call this metagaming, but we haven't gotten a lot of information about the internal lives of Kraus and Natsui yet.
That's true.
We really don't know anything about them, and I feel like if there was ever a time to humanize them, even under dire circumstances, it would probably be around now or around the corner.
Okay.
We don't really know how these people operate in private yet.
Okay. All right. So that's your theory. My theory, I'm going to stick with a different one just to make it more fun. I'm going to stick with the theory that he has died maybe a little from neglect, but mostly natural causes. And the reason why he hasn't said it and told the rest of the family yet is because it would be financially like catastrophic for him, because they're not prepared in order to dole out the inheritance in that way. That's what I think it is. So we have competing theories. Let's go with that.
Might we bridge the gap between these two theories and say they aren't mutually exclusive?
That's true. There could be a lot of overlap there. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
I wouldn't put it past Umineko to have something be, dare I say, emotionally nuanced.
Ooh, mature story. Okay. All right. I see. So this is what you're trying to say, that father is already dead and that I've been hiding it. Ah, that's right. That's one of the theories I thought of, the key to solve the mystery. Last oh, what the fuck?
Really are just him.
What?
Really are just him.
Every time. Every time. How does he know? How does he? I mean, okay, I'm starting to wonder if Ryukishi is just like really good at baiting you into thinking certain things at a specific time.
I know, right? It's like there must be so many things that are down, like seeds planted, and then the fertilizer and water to go ham on the analogy just keeps like dripping out at the right times. Like, yeah, what the fuck?
You just cannot this consistently be at the same place as the reader without unbelievable luck or pre-planning.
I was afraid to say it like earlier in the stream because I'm like, I feel like this is coming out of nowhere, but for some reason my brain is being tickled into having this thought right now. And then here he is, and Battler's saying it too. Holy shit.
So now I wonder if I'm smart or if I'm just being led around by like, the theoretical equivalent of a carrot on a stick.
Yeah,
and
I know.
I'm just too dumb to see that there's someone holding it.
All right, okay.
Am I actually a cook, or am I just reading the fucking recipe and pretending I'm in a 3-star Michelin kitchen?
That's true. I only know how to follow recipes. God damn it. God damn it. That's right. That's one of the theories I thought of as a key to solve the last mystery in the previous game.
You mean the very last bit? The mystery of who killed Dr. Nanjo?
That's right. The witch definitely said a lot in red. She mentioned the names of all 18 people and announced whether they were alive or dead, and then she claimed that there were no humans besides them. But with this theory, I can weave my way through that gap.
I see. So this is one of the answers that doesn't cause those two to contradict. Makes sense.
See what I'm saying? You catch on pretty quick. It's nice that I don't have to explain.
No 19th person exists on this island, and yet this trick lets us mix in an unknown new character. In other words, the names of all 18 people don't necessarily correspond to the 18 people on the island.
Interesting way of phrasing it.
That's it. The witch mentioned the names of 18 people one after another and announced whether they were alive or dead, and on top of that, she announced that there were no humans other than the 18. There was a single illusion in there. I think these are mine, right? This is Battler's narration. It wasn't guaranteed. I think it might be. It wasn't guaranteed that the 18 names of people equals the 18 people on the island. Okay, then why didn't you say that then during that scene, idiot? Like
he didn't think of it. He didn't think of it till right now. He's only just realizing it. He's under a lot of pressure. Okay,
he's lying.
At the end of his anime arc, all right, his like girlfriend was gonna sacrifice herself, and then he got Beatrix. A lot has happened. Okay, cut him some slack. He's just a little guy.
Okay, all right. When she named off all 18 people and announced who was alive and who was dead, she hid the name of culprit X, also known as Trucker X, and instead mixed with someone who wasn't on this island. But doing that, even though the culprit was on the island, she was able to leave him out of the list of living or dead people. The person who was mixed in wasn't actually on the island, so he didn't count towards the total number of people on the island. By this, even though the culprit counted towards the total of 18 people on the island, it was possible for his name not to be listed. The two statements in red are completely independent, so this theory creates no contradictions.
If someone's name was used to hide the existence of the culprit, that name must satisfy several conditions. First of all, even though this person isn't on the island, they've got to be someone we think is on the island. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to trick us. And it's best if this person happens to be dead. No alibi is more perfect than death. After all, at that point, the mystery was based on the fact that the crime was impossible for all 18 people. Is it something like that?
Also, I think the pacing of like how the complexity of the mystery ramps up is also really good. Like, if this had happened, I think even an episode earlier, that may have been a bridge too far. There are some points where, like, the biggest one that I'm thinking of is I think Beatrice appearing to be much older than the other witches is like a tactical decision, so that you're not like, okay, so we're dealing with like 1,000-year-old, like 10-year-old, but actually I'm 1,000 years old witches, and it's all just a bunch of anime bullshit. Like, you don't meet Burn until you've already met Beato. I think that's
Okay. To be honest, I'm trying not to think of that anime stuff as much as possible. So.
I think that anime stuff is something that you are supposed to think about. Especially after episode 3 where the entire trick is, oh, we made you think it was anime. I'm pulling from all my fucking cultural backgrounds that I can. I got the fucking TV tropes page pulled up.
See, I don't love anime, therefore I can't see it. So that's what's going on.
I see.
Because without love.
Okay, so.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it. And that person was Grandfather. Right now, there's only one thing Kiryu-san could be about to say. We thought Grandfather was locked up in his study, saying that he didn't want to meet anyone, but there's a possibility that he's actually dead already, and that Uncle Kraus is lying when he claims that Grandfather's alive. That's right. Grandfather was closed up in his room the whole time, and no one saw his face. Maybe he was already dead, and then Uncle Kraus and the others were conspiring together, trying to trick everyone.
Interesting. Sorry. It's interesting that he says no one saw his face when supposedly he's one of the characters who did, as per the end of episode 2.
Yeah, I'm waiting for him to bring that up. I hope he does.
Curious.
If Kinzo dies, the distribution of the inheritance occurs. However, if Kinzo doesn't die, no. If he dies, but it isn't announced, the distribution of the inheritance won't take place.
In other words, Sumari, Uncle Kraus could have all of Grandfather's wealth to himself. That's right, he's got more than enough motive. Maybe a 19th person X really doesn't exist on this island, but a person X existed, and that person was the 18th person. In other words, Sumari, there were originally 17 people on this island, not 18, then an unknown person X snuck in and committed the crime. How's that, Beato? Come out, I've just solved the final, biggest mystery from last time. As Battler claimed that forcefully,
confident.
the crisp sounding of clapping came out of nowhere, and their surroundings turned bright, becoming the usual witch's tea room.
Bravo! I wish I could deny that someone as incompetent as you has finally gotten a feel for it, but somehow or another, you've managed to come up with a single answer. Even a lump of concrete can stop thinking, so you have now finally evolved into a being with intelligence. You might say you've finally taken a step forward from the crying creature you were before, just licking my shoes and grinding your teeth.
This is what Mouse says to me when I get connections right on the days that I get it right.
How'd today go, by the way?
I got it wrong. I only got one today. I only got one today. I can't believe that stupid wordplay threw me for so many loops last time. My lameness pisses even me off. Alright, Beato, repeat it. If you can announce that the 18 people on the island included Grandfather, just try and do it. Yeah, you can't. You can't, can you? Because he's already dead. Yeah, you can't do it. This is the end of your deception.
I wanted to do it so bad.
Well now, what have we here? Shall I slice that in two with the red truth? No, it might also be good to hold back for now and let you get all excited. If I'm gonna push you off a cliff anyway, it would be more interesting to lure you to a higher place first. One might say a peak.
As Beato sneered obnoxiously, she looked like she was searching for an expression that would tick me off even more. As though she was saying that the answer I'd reached was impossibly ridiculous. Compared to me, annoyed as I was with the witch's attitude, Gretel had a blank and composed expression on her face, almost as though she'd expected the witch to act that way.
I see. Just like how Battler has learned and grown, so has the witch.
What's wrong, Beato? Don't act so tough. I asked if you can repeat it. Answer.
Stop it, Battler. The witch won't answer so easily. She won't do it until she thinks it'll benefit her.
What? What do you mean?
You've been toyed with by this red truth in the games up until now, so the witch has used it many times. But now, the situation is different. You're trying to draw the red truth out of her, and are instead using it as your weapon. In this situation, there's no way the witch will keep firing off the red without reason. Right? Gretel, or whoever you are, it seems your mind is quite sharp, unlike Battler's. What a fearsome enemy I've welcomed in. That's correct. When Battler hopes I'll use the red truth, do I have any responsibility to do so? No! I don't even have a crumb from that croissant you ate this morning's worth of responsibility to please you.
I'm so glad. I'm so glad she's finally getting to this. Not only does she not have to, like, she does not even need to dignify it with a response. I've been waiting for this.
She's doing what Battler did to Avatris last episode. Not my burden. Yeah. Shut the fuck up. I don't have to. It's not how it works around here. Get fucked. You bastard.
Yes. That's the face. I started playing with the red truth just because I wanted to see that face. I have no reason to play around if it won't give me a chance to see you look like that.
You just don't like losing, right? Just saying whatever you can to trick me because you can't answer my demand won't work.
Don't be so full of yourself. An answer like that could be cut to pieces without any effort. But I won't go out of my way to speak in red. I won't say it because that's what you're asking me to do. Do you know why? You just said it. You want to push him off at the sweetest spot. This ill-natured witch is saying she won't use the red anymore because that's what you want. In other words, she won't go along with this game of telling her to repeat things anymore. Exactly. Unlike Battler, everything goes quickly with this girl with no need for explanations. I will say what I please with the red truth at the time that I desire. That's it. Basically, it's the witch's right to use the red truth as she pleases. She doesn't have to use it at whatever time the human side desires. But even that depends on the situation.
I like that Beatrice is simultaneously acknowledging that Angie is pretty smart, but also trying to drive a wedge between Battler and Angie at the same time.
Absolutely, yeah. Every compliment for Ange comes with an insult for Battler, as if to say, like, oh, she's better than you, trying to make him feel more and more incompetent every time she gets something right.
Yeah, it's really good. And even
probably attributing Battler's victories to her going forward, I imagine.
The situation? What do you mean?
The witch has no responsibility to respond when you tell her to repeat something, but it does become her responsibility if, and only if, your claim can destroy the witch theory. After all, in this trial court without a judge, that which is not refuted becomes the truth. Just like how the witch theory made by the witch will instantly become truth if you collapse and stop thinking.
Then, since she doesn't have a counter-argument for my guess, that means it's right? It's right that the culprit is the mysterious 18th person X and the grandfather is already dead?
At least, until the witch argues back. Truth always loses to new truths farther in the future. The tricky part is that even the timing of the counter-argument is up to the witch. In other words, maybe your reasoning just now was correct, or maybe the witch is refraining from arguing back even though you're wrong. Or the witch may be ignoring it because it doesn't shake the basis of the witch theory in the first place. But either way, we can't tell the difference at the current time. Is that more or less it? Damn you, Lady Burncastle, for throwing in such a troublesome piece. Thanks to that, I'm losing all my lines. The witch has learned that she can respond to your demands to repeat phrases at a later time. Maybe you could even call it a delayed move.
She's messing with me. So even if I announce some mistaken reasoning, there's a possibility that Beato will intentionally let me flounder about without denying that guess. And at the very end, when I propose an even more massive line of reasoning, she can cut it off at the base and spin everything around. A single piece of reasoning becomes a bridge to the next piece. By demanding that she repeat lines, I've been able to strengthen my position and advance bit by bit. But since that bastard Beato had learned this strange delay tactic, I can no longer confirm or deny my reasoning. This is like finally finding a staff that'll let me search around in the darkness only to lose it right away. I'm just stuck now, right?
I'm gonna talk to myself for a while. Hey, Battler. If you make a despairing face like that, I won't be able to stop drooling, you see? From the beginning, that staff was nothing more than something I gave you because you were so worthless. All this means is that you can finally challenge me without a handicap, right? But that alone doesn't change the fact that demanding that you repeat things is one of Battler's ways to fight back. As I already said, as long as it's something fatal that'll destroy the witch theory, the witch is obligated to argue back, and therefore to speak with the red truth. While the timing of that counter-argument is up to the witch, it must be performed eventually. Isn't that right? That may be so. If I can't deny the tricks done by humans theory Battler lays out by the time the game ends, Battler will use that as a reason to deny me, and it will be possible for him to proclaim his victory. So, should we view this as a restriction on the witch's side? That the trick theory laid out by the human side, in other words, what he tells you to repeat must be countered during the game, during the episode?
Is that the first time they've ever acknowledged it being an episode?
Yes.
In story?
As far as I know.
Huh.
It might have been an editor's note, I don't know.
Interesting.
That is so. Battler's goal is to show that he can explain the entire pleasant game I've laid out on this island with humans and deny me. If Battler succeeds in that, at that time, he will become the victor of this game. Do you want to read Angie's lines until Battler talks again, Jelly, so I'm not talking to myself?
Sure. Let me confirm the rules. Should we view the time the game ends as referring to 2400 on October 5th, 1986, going by the time of the Rokkenjima in the game?
I have no problems with that.
At the time the game ends, the human side must state a theory using tricks for all of the mysteries, and if the witch side cannot argue back, the human side can proclaim its victory. Does that work?
Let us be more specific. When the game ends, the witch side will be given a chance to argue back.
Let's decide on an amount of time. 1 minute. If you cannot carry out your counter-argument within 1 minute, victory will be proclaimed.
Someone in chat said that the voice actor literally said episode, so yeah, it was in the story.
Interesting.
Then allow me to impose the same rule on you. At the time the game ends, the human side will be granted 1 minute to counter the mysteries it's been given. If even a single mystery hasn't been countered within that time, it becomes the witch's victory, and that game is over. It would be such a killjoy to have the game stopped for lengthy consideration, right?
So in our chess metaphor, they've just now introduced a stop clock.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm not really feeling this scene, actually. I feel like they're going over things a little too much. I feel like they could have cut this down a bit. Maybe it's for Angie's benefit or something, or maybe there's something hiding in this description that I'm not picking up on that's more important.
I feel like the time limit might be... I think this might be setting up for whenever the time limit actually happens, just to establish the stakes.
Yeah.
But
yeah. I also don't think
little...
I don't think Battler should agree to the time limit. I think that's more of a weakness on our end than the witches, because we have to explain more mysteries than the witch. Yeah. Okay. Anyway,
Yeah.
USL moving things along without me, but I more or less get what's going on. Even if the lines that demand that you repeat aren't counted instantly, they've got to be counted eventually.
Yes, that's right. And that must happen before 0001 or 12:01 a.m. on October 6th. But be careful. She only has to cut up one of the things you tell her to repeat. You can't proclaim your victory unless you solve all the puzzles.
Chat when you're playing a puzzle game and accidentally break one.
Just as I can use the red, from now on, I will allow you to use the blue, Battler.
Ooh. Oh, okay.
Blue?
All right. I was this entire scene. I had been fucking holding back a joke of like, oh, so when does Battler get the blue truth and he can confirm things that aren't true?
When explaining my magical murders with human tricks, you may state your claim in blue. I am responsible for countering your blue with the red by the end of the game.
Blue. So I'll talk in blue when I tell you to repeat things?
Not quite. When you told me to repeat lines, you were able to do it for any trivial thing. But the blue is a little more restrictive. Unless it by itself denies witches, it will not be valid.
Huh.
It's starting to get confusing, but it's more or less something like this. For example, let's take one of the riddles in the past where I asked her to repeat something. The actual number of master keys is 5. That had That had been to confirm that there really were 5 master keys when she claimed there were no more than 5. But since that by itself wouldn't deny witches, I can't say it in blue. So in order to speak in blue, I need to say something like this. The actual number of master keys was greater than 5. The culprit entered or exited the room with that extra key. Only then would the witch, who claimed that it was a closed room murder made with magic, be responsible for making a counterargument. Okay, I understand the difference there.
Okay.
Sumari, I can't demand that she repeats something that merely confirms the premises of my reasoning. That'll probably be a significant disadvantage for me. Crap. It's enough to make the red Beato used to toy with me until now look extremely merciful. Just don't agree to it, Lamayo.
I mean, yeah, honestly.
Damn it. So even if I create a theory for a particular closed room and speak it in blue, if Beato denies it at the very, very end, I won't even have time to create my next theory? This rule's awful, horribly bad for me.
Just say no!
Are you going to surrender before the fight begins again? Calm down. No one said you could only use the blue once for each mystery. Do you know what that means?
No. What does it mean? You can use it more than once.
In the pitiful way you've been fighting up until now, you've made a single theory, glanced at the witch's complexion, and if that one didn't work, you'd then start making another theory. You won't corner a witch like that.
Then how should I fight? You don't mean...
Yeah, that's right. You don't attack her riddles with a point. You assault them with a wall. You said so yourself in an earlier game that the force of your reasoning should be like that. Assault with a wall.
That's right, I said so myself earlier. How does Angie know that? She can see the other games that happened? Or
I have a theory.
Is it a game
if
theory?
If you'd like to hear it. It's perhaps a game theory, and it ties into one that I talked about previously. I don't have full confidence in it, but may I?
Sure, go for it.
Okay, so I theorized previously that the actual power of the Golden Witch is to be able to control the narrative. Yes?
Mm-hmm.
Said that Beato's only specified that her power allows her to create or destroy any closed room. And I said that that could just be writing the story. You can write a closed room into existence. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So if Ange is currently the final Golden Witch, and the power of the Golden Witch is to control the narrative, could it not then be the case that she is writing speculatively these episodes that we are experiencing? Because she's the only person so far that has acknowledged them as episodes. And her arrival into the story literally is some sort of, and I wish I was joking with the phrasing here, self-insert fan fiction type thing where she's saying, if I'm a part of the story, maybe that'll allow me to solve it.
Okay, I was just about to use the term self-insert, yeah. Okay. Okay.
Because the big thing that I'm thinking is we have been led to believe that our point of view character is Battler. But with the end of episode 3 and the introduction of Ange, I feel like she is predominantly our point of view character now. Would you agree with that?
It has been for most of the episode. There's definitely been 2 points of view. And I said, I think, like, even, I don't know if I brought it up on the Leap Day stream even, or if it was like the stream after that when we came back. You're definitely not always Battler. Yeah, like you seem to be very seldomly you are someone who isn't Battler, like actually a character, like explicitly, but most of the time you're either Battler or you're someone that hasn't been specified that could just be a floating like omniscient perspective sort of thing, and that could be Angie now that we're there. Yeah. My general theory is that it's heavily established that Ange has lived a very traumatic life, which satisfies my conditions for what I believe witches are meant to represent. And we have been shown through her daydreaming, maybe with Maria's journal or diary, right, that she is willing to imagine or speculate about the lives of her family that she lost and never got to, like, truly get to know. And this controversy about what has happened on Rokkenjima is something that has followed her and shaped and defined her entire life. Especially now that Ava is out of the picture, it's like the defining thing
of her life. I wonder if these episodes are her attempt at trying to rationalize, conceptualize, find some answer for what happened to reach some kind of closure.
Okay. That does match what Burn Castle seems to be doing with her in the future scenes, for sure. And that would also mean that what happened with Ava, I think I spoke about that last stream. It seems like if that seems to be like the one that they're going forward as like the closest to the actual events compared to episode 1 and 2, because that's the only one that's had continuity in the future, right, that we've seen at all.
Yeah, it would also account for any inconsistencies in the previous episodes, because if we're going forward with the theory that Anj is writing this story and speculating about it, that means that she doesn't have all of the information and can only assume something to be true, as she has talked to with Byrne, until it's proven not to be.
Okay. All right. That would explain how she knows what Battler said in the previous ones then. Okay. All right. Gotta say, right now, I don't love that. Not in a way that I think you're wrong, in a way that I find that not satisfying. So I hope that there's, if it is that there's a lot more to it than that. I don't find that very satisfying.
I imagine there will be, yeah. I don't think I've got the full picture just yet, but I think I've got some snapshots.
Okay. Let's continue.
Yeah.
Guessing and trying to expose the mystery is like trying to shoot a distant target with an arrow. Until now, I've just been shooting off arrow after arrow, asking the witch if I scored a hit, and then preparing my bow again once I'm told that I've missed. There's no way I'll hit at that rate. Bullets might be a better example than arrows. If you take one shot after another at a distance target with a handgun, you probably won't hit easily. So how can you hit it? If a handgun doesn't work, use a shotgun. Instead of a single bullet, beat her down with shot comprised of countless projectiles at once. Shot scatters, so it impacts a wide area. That makes it optimal for shooting small, fast targets like birds. That's right. There's no rule that says I have to guess like a pistol, shooting one shot off at a time. Making a single theory and just hoping that it hits is no better than stopping your own thinking. Blast away with a massive number of bullets of guesses and make them impact like a wall so that only one of them hitting the target is enough.
This is actually how theory crafting should be done. I believe this is how you do it. If you want to know why I seem to know what the fuck is going on, it's because I'm firing until something hits. All right? I don't know shit. I'm just blasting into the darkness here.
Blue, huh? I get it. If your red truth is a razor-sharp katana, then it looks like my blue is a shotgun. No, a machine gun whose firepower will turn the witch into a honeycomb.
It's a machine.
I see, so it's an awkward gun that fires many shots. That sort of crude analogy is just like you.
Where's Dirk? Where's Dirk?
The climax of a detective novel is always the same. The famous detective gathers all the suspects at once and displays a single trail of logic that works splendidly. Almost like William Tell spectacularly shooting through an apple with a single arrow. That's why I mistakenly took that to be a virtue. It probably would be splendid if I could shoot through the truth with a single guess. But that isn't realistic. Look at real wars. Do they really have everyone pull long guns out of the trench, aim really well, and take shots at each other one at a time? What do we do in Battler? They don't, right? They fire rapidly. They fire all over the place. They pin down the enemy with a barrage. Reasoning is the same way. Because of that weird virtue, I've been stuck thinking it's better to take one line of reasoning at a time. We humans can fire off countless guesses and possibilities. The bullet is the power of imagination. This suspension of thought is a clogged barrel. The pathetic way I've been reasoning up until now is like a pea shooter. All right.
First metaphor?
Truth bullets definitely came from this for Danganronpa. I've been so lame, weakly firing off shots, getting them denied in red, and then taking the next bullet and reloading. My blue truth, which claims that humans and tricks are what's real, will overpower its target, the illusion told by the witch, with its firepower and the force of what I can imagine. This is my Ushoromiya Battler's fighting style.
Okay, dude.
Thanks to you, I figured out my true fighting style. Thanks, Gretel.
He's such a fucking idiot. He's such a fucking idiot.
You're welcome.
You're so right, I forgot I was reading her.
Makes me think of how pathetic I was before. Yeah,
That's
it's
okay,
like
I'll take care
Beato
of you.
said, I've had a handicap up until now. I'll acknowledge that. New rule, understood. I have my own way of fighting. I'll show you it.
That willpower is good. I like it. Then try using it right away, this blue truth of yours.
Yeah, I'll use it. With this
fell
blue
for
truth, I'll break apart your witch theory, which states that only a witch culprit is possible because everyone had alibis. This is my truth. Ushiro Miyakinzo is already dead. Therefore, the true number of people on the island is 17. By adding an unknown person X to that, it becomes 18 people. By supposing that this person X exists, the crimes will be possible even if all 17 people have alibis.
I think he's being too specific by saying there are 17.
His hubris.
I would never fall to such things. In short, if you keep preventing us from meeting with Father, we'll have to accept the following theory. Simply put, Father is already dead. But you're hiding that because you don't want the inheritance to be distributed.
Ridiculous.
That is correct. This is worse than ridiculous. I've never heard such an insult.
It'd even be possible for us to check by force whether he's alive or dead, with the police there to witness it. Isn't that right, Eva-ne-san?
Yes? That's right, Nissan. There are all sorts of ways we could set you up. We could easily arrange for a situation where you'd have to hold a meeting with Father under the supervision of a third party.
Still, I think that would bring a lot of shame to the Ushiromiya family. That's why I'm making this proposal. Here, we have the responsibilities and duties of the caretaker, and a penalty in the worst-case scenario. If you consent to those terms, we'll be able to refrain from doing something like dragging Father outside.
Yeah, that's right, Aniki. Didn't you just say it yourself? You're carrying out your natural duties as Dad's caretaker. Kirei's condition shouldn't be anything to worry about, right? Why this overreaction? Are you really that worried about having the position of successor dragged out from under you if Dad dies something other than a natural death?
Or else what? Do you have some reason to think Father might die something other than a natural death?
How could I? I see. Now I too understand how Father feels. How pitiful his later years have been for him, unable to die, even to die as he pleases.
Yes, his later years truly have been pitiful. And the thought that these later years are already something in the past is exactly what we're suspecting. You could completely clear this suspicion away just by letting us meet with Father. So, even after being humiliated by us this much, you still won't allow us to meet with him, Cross-Nissan? Father is probably already dead. The corpse may have been disposed of in absolute secrecy, and after taking all of the wealth for yourself as Father's agent, you will make it seem that he disappeared until 7 years pass, making Father a corpseless member of the deceased. I'm sorry, but please don't take it badly, okay? I'm just playing detective here.
How rude can one be? You have no right to stay in this mansion. Leave immediately. I won't permit you to cross the threshold of this house again.
It worked last year, but you've used up your luck if you thought it'd work this year too. Father is in a bad mood, so he can't meet with us? It was plenty suspicious last year, and yet you're doing it again. If you really wanted to fake being Father's agent and grab up all his assets, you should have done it a little more speedily, making him disappear without waiting for today's family conference. You really are naive, Kraus-Oni-sama.
I have no idea what you are.
However, if it's a fact that Father is in a bad mood and you're preventing us from meeting him as part of your responsibilities as his caretaker, then it's a very wonderful thing you're doing. In that case, if you just accept our conditions, everything will be settled here and now. After all, you care so greatly for Father, Kraus-Nissan. There's no way Father will die in a manner that leads to trouble during the autopsy. After all, Father hates hospitals, so he'll pass away in his study, right? An autopsy will certainly be carried out no matter what happens. The only way to kill him without an autopsy would be for him to disappear. She is fucking venomous right now. That is so good.
Enough, Kyrie-san. I think you've bullied Nissan enough.
Eva rebuked Kyrie in a sickeningly kind voice.
He was impressed.
Very much so. Considering
yeah, you
the
see
situation,
where she picked up on it.
that was impossible. Which is why it was sickening.
I'm sure Nissan has his own difficulties to worry about, as well as his pride. True, Nissan might consider that one of his natural duties, but if you force him to put it on paper and assign penalties, I could hardly blame him for getting upset. Don't you agree, Rosa?
Real quick note as well, this is also setting up another situation in which Ava could theoretically become both the family head and the only survivor of Rikenjima without being the culprit. Which would make the quote-unquote future that Anj is from more line up with reality.
Okay. Okay.
Yes, that's right. She might have made light of Cross and Nissan's pride as the eldest son a little too much. I'd feel bad for him if we were to force him to sign a statement regarding the duties of the caretakers Kyrie-san has laid them out.
That's right. You're doing a good job, Nikki. Taking that into account, we might consider avoiding all that about signing strange papers and worst-case penalties, and leave everything to you. You people. Always mad.
Not just Eva, but Rudolph and Rosa as well, with unnerving smiles on their faces as though they'd planned this beforehand, began closing in on Kraus. They now understood perfectly how Kyrie had cornered Kraus, and exactly where she was prepared to compromise. We were talking about a signed statement regarding the responsibilities of the caretaker, but even without signing such a thing, you can make it so that we'll never demand a meeting with Father again. If you can prove your fitness as Father's caretaker with a form of guarantee other than a signed statement, that is.
Are you telling me to pay security money? Hilarious.
The security money will be paid to Eva-san, Rudolph-san, and Rosa-san, 3 billion yen each. As a deposit, you will transfer 10% of that, 300 million yen, before the year is out.
9 billion? I don't have that kind of money.
After Father passes away, you should be able to work it out. We've managed to investigate at least that far. You should be able to handle the deposit of 900 million yen in your current financial situation. It should even be possible for you to borrow it from Father, right? There's no need for obvious charades anymore.
How unpleasant. Truly unpleasant.
It is, at that. Even just the discussion of Father's inheritance was far too disrespectful. Father is already dead? My husband is hiding that and keeping all the money for himself? I've had enough of this. None of you are qualified to bear the name Ushiromiya any longer.
Okay, so is it possible that each of the episodes have different conditions? Could Kinzo still be alive in episode 1, do you think, Jelly? Because this is a different, if they've always known or suspected that that Kinzo was dead, was Kyrie, no, Kyrie was still in the room. Why wasn't this brought up in episode 1? Would they have, and it just they didn't have time to before the letter was delivered or something? Because it feels yeah.
It's another question of how much information is actually carried over consistently between episodes. Which is really becoming a focal point since a lot has been carried over from episode 3 to episode 4 here, especially in terms of direct continuity. But yeah, is he alive in episode 1?
And how does it tie into the chapel scene they had in episode 2? I guess this. What time is it right now? I guess this is what did they say? This is when the kids were at the beach. When the kids were at the beach, did we see that scene? Was that the scene in the parlor? Because it went parlor, then when in the beach. I think those scenes might have happened concurrently. But there was also that they stayed up late in the night talking about a bunch of shit that we didn't see that scene either, right? So it's possibly that it did happen and we just didn't see it in those other episodes. Yeah.
Is it a question? So I guess the question is, did it happen and we didn't see it, or now that different things are being considered on an episode-to-episode basis, is this a new development that is responsible for the changes we see?
Because some things can definitely be different in terms of like the construction of like in episode 2, Beatrice showed up and was there really early, and whether that was reliable or not remains to be seen, but she actually was shown there, like and Genji interact with her. So maybe things can definitely be different because the murders are different too, but can the starting positions be different? I don't know about that. I'm gonna say no.
You first, sorry. I think the starting positions stay the same. And I'm going to be honest, I don't have strong reasoning for believing that, other than the consistent chess metaphor through line of the game.
I think that because I don't think it would be fair.
The pieces and positions all stay the same. I think it would be unfair narratively if there wasn't some consistent starting point like that.
Yeah. Maybe
I think that would be like a bridge too far if suddenly something changed in the background that we couldn't really be aware of. Also, hi Ruby. There's nothing I can do about that. Everyone say hi.
Someone chat is
I
asking,
even have a custom emote.
Who am I reading with? Who am I reading with? Did we do shoutouts for Jelly and Mouse, by the way, on their channels? Have we been doing that throughout the
I don't think we did.
thing?
No.
We should do that. If mods can take care of that, please.
And my channel name finally changed, so the wrong one won't get shouted out, except for right now when Rodney does it as a joke.
Anyway, all right, calm down, Natsui-san. We've all said all we need to. Why don't we leave it at that for now? This is happening all of a sudden and on a massive scale. We might even be getting agitated ourselves. Why don't we take a break for a while and cool our heads? Krusty-san probably needs a little time himself. Right, Krusty-san? Time? Why would I need something like that? Don't worry. What was that voice acting? That we aren't thinking of anything shady. We're just so eager to see Father that we've started grumbling a bit. And Krusty-san, I know real well how you're dying to get back at us for the things we've said. If you're willing to go so far, then you just need to let us meet with him, right? Isn't that right? You just got a bit stubborn, and it felt awkward to say you let us see him after saying we couldn't all those times. He's just a little guy, isn't that right? Right?
It certainly does seem that my husband has lost his composure slightly, just like the rest of you have. We were only refusing stubbornly out of respect for Father's desire not to meet with everyone.
Indeed, that's right. It was turning into another sibling fight like the old days, and I started feeling stubborn as well. Let us cool our heads. I understand how much you all want to meet with Father. I will pass it on to him. I'll find some way to convince Father to meet with you. Will that do? Interesting.
Yeah. I think it'd be okay to give Krasny-san some time to persuade Father.
Yep. Counting on you, Nikki. Please persuade him to meet with us. After all, you're Dad's caretaker.
And as for persuading him, let's set a limit on it to sometime tonight, okay? When tomorrow comes, we'll confirm Father's well-being, even if we have to break down the door to his study. You have no problems with that, I take it, Nissan.
And then later in the episode, suspiciously, Kinzo-shaped corpse gets wheeled out on a dolly at the top of a large staircase behind a light. And it's like, oh, hi, everyone, it's me, Kinzo, patriarch of the Ushiromiya family. I'm just here to say, hi, I love you. You're all my children, and I care for you a lot. Anyway,
no, don't come up the stairs.
Match with Nanjo, and I have a pizza coming. Let me know if it gets here. Bye. I'm also really alive, I promise. All right, bye.
Do as you like. I see. It seems even the time I've been given to persuade him is short. Let us go, Natsui. We shall ask him to join us for dinner at least.
Right.
Kraus left the parlor with Natsui. Once their footsteps disappeared, Hideyoshi took a deep breath, smirking and flopping onto the sofa. I don't know why this made me. Someone just said theorizing. Kinzo has died the same way in the same location twice. I feel like you're not. That's not a joke, and I feel like there's more to follow. But for some reason, that's reading is funny to me. Like, all the conditions are different, but somehow he managed to die the exact same way twice. Which at this point is probably, fell asleep in the furnace, I guess.
There's a weird smell in this study. I wonder if they're covering up a smell of a corpse. I don't know.
That might be it, yeah.
Kirie-san, you're a frightening person.
Sorry for speaking out of turn. I apologize.
No, you didn't corner him like you'd originally planned, but in the end, this was even better. Just like always, I've got to bow my head to you.
But can he really prepare 900 million? I believe we estimated that 750 million would be most Kraus-Nissan could afford with his current financial situation. Isn't 900 million gouging him too much? If he can't do it, that's fine too. If we do something like lowering it to 750 million so Kraus-Nissan can save face, it'll look like we're compromising and it'll be easier to settle, right? So fucking smart. Art of the deal. And if he really does come out with 900 million, that's even better.
Nissan is probably having a strategy meeting with Natsuhi-san about now. It really will be interesting to see what kind of twisted logic our proud Nissan comes up with as an excuse.
Convince father? There's no way he can. There's no way to convince someone who isn't even there. Unless time to have a scene with Kinzo, and then Bieto is like, actually, he's alive.
Yeah, the right truth. Yeah. Kinzo's alive. Yeah. The siblings have all come despite the various circumstances for this annual family conference. Kraus and this is you, Jelly.
Kraus and Natsuhi could be seen in Kinzo's dimly lit study. Every once in a while, thunder could be heard, and the dimly lit room flickered with light. It seemed that the island would be closed off by the storm very soon.
Father, please, just this once, show those disrespectful people the majesty of the head.
It's useless.
What?
Dumb.
That's his only line. That's his only line. Oh, no. Okay, the large shadow of a person standing by the window, his majestic back facing them, answered quietly and forcefully. He hung his head and shook.
Wait, this is we're imagining something that's better than reality music. I know this music. This is the fucking clown house circus music. Exactly, yeah. Which Senate music, yeah.
They could hear a mumbling laugh music over his shoulder. It's useless. It's all useless. 3 months left to live? An almost finished geezer? To whom exactly are you referring? You fools! Did you wander over here because your siblings threatened you? Know your shame! As Kinzo turned and brushed his cape, it flashed forcefully through the room's stale air. That air pressure truly signified Ushiromiya Kinzo's majesty and willpower itself. After being blown back by that wind, it wasn't strange that Kraus landed on his butt. As though showing consideration for Kraus, who looked as though his legs had been swept out from under him, Natsuhi also crouched down. Then, with a thunk, Kinzo's footsteps approached with a heft that signified his dignity.
Ooh.
Single ooh.
Father.
You fool! I heard from Canon. Just how far did you pathetically let your siblings lead you around by the nose?
Father, my husband is doing his best to protect your honor.
Without lending an ear to Natsuhi's words, Kinzo extended his palm to Kraus's collar as the latter sat on the floor. No, He curled his fingers, leaving only his pointer finger out, then took that finger and pressed it up against Krause's collar, twisted it, and slowly, with just one finger, picked Krause up into the air. All right, glad the fucking circus music is playing, because the act is in full swing. You really are a pathetic fool. You let your wife speak in your defense? If you have an excuse, give it yourself!
Gra! Gwa!
Krause clawed at the air. Kinzo's brawny finger was choking him. He couldn't even open his mouth, much less talk. However, even if he had been able to open his mouth, as he was now, there was no way he'd be able to think up an excuse that Kinzo would accept. Still, how could this power be described? No one could call Kinzo an old man after seeing this superhuman strength.
Father! My husband is fighting in his own way. Please, forgive him.
Natsui, fighting is a process you go through before winning. The process you go through before losing isn't called fighting. That's called being pathetic! You call this my successor? As thunder roared, Kinzo laughed heartily as though nothing could be more pleasant. And when he finished laughing, he threw his son away like he was a scrap of paper, slamming him against the wall. Jesus, man.
Okay, so is this just Krause thinking about this, how pathetic he would be in his father's eyes or something like that? Or is Natsui in here too? Do you think they're both like having a combined like speculative meltdown? Or
something like that. Yeah, I'm thinking that this is more so meant to represent like the mental power that Kinzo has over Krause.
For sure.
Like in his mind as this abusive, all-powerful, all like everything father figure. This is what like the level of strength that Krause has imagined Kinzo to have, and the level of control he has over him, even in death.
Yeah. Also, damn, he was never the same after switching to Pizza Hut, says the pin.
Pizza Hut's better though. Anyway.
Whoa. Okay. Yeah, I guess I think I could even see Natsui viewing this from her perspective, like considering how much she's built like Kinzo up as this like monolithic figure in her mind as well. It could be either of them. It could be both of them. But for some reason, I'm leaning toward this is in Krause's head right now, not Natsui's.
Well, that could also be the case that, again, I am expecting somewhere down the line we will get some Krause Natsui humanization. It could be the case that, like, he has been living his entire life as the sole successor to the Ushiromiya family under an incredibly abusive, incredibly aggressive patriarch, and maybe Natsui is the only person that he is allowed himself to confide in on any level. And so she understands fully how he views Kinzo, and maybe as an extension of that, also views Kinzo as that.
Jelly, so as to not kill Boulder, can you do me a favor and leave Discord and then rejoin, and I'll drag you back in here? Your sound is more distorted on stream than on here.
Huh.
Sorry.
That's fun.
Is it really? Do I have to change
Back in a tick.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was going to wait till on break, but then the Kinzo is happening, so I want to have good Kinzo. Hello.
Any better?
I don't know. We'll find out.
I suppose so.
Could also be that they're experiencing a ton of guilt and they've built this up in their mind that maybe they did lose him and they're like, we let him down, we let him die like in this undignified way in his final years when we should have looked after him better. Yeah, it could be that. Okay.
Either way, I feel strongly that the presence and strength that Kinzo has in the scene is purely metaphorical.
Yeah, for sure. For even his eyes are different. Like he's a different character in here. Yeah. It's definitely yeah. Anyway, Gwa, ooh, oh, it's back. Ooh.
Dear, are you okay?
Krause slid down the wall, rubbing his throat as though in pain. Natsui ran up to him and looked after him. But without showing any interest in the two of them, Kinzo returned to the space near the window, as though he had been there the whole time, and looked up at the thunderclouds of misfortune. I thought I would have no regrets in my life. If only I could meet Beatrice. But it seems it won't go so smoothly. It was promised from the beginning that nothing received from the witch would remain. However, the Ushiromiya family name is not the property of that witch. Who is fit to succeed that name? It seems that this alone must be resolved by my own hand. Rejoice, Kraus! I have changed my mind.
Father? So?
I have no desire to have dinner with you, cowards. However, I will attend the family conference afterwards.
Father, thank you very much.
There I shall make a great announcement regarding the succession of the head. I will resolve your foolish quarrel myself.
Well, we finished one chapter.
Yay!
All right.
Yay! We
Nice.
did it. We did it.
New voice assignments in the pin.
One chapter.
Voice assignments in the pin.
Oh, great. I have her. Okay. All right.
Not only now, but for the entire rest of the stream.
Oh, joy!
Two more chapters? Two more chapters? Okay. Okay.
We can do it. We can do it.
We're due for break, actually. We should probably take break now.
Okay.
And then
Gotcha,
we can
gotcha.
go back and we can do chapter 2 and 3, hopefully. Oh, there she is. Okay.
She's here.
Okay. Before I go, let me say a quick thank yous to people. Last person I said was Pincerad, I think, right? Thank you, Raining in Kyoto for the resub. Welcome, welcome. Thank you, Sound of Rain. Oh, back to back for the resub as well. Thank you. Oh, there was a message there too. I feel like the streams have been really parasocial lately, so I just wanted to say that you are a really great personal friend and confidant, and I enjoy the company on a regular basis. I hope that my contribution will enable our friendship to deepen further for the sake of our personal relationship. Regards, your best friend. Thank you very much, Sound of Rain. Thank you. Thank you, V. Silos. Chat's so funny sometimes, man. Thank you, V. Silos, for the new sub. Welcome, welcome. Clawfest. Thank you, Mr. Silverstrike, for the resub. Finny H04 for the new sub. Welcome as well. Thank you, Ari Shamari, for the resub. Thank you so much for the Umi Pico. Umi Pico, it's today. Thank you, Skunky Emerson, for continuing their sub, also known as a resub. Thank you, Sorini, for the resub. The wall is here. I think that was during Battler's thing. Thank you, Mouseflop, for the resub. New mouse name. I too am furniture. Beatrice, please sit on me. All right. All right. Thank you, VaultBoy127 for the resub. Parnick for the bits. Kraus and Kinzo had a misogyny battle, and the stronger one won. Oh my god. Thank you, Annie for Prez, for the bits. Just like Battler, Jotler needs Mouse and Jelly to carry him through his fight against Ryu Kishi. Thank you, Annie. Thank you. Thank you, Julie Gordoff for the bits.
We would win.
What a sublime performance. What delicious subtext. Jelly's performance is adding so much. At the rate we're going, I'll be happy with our coming 2 years with Umineko. Yeah. Yeah.
We're
and
just
also
passionate about literary analysis. Man.
yeah, man. There we are. And thank you, Big Pat, for the resub as well. This is what happens when Kinzo gets wings with his dominoes. Oh shit. Oh shit. Okay, we have to talk about the misogyny comment with Jelly and only Jelly after the break. Yep.
Yeah,
Only.
great. Thank you.
Oh, great. Okay, good.
I'll just go to the kitchen and make you guys a sandwich.
No.
Gluten-free sandwich, right? Gluten-free sandwich?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. All right. All right. If you've been seeing the whole time, please get up, walk around, go get some water, go to the bathroom. Yep. See you soon. Hello, hello.
Ooh.
Hi.
Trying new tech today, chat. I only steeped the tea for like 2 minutes, and we're gonna see if it's a drinkable tea instead of having to take a second break after
I
the
mean,
first
it's
break.
tea, so how could it be drinkable in the first place?
You don't like tea?
Not a fan of tea, no. Too subtle for my palate.
Wow.
I will read the Koru pin. By the way, am I louder than Joe now? We did some audio adjustments. How are the sound stuff? I will read the Koru pin. We all like to have fun here in chat, and you can't begrudge people who are friends, IRL, having chemistry on screen, but I'm going to be the bigger man here and say that Mouse's sandwich comment was completely out of line. That kind of talk in DMs is one thing. You're all streamers, so I assume the worst about your private lives anyway. But there are little girls who grew up watching Joseph Anderson, excited to finally see female representation in the series. Think about the example being set. You're right, Koro. It wasn't my place to make that joke. I'm sorry. I'll be quiet from now on.
Oh
Man.
Oh.
The silence speaks volumes.
Balder says can afford to turn OBS capture down 1.5 decibels. It's so specific.
How is that even a measurable thing?
Oh, they said I'm a bit loud. Yeah, you can probably turn me down a little bit too. Meow? Is that a meow? Yeah.
You guys are way too loud now. You were good before. All right, there's a volume slider on twitch.tv.
Stop listening to Balder. My weeb, we specifically set up like meetings with Balder to do audio tests. Like we're gonna listen to Balder. We're asking him to do this. Balder getting a little bit of the mouse experience for stream, huh? Like whole damn. God damn.
Main characters often come under fire.
You want to sit with me and read? Come on. There we go. All right, you're part of the show now.
Part of the show.
Professional cat fan says cat. You're correct.
Casey?
Orange cat. Yeah, Casey.
Yeah, I got it right. Okay.
We have a tier 1 sub. Can I read this tier 1 sub here from Devoidy?
Sure.
Joe and Mouse gotta face reality at this point. Fact is, the overwhelming majority of self-identified weaves have never touched a VN in their lives. They easily sit at the deepest level of weebiness, and here he is reading a 140-hour-long one with the protagonist screaming about his fighting style and Bunny Girl shooting guided missiles. Truth can only be denied for so long.
Yeah.
I don't know if I take kindly to being automatically lumped in with weebs. I mean, it's true, but I don't know how I feel about it.
And yet, Steensgate was worse. Oh
no. And yet, you still have a microwave. Curious. I guess you don't hate it all that much, do you?
Gotta put some bananas in them. Thank you, the Sigia for the resub with ooh. Down my query with some bits to say. I'm in the middle of carrying a feminist discussion about to close it out, and my muted witch co-host brings me a gluten-free sandwich not asked for with a singular french fry as I hit the generational misogyny talking point. So how is your day going? Very nice, Dominic. Very nice. I recognize this tweet meme. I recognize it. Thank you, Julie Gordot, for the bits as well. Hey Joe, I have some criticism I hope you don't take the wrong way. I love this game, but I wish y'all didn't spend so much time reading. Most of the audience is just here for the theorizing and microwave jokes and are actually very triggered by mouse clicks, keyboard taps, and any sort of action that progresses the story. Please understand this as you go forward. So Umiden is having a day, huh? Okay, all right.
We'll have to keep it in mind.
Thank you, Julie.
We'll have to keep it in mind.
Wow.
Thank you, Julie.
Let me scroll back up to the, oh, it's Gatsby. Let me scroll up to the assignments. Okay, so...
It is pinned, too. You can use the pin.
All right. It is pinned.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no.
Oh, no?
Oh, no.
Oh, yes.
We're just going to pretend I didn't do what I just did. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so... All right. Bring us home, Jelly.
All right. Forcefully opening the door with a clunk, Rosa flew in with Maria.
Is Genji-san or anyone there? It doesn't matter who. Bring us a bath towel.
There was already a full-blown typhoon outside, and it was starting to pour down hard. Even though she'd had an umbrella, Maria had been in the rose garden amid all that wind and rain the whole time. She had grown ice cold. Maria had gotten into a minor fight with Rosa in the rose garden and had been told to stay there. She had done as she was told and had continued to wait in that spot, even though rain was pouring down. So it seems like that happened again. Mm-hmm. Rosa certainly had gotten a little emotional and angry, but Maria's stubborn whim was probably more to blame. Interesting. The cousins, who had seen that exchange, were relieved to see that mother and child were close to each other again. Rosa scrubbed Maria's head with a towel. She seemed overcome with worry that Maria had caught a cold, but Maria herself was nonchalant.
Are you okay? You didn't catch a cold, did you? Maybe we really should go back for now and get a change of clothes.
Ew, I'm just fine. More importantly, I'm hungry, so food's better than changing clothes. Ew. Haha. She looks okay, Aunt Rosa. She's gotta be if she's this spirited. It's a really good thing she had an umbrella. I was thinking she might be soaked to the bone. The fact that she had an umbrella certainly is a silver lining.
But Maria, even if you don't have an umbrella, you gotta get to shelter when it starts raining so hard, okay? I'm not doing that voice the whole time. Little girls definitely shouldn't let their bodies get cold.
Ooh.
It's okay, Jessica-chan. It's Mama's fault for telling her to stay there. I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry.
Ooh. I'm a good girl? I'm a good girl for doing what Mama said? I stayed there. What? We're fine. We're fine. We're so chill. I stayed there even though it was cold. Stayed there until Mama came. Ooh.
Yes, you really are a good girl, Joe. You did exactly what Mama said. Very well done.
No, I didn't know this was a tricycle.
Next time, even if Mama tells you to do something, find some shelter if it starts raining like that. Okay? Promise, Mama.
Ooh. Promise, Mama. Ooh.
As Rosa gently held Maria, they joined their pinkies together and promised. Battler and the others realized that by touching her mother's pinky, the warmth had started to return to Maria's body.
Canon-kun, thanks for the towel. That really helped.
Then, if you would excuse me. As Canon bowed with a blank expression.
I think I'm Canon, by the way.
Yeah, Joe is Canon.
I am okay, Canon. Gotcha. Alright, I am non-Canon.
It's okay.
My apologies.
1 second, biscuit time.
As though he'd done nothing that required gratitude, he left the parlor.
Okay, it's already dinner time. Let's all go together. I'll even give Maria my dessert for being so good.
Okay, so it feels like she didn't hit her in the garden this time? Right?
Maybe?
Depends on how you define a minor fight.
Wasn't she completely despondent last time? Like, she's not despondent this time. It seems like they're getting along quite well. Did we... Yeah.
It seemed pretty dire.
Yeah. I don't know. Possible. Yeah. Anyway. Ooh. Really, Mama? Ooh. Get dessert. Ooh. Love Mama.
Hey, Maria, don't jump around. Mama loves you too, Maria. Love Maria.
I love Mama too. Love Mama. Ooh.
Ooh.
What is happening? Rosa and Maria looked really close. Even the cousins who watched started to feel a long-forgotten warmth fill up their chests.
You know, that might be the age when you're on your best terms with your parents.
It wasn't like that for me. Mom was always yelling at me to study.
That's because they love their children. Parents' love isn't always gentle and indulgent. My mother was strict with me too, but now I realize it was just because she treasured me. So shut up, George. Ooh. Love Mama.
Love Maria. So shall we get some food? Let's be friends and hold hands.
Ooh, be friends and hold hands. Mama and me, friends.
Yes, that's right. Maria and Mama are friends. We'll always be like this. I love you, Maria.
Okay, alright. I'm glad something is happening, because what the fuck?
What's going on all of a sudden? What's up?
The sudden sound had come from the teacup Gretel had been holding, which had fallen and smashed. Oh, the glass actually... Okay, nice.
Sorry. I got careless. Sorry for dropping it.
The cup on the floor had smashed to pieces. Would it really have made such a sound and smashed to pieces just by being dropped from that height? Even someone as thick-headed as Battler could realize that she was in a bad mood over something. But he couldn't understand why she had grown suddenly grown so displeased. When she made to bend over and pick up the fragments of the cup, Renove appeared out of nowhere and stopped her.
Apparently I'm Renove this time.
Oh, you're Renove? My bad.
I think
I need to... Am I? Let me reread. Yep, okay.
We're all scrambled up this time.
We're all scrambled.
You will injure yourself. Leave the cleaning up to me. Shall I bring you another cup of black tea?
I don't need it. I guess a demon's black tea just doesn't match my tastes. Oh, to think there's someone whose tastes aren't satisfied even by Renove's tea. I must respect your discerning palate. I'm getting bored, so I'll go out for a second.
Bored? Wait a sec, this is where things start to get interesting. About now, Maria is probably going to say that she got an umbrella and a letter from Beatrice again, right? This is the essential part.
You're missing the best part.
Sorry, I'm counting on you to clean this up.
Leave it to me.
Without saying anything else, Gretel disappeared of her own accord. Her form literally melted and disappeared into thin air. There was definitely a displeased expression on her face. But neither Battler nor Renove, and of course not Beato either, could understand why her mood had so suddenly worsened. All that remained was the scent of the black tea she'd spilled.
Clip it so Angie doesn't miss it. Nice one.
I don't like it. No, to be more blunt, it disgusts me.
Ooh? Why are you so irritated, Angie?
Why, you say? Isn't it obvious?
Ooh,
Isn't that obvious?
I don't understand.
You can have all the narration, Julie.
Even Maria Oni-chan, with that blank expression on her face, irritated me. As I held my hands palms up in the empty air, from out of nowhere, a single book landed on them. It was Maria One-chan's diary. Even though I didn't turn the pages were flipped through, despite there being no wind, and the door to Maria One-chan's world opened.
Why do you think I'm not happy, Angie?
Think about it objectively.
By objectively, you mean from your viewpoint, right? That's how it works. Yeah.
Are you trying to say that the truth is different for me and you, Maria One-chan?
Truth can change its form depending on the observer, and observers from the future always overwrite that form. Angie, what are you trying to do to my happiness?
Pages of the diary were flipped through at greater and greater speeds. Then, a brilliant light poured out from the depths of the diary, swallowing everything up and painting over everything with white.
Sorry, Maria. Mama has to take care of some urgent business that's piled up, so I need to stay holed up at the company for a while. I probably won't be able to come back home until late at night the day after tomorrow.
Does a candelabra count as a chandelier?
Ooh. Sure, why not?
No.
Then what about your promise to go to the movies with me on Sunday?
The movies?
Judging by Rosa's tone, she had clearly forgotten that promise. But Maria's response to that was an apology for asking. I'm sorry. Maria apologized for troubling her mother by asking that question.
I'll stay home. I'll definitely wait patiently. I'll take a bath every day and change my underwear. and I know where the money is. I'll go to a different store every day. I'll try not to go out too late. If a policeman asks, I'll say I'm running errands for Mama. I'll do what Mama says, like Mama says.
That's right. You really are being a good girl. If you do that, I'll buy you a present, okay? Go to bed by 9. You mustn't tell the teacher or any adults that Mama isn't coming home, okay?
Yes. So, Mama, do your best at work. Do your best, finish your work, and come back as soon as you can. I won't cry all night and annoy the neighbors anymore. So come back quickly.
Well then, I'm busy, so I'll hang up. Be a good girl and wait. Don't do anything you shouldn't. Goodbye.
Click. With a tone of finality in her voice, Rosa hung up the phone without waiting for Maria's answer. Maria politely set down the receiver and returned to the sofa. There sat the stuffed animal Sakataro, with whom she'd been watching TV until a second ago. Sakataro was holding the remote control to the TV. The TV had been turned off because of the phone call. He looked like he was telling her to push the switch because he wanted to watch TV again quickly.
Sakataro, wanna watch TV?
Who do you? You don't want to watch anymore, Maria? If the actors' team gets all the questions right, they can still make a huge comeback. Who do you?
No, that's enough TV.
Again, Mama was busy with her work and didn't come home. Mama works so much overtime that she doesn't come home until late. Because she has dates or something, she always comes home after drinking a lot of alcohol, even though she's not good at drinking. And with a pale face, she'll go straight into the shower and then to bed. And because she has overtime, even on the weekends or something, she says she has to spend the night there and almost never comes home. Recently, she started saying something about how she's got a big job she's working on, so this sort of thing happens a lot. The pictures I did my best on during drawing time were laughed at by everyone, but even so, I wanted to show them just to Mama, and once again, she won't be able to look at them for me. And I could talk about the time everyone pushed the job of cleaning up onto me, but I did my best by myself and was praised by the teacher. Or the time I went shopping, and the man at the shop said I'm always such a good kid and gave me a free canned coffee. Then there was the time I wanted to encourage Mama because she worked so hard on her job, and did a card for her under her pillow.
And there's a lot of other things I want to talk about.
Mama's working really hard at her job. She's working with all of her strength so that we can eat every day.
I hate her job. If only she'd just quit.
Job is an important thing for adults to do. It lets Maria eat, buys clothes, pays for school lunches, and pays the deposit for summer camp. All that happens because Mama works and earns money.
I don't need food, don't need clothes, don't need school lunches, and I don't want to go to summer camp. It's not like any of the groups will let me join in.
Who do you? Just now, on the phone, Mama promised that she'd buy a present for us when she comes back from work, right? I think she made that promise because you're important to her, Maria. And she'd feel bad if she made you lonely.
You think so?
Who do you? It definitely isn't a pain for her, or annoying, or anything. Mama also wants to be by your side all the time, Maria. It's also painful and sad for her, since she can't do that. I remember she spent the whole night by your side, crying.
Yeah. I didn't understand why she was crying, but she was so sad, and I couldn't do anything but stay silent by her side.
I remember the last thing Mama said then. She said, "Thank you, Maria." She said that just by being by her side, you are her only ally in the world. Do you remember?
Yeah. I'm her only ally in the world. She said.
Sakataro set the remote control on the table, crawled up onto the sofa, sat on my lap, and spoke to me, gazing into my eyes. I'm sure Mama feels the same way you do, Maria. The designs Mama draws are the only ones laughed at by her clients. Only Mama's company has troublesome jobs pushed onto it by other companies. Mama's the president, so she has to take care of everything by herself. Only Mama's company never gets included in the business of other companies. Mama's only ally is Maria. If you tell her to stop doing her job, where in the world could she find an ally?
Sakataro.
The only person I have in the whole world is Maria. The only person Mama has in the whole world is Maria. What about you, Maria?
I've got Mama, and I've got you too, Sakataro.
So Maria, you aren't lonely at all. Who do you?
Ooh.
Since Mama's busy with her work, she can't be together with you very often. But please, don't blame her for that, Maria. In exchange, I'll always be here. We'll be by your side forever. So don't cry, okay? Uryu, can't your sadness be stopped if I'm with you?
Ooh. Ooh. Sakataro. Ooh. Wow. Wow. All right.
I can forgive the Anj, but I have a huge issue with the Uryu voice acting. It should be a powerful and loud roar, appropriate for the king of the jungle, Sakataro. I'll do better, I'm sorry. From the corner of Maria's heart, which she had been doing her best to seal up, drops of sadness finally dripped down. Drip, drip, drop, drop. Drip, drop, drip, drop. Hitting all those plosives on the way down.
Mm-hmm.
Even though weekends when Mama didn't come home weren't that rare a thing, it wasn't as though that night was particularly painful or sad compared to other nights. And yet, Maria's tears poured down. Uryu! Maria, don't cry. I'll always be with you. Even if you cry, Maria, I won't. I'm a lion cub, so I won't cry even if I'm lonely. Even though I want to cry too, I won't.
Why won't you cry, Sakataro? Even though you're so sad that you can't hold back the tears, you won't cry?
Uryu. But if I cry, who will make you feel better? So I won't. After all, I want to get your spirits up.
If I get my spirits up, will Mama come back?
When Mama comes back, if she's welcomed by a happy Maria, I'm sure she'll be happy. Uryu.
Mama will be happy?
Uryu. If you do that, then I'm sure her fatigue from work will also be healed. Then, I'm sure she'll start feeling better sooner and will play with you a lot. When you come home and Mama's waiting for you there, and she's in the kitchen in high spirits, don't you feel really happy? I'm sure Mama feels the same way.
So if I watch over the house in high spirits, Mama will be happy too?
Uryu! Sakataro nodded deeply with his big head. The tears couldn't stop falling from Maria's eyes. If she greeted Mama with a tear-stained face, Mama would probably get sad too. You know about it, Maria. You can't use the magic that creates smiles if you aren't smiling too.
Yeah, I know. So I won't cry anymore.
Hey, Maria. I have an idea for how to have a fun time. Uryu, want to hear it?
What? Is it shoplifting?
Mama won't come back until late night Sunday. So let's have a pajama party and keep it secret from Mama. I even got us face masks with eye holes and everything.
A pajama party?
Until you get tired late tonight, eat candy and drink soda in bed. And play with me.
Pajama party! Yeah, sounds fun. I don't have to go to bed at 9, right? Mama won't get mad if I don't sleep?
This is a secret between me and you. Only for when Mama isn't around. So tonight, until you get sleepy, let's have fun the whole time. Let's eat jelly beans and try to guess what color we'll get next. Let's split open peanuts and try to guess which half is the grandpa. Let's search for treasure in the closet. And more, and more! I wonder what it'll taste like if we mix cola and melon soda.
Ew.
Ew.
No, it's pronounced ooh.
I wanted to try it once, but asked Mama if it was okay, and she got mad.
Uryu! Let's keep it a secret from Mama and try it out. Tonight, let's play a lot, laugh a lot, and blow away our tears with happiness. Don't worry, it'll definitely be fun if I'm here. I'll definitely make you happy, Maria.
Yeah. It'll definitely be fun if Sakutaro's there. I'll definitely be happy. Thank you, Sakutaro. I won't cry anymore. Let's play all we can, get happy all we can, and say welcome back when Mama gets home.
Uryu! Tonight, let's play a lot and feel a lot better. Let's have the kind of secret party we can only have when Mama isn't here. If we're noisy enough, I'm sure plenty of friends will come to play from the land of the Looking Glass and Wonderland. Then, we'll have so many friends that we won't be able to get bored. Uryu!
Uryu!
I fully expected them to start repeating it back and forth for a bit there.
I'll read this big chunk of narration to give you guys a break.
Gotcha.
Okay. Then Maria began her pajama party all alone with Sakutaro, having fun until late into the night. She played by sticking her hand into the bag of jelly beans without looking, trying to guess which color she'd pull out next. Sakutaro had good intuition and got it right a lot. Maria also had a brilliant streak where she guessed right 4 times in a row. The game where she split peanuts open and tried to guess which was the grandpa was easier than guessing the color of the jelly beans, so she got it right a lot. Sucking her salt-covered fingers was impolite, but that was the yummiest part. She liked both Colin and melon soda on their own. She hoped by mixing her 2 favorite drinks there might be a flash of light like alchemy, and a new drink that no one had ever tasted before would be created. She got excited about how, if it turned out really delicious, she'd call it Sakutaro soda and sell it. But unexpectedly, it had a weird taste that she hadn't hoped for, and the color was somewhat dull and thick. Maybe I shouldn't have been surprised that black and green mixed together would make this. Too bad, I imagined it'd become a sparkling pineapple color. But it was an awesome, incredible, fun night. If it's this fun here, maybe Mama will feel like coming home and drop by out of the blue. So I got the feeling that Mama might suddenly come home and went to the front door many times to check. But there was no way Mama would be able to come home when she was this busy with work. But rather than a feeling of loneliness, it felt just a little disappointing that Mama couldn't join in on this fun late-night party. Sometime soon, I'll do this when Mama is around and let her join in. Mama likes some things I don't think are yummy, so maybe she'll really like Sakutaro soda. When Mama comes back tired, I'll serve her some. And more than anything, I want to at least write about this fun night in a letter and tell Mama about it, so that these feelings of happiness will reach Mama too. Her work is always so tough, and she comes home so tired, so I hope I can share this happiness with her. Mama will almost certainly come home tired late Sunday night, and I hope I can brighten her day even just a little by sharing this happiness. I gently placed that letter on Mama's desk. To Mama, good job with your work again today. Let me share my happiness with you. From Maria. Then, I decided to give a present to Sakutaro for proposing this wonderful party. It was a small red muffler I found when searching for treasure in the closet. When I was still very young, Mama knitted this tiny thing. Maria was embroidered on it with knitting wool. I softly wrapped that muffler around Sakutaro. It really suited him, accenting his yellow with red very well.
Uryu, does it look good on me? Sakutaro looked embarrassed as he wore his first present ever. Hey, that's the same pin that,
The bunnies have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Same kind of toy area then, I guess, yeah.
Perhaps, yeah. Yeah, it really looks good on him.
Ooh. Sakutaro, thank you so much for everything. It was so fun tonight. I can't even remember why I was crying. Let's be together from now on, and let's always play and laugh together.
Who do you? Love you, Maria.
Me too. Love you, Sakutaro.
After playing so wildly, Maria's room was a mess. Maybe she played a little too much. But I'm tired for today, so let's sleep together. And tomorrow we'll clean up together and welcome Mama with a clean room. All right, Sakataro. Uryu.
Ne?
Sorry. Hold on.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Hmm.
Uh-oh.
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 The bunnies aren't here. Okay. Toy furniture?
They haven't showed up in this episode, yeah.
Toy furniture? Toy and furniture? Toy and furniture. Make believe? Make believe? Sewing is make believe.
Give me
So the-
1 second.
The Chester sisters have that. The stakes have it too. Their furniture. Is Renove furniture?
Yes. He says he's Beato's furniture.
Beato's furniture. But was summoned and made into furniture? Or was he always furniture? That doesn't necessarily mean anything actually, just because the whole cloth, even the demon background could be part of the furniture thing.
Are you trying to see like what characters may just be like a representation of a physical object, maybe?
Just that right there, it's like she made someone up that she talks to. That obviously she's doing the voice herself in these scenes, right? Like she's
right.
She's adopting that. So that makes me think that if all the furniture characters are like that, then that would make sense with the demon stakes and I guess the bunnies would be Avatris, but Avatris is also possibly Beatrice doing the bit too. Like they're all like furniture kind of make believe characters, right?
I have an idea for what the Chiesters might be, but I can't tell if it's like so clever that it's no duh or if I'm just insane. What is it?
If there's a through line with that with furniture, then that would mean that these three would have something similar as well, that they call themselves furniture. But have they been indoctrinated into that idea, or is if there's like a Maria, right, character that has these two as their furniture, but then Genji calls himself furniture too. Why does Genji call himself furniture? That doesn't make sense. There's a conflict and a contradiction between that. And Genji is Genji real? Genji has definitely interacted with multiple characters in multiple scenes. So I don't think that's the case. But maybe it's like furniture can also mean like a servant kind of thing as well at the same time.
Yeah, it could be a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. Chad is yelling at me for me to explain myself. Is that all right? About what I think the Chiesters are?
Yeah, sure, go for it.
Okay. I think they're Kinzo's Winchesters. Because it's Chiester, Winchester. And they serve the same function as a gun, essentially. And it would work in the scene with the fight between, what is it? Rudolph, Kyrie, the Stakes, and Hideyoshi. I think were 2 guns present there, or 3 of them? Did Hideyoshi have a 3rd gun as well, or did just Kraus and Kyrie, or just Rudolph and Kyrie have guns?
Just they had the guns. Yeah, I think there's 2 gun present. Okay. But that doesn't mean the other team might not have brought some guns with them, right? Like,
that's what I'm thinking. Is the Chiesters are 2 of the other guns as well. And it also ties into the idea of if those guns are Kinzo's prized possessions, which they are stated multiple times to be, and we know that Kinzo is this very stereotypically misogynistic, domineering patriarch. It would make sense for his prized possessions to be wearing bunny girl outfits.
He would chanify the guns for sure, yeah.
Absolutely, yeah.
Not that I would, but yeah, we'd never do something like that.
We would never. But I think that makes too much sense for them being to the Chiester to Winchester, and also apparently it's pronounced Chiesta.
Might just be a coincidence.
That's what I'm thinking.
It's a cool idea, though.
We'll have to see.
The Beatrice that was in episode 2 had a thing on her leg, right?
She did, yes. Oh.
Can I see Shannon's other leg, please?
Do we want to go there?
Again, I'm having a conflict around the boobs. I'm conflicted on the boobs. I have a
that's your sticking point?
Boob-based conflict. Yeah, because like it's not just about that how if these people are the same person, right?
Uh-huh.
If like it's not just about how does she hide them if she becomes canon, or how does canon gain them when he becomes Shannon? She was gonna let Battler touch her there. So if
here's the thing. I think that is, and I feel insane saying this, I think that's a clue. I think that's supposed to be a clue that he almost does, but doesn't. I think that him almost groping Shannon might be one of the most informative scenes for, like, in terms of just the sheer efficiency of communication. I think it's insane.
In a red herring way, or you think that was explain.
I feel like, and I sound so fucking stupid saying that, if he had groped her, maybe he would have been able to tell they were fake.
Yeah, that's why I think I'm wrong, is because why, if she's trying to pass herself off as something that she's not, why would she stand there and just be perfectly ready for him to let him fondle her?
A servant of the Ushiromiya family, and she has to comply with that request.
Or is she so committed to whatever she is that she's like forgets she's a disguise in that moment? Like how, like, is this brainwashing, or what level of the commitment is it to it, assuming it is even true?
Yeah. I don't know. For me, I don't know a lot about, like, I don't know, there's a lot of stuff in the minutia that I don't get, but there are a lot of like large scale things that make so much sense if they're the same person that I have to assume it's true. The biggest one for me right now is the episode 3 closed rune chain. Do you remember that?
I remember.
The first one in the chain is Shannon. The last one on the chain is canon. All right? And I remember we said, or I might have said it, that it feels weird to me that it's set up in such a way that everyone moves from one place to the next, to the next, to the next. There's a lot of downtime during that chain for something to happen in the middle.
And we theorize that
the thing that happens in the middle is Shannon goes to where Canon's body is.
I remember we riffed off that. Yeah. That was your proposal, and then we spoke about it, and we said about how, like, yeah, that would be a time for someone to go and set up another room, like while they're doing that. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
I will specify for Umiden really quickly. Just, hey, Umiden, the current conversation and theory, whether true or false, has nothing to do with either X or Y.
So many layers.
Interesting. What the fuck does that mean?
X or Y is referring to the two states that if we were to reach them, I would potentially drop the whole entire VN.
Okay.
Or I would be so impressed with it that I would have to say, okay, they pulled something off. I will now have to read all of One Piece. And X and Y, just like in the alphabetical order, are very related and interlinked. Are they not, Mouse?
Gotcha. Okay.
They are, yes. And it is a red truth that neither of them have to do with this conversation.
So it is neither peak nor cliff. In that sense. Okay. All right. I keep saying I need to go back and do it. I need to go through all of episode 1 and see if Shannon and Canon are ever in the same room at the same time with Battler present.
My guess right now is that whatever entity, be it, I don't know if, assuming it's reliable, my guess right now is that there is another person on the island who actually does look like Beatrice in the portrait, but the portrait might be changed around it. And whoever she is actually did show up in episode 2. Carrie saw her. But then when she went to the room and Shannon and Cannon visited, I would say that Shannon and Cannon are her alter ego furniture in the same way that Maria has made Sakutaro. That is where I'm going with it right now. That's what I think. Shannon and Cannon are her furniture in the same way Sakutaro is furniture for Maria. But the reason why I'm only I have 60% conviction on this theory right now is that I cannot make Genji fit. I can't make Genji fit. I don't know why Genji refers to himself as furniture, unless I've misjudged Genji to some level, that Genji is something else too. Genji is throwing a wrench in this whole entire fucking theory right now. Yeah. I don't understand it.
I don't know.
But I'm just maybe it's got nothing to do with what just happened with Sakutaro. Maybe it's just got something to do with it's another way of making an imaginary friend alter ego kind of thing that went on with there. Yeah.
Maybe being referred to as furniture doesn't just mean one thing.
Yeah. It would be all those scenes can become recontextualized where it's there's the dominant real person who has the alter egos that they adopt when they need to or they want to, and they're fighting in a way. I don't know. Oh no, I don't like that. Okay, we're not getting anywhere. Let's continue. We're not getting anywhere. Okay, sorry. All right.
No, we're
okay,
fine, we're fine.
back in.
It was a good cook. It was a good meal. It was a good meal.
That was a good meal. Yeah, no need to apologize.
Thank you, chef.
We're back in.
Thank you, chef.
We're back in. All right, see? We were so happy, right?
Is this your happiness, Maria One-chan?
Sorry.
What's up?
It's for Simple. Give me some lube and a shot of tequila and I could make Genji fit.
Simple said that?
Simple said that.
What the fuck? What is his heel turn? Huh? Simple. What? I mean, +2, but for you?
I want to go to Rikenjima.
Yeah, I'm happy. Okay.
Even though you were looking forward to that movie so much, and Aunt Rosa promised she'd definitely take you, she completely forgot.
She just happened to forget because she was so busy with work. Even if she remembered with her work, there'd be nothing she could do. Whether she remembered or not, Mama would have spent the night at work. She couldn't go to the movies. Whether she remembered or not is a minor issue.
There's no way that's a minor issue. After all, when Aunt Rosa answered movie on the phone, it was obvious that she'd completely forgotten her promise. And when she heard that, Maria One-chan's mood definitely darkened.
Well, like you say, even if Aunt Rosa had remembered her promise, you wouldn't have been able to go to the movies in the end. But even so, to think that your mother just forgot her promise to spend one of her few days off with you, it's sad. I'd be mad.
Yeah, it was sad, because even if she had remembered, we wouldn't have been able to go to the movies. But after that, I had a very, very fun night with Sakutaro. You must have thought that that pajama party looked really fun too, Angie.
There's no way that would be fun. I mean, all that messing around you did that night was just intentionally making a big fuss about nothing. Also, you could forget that you were lonely and that your mother wasn't coming home.
That's not true. I really did have a fun party with Sakutaro.
No, that's wrong. You were just so sad and you hated your mother so much for forgetting her promise that you made a mess of your room.
Where was something like that ever written in my diary?
It isn't written anywhere. But by reading in the gaps between every line, I can understand your feelings. You didn't have a good time at all that evening. And you stayed up late when you were told not to, broke the strict rule about eating sweets outside of snack time, and when even that didn't bury your sadness, you went wild in your room and made a mess of it, right? And after you made a mess of your room and were all tired out, all you did was claw at the bedsheets and cry yourself to sleep, right?
The VN just provided a subtext tutorial. Thank you very much, Angie.
I was going to say thank you very much.
Twitch chat, pay attention.
Thank you not only for explaining what subtext is, and also what an unreliable narrator could be, considering that I still think a lot of this is going to be from Anja's perspective.
Meanwhile, the Persona 3 script has like the kerning and fucking space between the lines set at fucking negative. There's no space between lines whatsoever. It's just overlapping. Fucking, like, it's not that kind of story.
To invoke Persona 3 on.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, the diary does say that Mama probably forgot her promise about the movie, and that I stayed up late having a pajama party with Sakutaro, and I made a mess of my room searching for treasure.
P3 still getting strays. Oh no, we're taking aim.
Yes, and this is what it means. You were starving for Aunt Rosa's love, Maria One-chan. And Aunt Rosa always put her work and her public image first, always keeping you on the back burner. That's what disgusts me, because I know just how superficial Aunt Rosa's words of love for you were. You should realize this yourself. So how can you say you're happy despite that? I don't understand that part of you, Maria One-chan. Even at my age, I can't understand it at all. Why aren't you sad? Why is it that you can experience a reality filled with misfortune and call yourself happy? I can't do it. I can't understand it.
She's 9?
You're a sad kid, Angie.
I don't get it. Why are you pitying me?
Even though a fact about a really fun pajama party is written about in my diary, if the same fact is observed by different people, it has a different form.
I remember talking about something like this with Bernkastel. Truth is unfixed and changes its form every time it's witnessed. By the way it's perceived, in other words, sumari, depending on the person who perceives it, a single truth can become different truths. And truths of the past are painted over by the truths of the future.
In this diary, I wrote that what happened that night was very, very fun.
You described the events of that night as something very happy.
And yet, when you read the diary, the events of that night sound very, very sad.
Even though you describe it as a happy scene, I read between the lines, or I read between the lines and realized that that wasn't true.
Stop it.
Huh?
This tells of a happy night. This is the truth of that night. Please don't take this happy truth and paint over it with a new, different truth.
Oh, Joe! Joe, I really think we hit the nail on the head, man. I really feel like we fucking cracked this case wide open last time.
With the Beatrice thing? Yep.
Shit.
Yep.
Oh, that's magic right there.
Oh.
Are you happy with this, Maria One-chan?
Yes, I'm happy. That's why I feel sad for you, since you wouldn't be able to feel happiness in a similar situation.
Oh, sorry. Right now, I'm like she was then, just as isolated with no friends. Anj had accepted her isolated reality for what it was. But Maria painted over her isolated reality with a reality of happiness. Ushiromiya Maria took a sad truth and changed it into happiness. That was the only and yet very large difference between me and Maria One-chan. And even though I'm unable to accept it, I'm also jealous of that power.
It's like the best Beatles song. Yes, that's right. This is power. I was able to find happiness with that power. Because you don't have that power, you can't find happiness, Angie.
What is that power?
I didn't know what to call that power either. Not at this point in time, at least. Eventually, I was taught its true form.
They're gonna call it magic. They're gonna call it
I'll
magic.
talk about it later. On the next page. So then, late Sunday night, Mama came back with a present just like she promised.
I'm back.
Mama, welcome home!
Uryu! Mama came back! Mama came back! Waiting to greet Rosa as she returned home all tired out was Maria, in an unbelievably good mood, holding Sakataro. Most likely, Rosa's worn-out expression was partly because she really was tired, but partly because it would be a pain when Maria, who should have been grumbling after staying home alone for several days, would cling to her, sobbing. However, when she was welcomed by an unbelievably happy Maria, and found that her fears were unbelievably needless, Rosa couldn't hide her surprise.
What's going on, Maria? You're in a great mood? Is someone here?
It was strange enough to make Rosa think that a friend had come over, and that she'd come home right when they were having a good time playing together. But there were no other shoes by the entrance. Even though Maria was in such high spirits, she'd been home alone. At first, Rosa was suspicious that the cause of this unexpected good mood could be nothing good. But that really was a needless fear. And in any event, Maria had been in a really good mood while she watched over the house. Even if Rosa's heart had been cold and hard as a rock, after being welcomed with a smile like this, Rosa started to honestly accept that smile, and a smile rose to her own face automatically. In that smile, you could no longer see any of the weariness of someone who'd been unable to return home for several days. Maria kept talking about what a fun time she'd had playing with her stuffed animal, Sakataro. Rosa really hadn't imagined that the stuffed animal she herself had given would be so appreciated, and she couldn't hide her pleased surprise.
I see. So you spent the time together with Sakutaro. Well done, Maria. Here's a present for Maria and Sakutaro for being so good.
Uryu! A present! A present!
Ooh, what is it? What is it?
Both Maria and Sakutaro started jumping around. There were two presents. One contained an assortment of Western sweets. Inside was a Scotch cake. It looked to be very high quality. But Maria was more interested in the other one. The other was in an even bigger box, and it was pretty heavy.
Uh-oh.
She had pilfered it from a local auto parts dealership.
Go ahead and open it. They might become new friends for you and Sakutaro, okay?
What? What's this? What's this?
Discord completely ate that.
Mm-hmm.
Inside, laid there like chess pieces, were about 20 small ceramic figures shaped like animals. Squirrels, rabbits, small birds, dogs, and cats. And they were all holding musical instruments. In addition to them, there was also a panorama-style background. A forest scene was drawn on it. Small forest animals were gathered in a plaza and looked like they were having a good time. Rosa set it up on the table, and when she lined up the ceramic figures like chess pieces in front of it, it became a band of forest animals.
Isn't it wonderful? I saw it in a store window, and I was taken with it at a glance. This is a present for you for being such a good girl home alone, Maria.
Ooh, thank you, Mama. Awesome, Sakutaro. Look how much our friends have grown. It's just like you said, Sakutaro. It was true that if we had a fun, noisy time, we'd get more friends.
Right? Didn't I tell you? Look, we have more friends. Look, we have more friends! Uryu! Relieved that her gift had been appreciated, Rosa remembered that she'd been filled with several days of weariness.
Okay, so last bit of speculation on this scene right now between these two, because I've been wondering it for a while. I'm waiting for the right time to bring it up. Do we think that Rosa isn't hiring like a nanny to look after her child? Because she must be able to afford it, right? So is she just so thoughtless, or is it a social convention, or is she ashamed to have to get a nanny and the nanny would realize how she gets treated?
If I had to guess, I think the nanny would being ashamed to get a nanny would be the most likely outcome.
Yeah.
Considering like the overwhelming standards that growing up as an Ushiromiya has probably instilled in her, and how absolutely cutthroat the siblings are with each other, I think having to hire a nanny would be she would probably just view that as ammunition for the enemy.
That's really fucked up. It's really, really fucked up. Holy shit. Okay, something to think about at least. Okay. Mama, you worked really hard. Go take a shower. If you take a hot one, I'm sure your weariness will go away. Want to take a bath? I'll choose what to put in the bath today.
Thank you. But it's already late, so get ready to go to bed. Mama is tired, so I'll just take a shower and go to sleep. I have to get up early tomorrow.
Hot showers or cold showers?
For who, me?
Both of you. Both of you.
Hot shower.
Hot shower? Joe?
Warm shower.
Warm shower.
Warm
Not
shower.
hot?
I don't like too
Well, yeah,
hot. No.
I don't use too hot because it's bad for your skin, and hair, so it is usually warm shower.
Okay. I also knew
cold.
that using water that's too hot is bad for your skin, which is why I prefer warm as well. I also knew that information. Yep.
Someone in chat said cold showers during hot summer is really nice. And I agree with that
I'm
too.
probably going to take a cold shower after we're done here. It would be really nice. I am just another reminder. Have been inside of this blanket fort for almost 4 hours now.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Yep. Okay. Yep. Okay. Not touching that one. Yeah, got it. Here, Mama. I'll take your coat off.
I can do it myself. Thank you.
Mama, your coat is full of smells from outside. Ooh. Oh, sorry. Something fell out. I'll pick it up, okay?
When she took Rose's coat, a receipt or ticket stub or something fell out. It had been in Mama's pocket, so it was probably important. Maria hurriedly picked it up. It looked like a ticket for the green car or the Shinkansen or something. Atami? No. Atami? Wasn't that a place famous for its hot springs? Oh no. At that moment, with a razor-sharp sound, the warm atmosphere shattered. Instead of the Rosa who had been there just a second ago, enjoying the gift with her daughter and recovering from her weariness with a long-awaited return home, there stood a person who looked exactly the same, but who had a completely different, terrifying expression on her face. In her hand was the ticket stub that Maria had picked up. She had stolen it from Maria's hand in an instant. Just a few seconds too late, by the pain of her hand that had been hit. And her mother's expression, Maria realized that she must have done something wrong. But she didn't know what she had done that had gotten her in trouble. It was probably because of that ticket stub-like thing. Was she not supposed to touch it? Even though she had tried so hard to welcome Mama with fun and happiness, she had touched something important to Mama without asking, and had ruined that pleasant atmosphere. So Maria apologized immediately.
Sorry.
Even though she must have heard those words of apology, Rose's expression actually darkened. Maybe those weren't the words she had been hoping for. Maria didn't know what to do, and stared at her mother's reaction. Then, even though it should have been an important ticket stub, Rosa crushed it up and hurried off to her room. Maria didn't really understand what she had done wrong.
Ooh. I must have done something I shouldn't have. That paper must have been something important for Mama's work, and I touched it without asking.
You didn't do anything wrong, Maria. That's why tonight was so very happy.
Yeah, happy.
And when Mama takes a bath and clears her head, she'll go back to being the normal, nice Mama. So you mustn't worry about it. Uryu.
You're right. Mama's tired too. Ooh, mustn't worry about it. After all, we were so happy tonight.
Uryu.
The rare, serious, and somber Uryu.
Just stop it. I can't watch this.
Angie, I think you're looking for happiness in the wrong way.
You're the one who's wrong, One-chan. How can you call this happiness? It's so pitiful that I can't watch anymore.
What is? That Mama suddenly got mad? That happens sometimes when humans get tired. Condemning a person because of a momentary misplaced emotion isn't very adult of you, Angie. Oh my god.
I can't.
This scene is a lot. Holy shit. Okay.
I mean, it's very good, but holy shit. there's a lot going on. I can't stop thinking about the fact of like, I don't have any way of knowing that we have an accurate idea of what Maria and Rosa's relationship is actually like, now that I'm thinking about it. Because if it's coming through Maria, I have to assume that it's a more like childish perspective, which might not understand all the nuances of what exactly is going down, and she's probably trying to make a lot of excuses for Rosa, or she just doesn't understand why the shift is so sudden. So maybe that could account for why the shift seems so sudden when we see it, right? Like it really does seem like she snaps in between perfectly normal and abusive without a lot of understanding of why that happens. And is that because we're seeing it from Maria's perspective, or we're seeing it from Anja's perspective and her interpretation, which is a lot less charitable because of what she's gone through, or is it actually what just happened?
Someone in chat is asking what the mirror just say. Maria is so abused that the abuse has become so commonplace and normal for her that she is now making excuses on behalf of her abuser in order to make her abuser feel better. Is what's going on. Like she's so deep into like this, and also she's 9, so she doesn't know any better either.
Yeah.
Right? Like she's it is unbelievably fucked up. Like yeah.
Damn, man.
Anyway, let's continue.
I can't believe I'm hearing this from a 9-year-old. But that's not the problem. That ticket stub you picked up was clearly strange.
What was? There was nothing strange about it, and it has nothing to do with the happiness of that night, right?
Aunt Rosa called because she'd be staying over at her company because of work, right? Why a Tommy? Isn't that what you call a vacation? It means she left you and went on a vacation, right? And you normally don't go on a vacation by yourself.
Even if that was a ticket for a Tommy, that alone doesn't make it proof that Mama lied and went on vacation, right?
She lied on the phone, and then she changed her expression so drastically and grabbed it from you. What more proof could you want?
It might have been from a business trip long ago, right? Or maybe she just happened to pick up some trash and put it in her pocket. It might have been a receipt from someone who worked for her who went on a business trip. In that case, it would be important for her work. It wasn't a toy, so I can understand why Mama took it away. This evidence you're talking about is only circumstantial. Imagine, oh man, imagination and delusions. It's the parallels with the Velvet Room murder things as well in this background at the same time too. Fucking hell.
It's the fact that she's saying this all with the most delightful smile on her face too is fucking evil in the best possible way.
I don't know why you're interpreting it in a way that makes our relationship worse.
I'm the one who doesn't understand why you're interpreting it in a way that's so convenient for Aunt Rosa.
As I thought, you're a pitiable child, Angie. Even though there are so many fragments lying about you that could make you happy, you can't find them. Instead, you only look at unhappy fragments and continue to get hurt. That's why you're scared of being hurt, and only start looking for happiness after you check to make sure there's nothing around you that could hurt you.
When I talk with you, One-chan, it gets hard to tell which one of us isn't making sense.
You know what? There are lots of happy and unhappy fragments, and they fill the world up, so people who can't find happiness right beside them won't be able to find it no matter how hard they look. Like Tiltil and Mytil searching for the blue bird.
Okay, VLR flashbacks just flooding my body right now.
Oh yeah, that story with a moral.
You're the complete opposite, Angie. You're searching for a world without a fragment of unhappiness, but that's the same as the bluebird, so you'll be unable to find your happiness for all eternity. Is it Battler Hansel, or is he the bluebird?
Give it a rest already. In any event, I understand that a night of happiness was wasted because of a single scrap of paper.
It sure is scary that a single scrap of paper could do that. In that case, maybe the power to get your happiness back can also lie in a single scrap of paper, right?
Just when she'd finally been able to communicate with Maria after so long, Rosa's face twisted with a mixture of anger, sadness, and a fierce self-hatred as she flew into her room and closed the door. Maria's sorry had sliced into her chest sharper than a knife. At that time, she noticed a cute envelope placed on her study table. It was probably something that had just come with a girl's magazine. To Mama. Let me share my happiness with you, it said. She took it, and after hesitating, opened it and read what was inside. Then, after letting 2 large tears drip down the paper, she flew out of the room, hugged Maria from behind as she headed for the bathroom, buried her face into her daughter's back, and cried. Then, realizing that she was the one who should be apologizing, she apologized. Why is Mama apologizing? There was no answer to that question.
Look, we already made up. Something like that was absolutely nothing to worry about because of the friendship Mama and I share.
Real quick, I don't want to get too in the weeds. Am I insane for thinking there might be a connection between that envelope that Maria is giving to her mom and the envelopes that always seem to be a part of the game on Rakenjima?
I don't think there's a plot connection, but I think it's like symbolic, thematic, whatever. They're tying
That's
it
what
back.
I'm thinking.
There's
Yes.
a lot of things going back. Like a piece of paper is what caused the fight. A piece of paper that was planted in the room resolved the fight. It's written quite well in terms of like the mechanics of the scene that's been setting up the larger
Yeah.
story. Yeah, for sure.
There's definitely symbolic parallels.
Yeah.
What are these themes? To me, your happiness is too painful, Maria One-chan.
I understand how you feel, more or less. Before I realized I had that power, even I was a pitiful child who could only find fragments filled with misfortune, just like you are now.
What is that power? This power that I don't have but you do. Are you saying that I'm unfortunate and you're blessed because I don't have that? Just what is this thing you can't describe except with an abstract word like power?
Don't say love. Don't say love. Yeah, you do want to know that, Angie. That's why you've been reading my story so far. Of course I'll teach you. I'll show you the secret to that power. And it's something I taught you about long ago when you were little, right? Did you forget? It's okay, I remember. Now I... No, she. She will teach you.
She? Who's that? I shall teach you in Maria's place.
All caps Maria?
Beatrice? The power Maria has, but you do not.
Yeah, the power I have, but Angie doesn't.
It's magic.
Maria and Beato said it together. And then they started giggling because they'd said it at the same time. It was an innocent reaction, one that didn't seem like Beato at all. Black tea was arranged on a table in a peaceful garden, and Beato, Maria, and Sakataro were sitting on Maria's lap. And Sakataro, who was sitting on Maria's lap, not all 3 of them at the same time, were having fun chatting.
Oh, I see. He's called Sakutaro. So this is your best friend.
Uryu, nice to meet you. I'm Sakataro.
Ooh, Sakataro's shy, so he's nervous. It's okay, Beatrice is also a great friend of mine.
Uryu, are Maria's friends my friends?
Yeah.
Uryu, then am I Beatrice's friend too?
Yeah.
Uryu!
Maria, does something like this happen frequently for you in your everyday life?
Ooh? What?
Is breathing a spirit of magic into inorganic matter and giving it life like this commonplace in your everyday life?
Ooh, Sakataro isn't inorganic matter. He's a lion cub.
Uryu!
A stuffed animal makes for an excellent vessel. It's not uncommon for spirits to be made to reside in them when they're spoken to by innocent children with no toxin.
According to Beatrice, every time a child plays with dolls, The dolls actually gain a will and converse with them, sometimes even moving by their own will, entering fucking 999 territory explanation. However, because of their innocence, the power imbued into such a vessel is weak. If they get struck with even a tiny bit of toxin from a human's common sense, which says that there's no way a doll can talk or move, they instantly revert to being non-speaking dolls.
However, this Sakutaro stuffed animal of yours is different.
Ooh, Sakutaro is a stuffed animal, but he isn't one.
Uryu! I'm a lion cub! Uryu!
Sakutaro is a lion cub, but he's still a kid, so he can't roar sometimes. Ururu.
Husky sounds.
Uryu!
Gatsby cameo.
Gazing at Maria, who is playing around with Sakutaro by the table loaded with tea, Beatrice let out a sigh of admiration.
How incredible. The Sakutaro with a cloth and cotton vessel as a shell has completely materialized into the human world. He has his own personality, talks with the summoner freely, and even moves by his own will. And even more surprising is that Maria did not summon him using the name of a person from another world, but created him out of the Sea of Zero.
After that, Maria boasted to Beato that Sakutaro wasn't her only friend, and that she had many more of them back at home. It seemed that there were other similar stuffed animals and dolls who could talk and move of their own will like Sakutaro. It was something natural for Maria. It was natural for stuffed animals to talk, move, and become her friends of their own will. When she saw that Maria accepted this as something natural, as a witch, Beatrice felt a respect bordering on awe.
Maria, without a doubt, that power of yours is magic.
It's magic? I'm still a witch apprentice, so I can't use magic yet, right?
No, it is magic. Because you cannot use it consciously, you're still an apprentice. But even so, what magical power it is! The materialization of your friend Sakutaro is excellent proof of that.
Materialization?
Indeed. In your case, it may even be fitting to call it creation. A piece of inorganic matter that would have no soul at all in another's hands can have a soul sent into it through your magic. Furthermore, that strong magical power lies in the human world. In this era so filled with the toxin that denies magic, summoning a magical power that can materialize a single life form is not easy, even for me.
It is hard to give birth to any number of soulless beings. However, giving birth to a being with a soul is very difficult, or it isn't hard to give birth. This is what Beato asserted.
I don't really understand what you're saying, Beato. You're saying Sakutaro is amazing?
Both you and Sakutaro are incredible. You should be proud. I see, that which Kinzo desired above all else seems to dwell most strongly within you.
I don't have a clue why Beato is praising Maria so much. Right, Sakutaro?
Uryu!
What should be truly admired is not only that a soul has been made to reside in a stuffed animal, even more significant is the fact that you've changed your own worldview. When it comes to giving birth to something from nothing, you stand out from the crowd. It's easy to make 100 from 1, however giving birth to 1 from 0 is not. When you do become a full witch, beyond just becoming a match for me, you might grow into a great witch that even I must acknowledge as superior. A witch of origins, perhaps. I'm really looking forward to your future.
I'm noting this down verbally so that it takes up permanent space in my brain. I think it's interesting that birth is the specific creation metaphor they're using here.
I'm just thinking of the perspective from the theory that the Beatrice that we see is also come from an abusive place under Kinzo and might have been in a similar situation as from Maria and has made up her own make-believe thing at the same time.
Yeah, there's a lot of overlap between the two, and it seems to make sense considering that even from episode 1 they have a very strong relationship with one another.
Which is being like a place that people are put to from the abuse seems to be what they're going for. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
The witch always being like bullied in the classroom as well.
Some form of abused woman.
Yeah, outcast, but it's somehow making them more powerful in a way, which is a really fucked up thing to go down, I think. But yeah.
Yeah.
They don't realize that that it's fucked up at the same time too sometimes. Yeah.
Or
definitely.
they have to believe that they have some sort of power that allows them to cope with their reality.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's definitely what's going on with Maria. Yeah, and I think it's what's going on with Beatrice if that's correct.
I've been thinking that since the coronation of Evatrice. So, more evidence is always nice. I like to be right. It's fun.
It is fun to be right, yeah. Sometimes it's fun to be wrong, though. Anyway.
Absolutely. It's more fun to be wrong because then I have to bullshit my way back to being right.
Beato said I have talent as a witch.
Isn't that great, Maria? Uryu, Beato, thank you for praising Maria.
No need to thank me, Sakutaro. That red muffler truly suits you. And I'm envious of the talent of your master, who was able to give birth to a friend like you.
Uryu, thanks for complimenting my muffler. This is a present I got from Maria. It's my favorite.
And its size is truly like a muffler that was created just for you. I see. I must also give my new friend some kind of present.
Ooh, Beato is giving Sakutaro a present?
Of course, a gift from a witch must be something with magical power. In that case, so that he can be your friend for all time, and so that you can have even more fun playing with him, I shall give Sakutaro my magic power. With that, he should be able to materialize even more strongly.
Ooh, I'll be able to have much more fun playing with Sakutaro? How's that?
Uryu? What could it be, Maria? Is it something scary?
Don't worry, Beato won't do anything scary. Right, Beatrice?
Indeed. I believe you'll like it. So, to make him materialize even more strongly, a stronger image will be necessary. Well, what to do?
Beato crossed her arms and thought about what she could do to please them more. Then, right there, was the form of yet another witch. It was Beato's teacher, Virgilia. Virgilia truly was a great witch. Great witch, since Maria had already thought of Beato as a great witch. This person Beato called a great witch must have been a great witch.
Wow, okay.
According to Beato, she still didn't even rise up to this witch's feet when it came to magical power. My. I thought I heard some cheery voices. What a fun tea party this seems to be.
Oh, teacher, perfect timing. I want you to look at this lion club. I hear he's Maria's new friend.
Oh, what a lovely lion son. I wonder if he could greet me. Hello, nice to meet you. Uryu! I'm Sakutaro! Sakutaro fell to Maria's lap, greeting Virgilia with half of his face poking out over the edge of the table. It seemed he was very nervous, since this was a witch that even Beato called teacher. What an adorable name. As a reward for giving such a good greeting, here's a sweet for you. After waving her hands about, Virgilia held the palm of her hand upwards, as though she was lightly grabbing at empty air. Then, she held out a fist in front of Sakutaro. When she opened her fist, there was one of those individually wrapped cough drops. Uryu! Maria, it's candy! Awesome! Awesome! It's a cough drop?
Ooh, isn't that great, Sakutaro? Make sure to thank her.
Uryu, thank you very much for the candy. I hope that came through.
It did.
Even though Virgilia was a great witch, she still treated a stuffed animal like Sakutaro to an elegant greeting.
Still, teacher, cough drops? Are you someone's granny or something? Can't you at least pull out some strawberry milk candy?
A Werther's original, perhaps? How rude. What do you mean, hold on. What do you mean, Those originals are great.
I haven't had one in a long time, but I remember them being kind of gross. I would try them again, though.
They're like a really mellow, like not too sickly sweet caramel.
Mm-hmm.
They're really nice.
Okay.
They're really good.
Yeah.
There's ones that are like hard candy and then soft on the end. How rude. In that
Somehow
case,
Jelly the oldest one on the call right now, I guess. All right.
Listen, neutral on the matter of Werther's originals.
I simply have more mature tastes. In that case, I won't be giving you any more.
Sorry. Well then, Maria, take out your grimoire, and of course your writing tools.
Ooh? Yeah, I'll take it out. What should I write?
Oh? What are you starting?
I will use a magic I learned from you, teacher. Magic to make a resident of another world materialize into a vessel. I think that by applying that, we may be able to further strengthen the power that makes this friend of Maria's materialize. I wanted to give that as a gift to Maria and her friend.
I see. For a being that has already materialized, it shouldn't be that difficult. That would become a wonderful gift. Well then, I shall help too, if only a little.
It would be very reassuring if you would sign for this magic as a witness, teacher. Be glad, Maria. This will be a wonderful gift.
Senate-approved chanification.
Senate approved, yep.
Uryu? What's happening? It isn't scary, is it? Is it?
Don't know, but I don't think it's scary. What could it be? I can't wait.
Beato borrowed the grimoire from Maria's handbag and majestically flipped through the pages. Then, she found an empty page among those with magic circles drawn on them, and flattened it out. After gazing at Sakataro with a grin, she suddenly started moving her pen. It was something like a written declaration made by witches to a high-order world. It was magic whose effect could be controlled if Beato wrote and Virgilia signed. Maria didn't understand what Beato was writing at first, but partway through, she figured out the wonderful magical power of this document, and her eyes began to sparkle. Uryu! Uryu! What is it, Maria? What's she drawing? Uryu! Sakataro was on her lap, so he didn't know what was being written on the table. But, even if he had seen, Sakataro probably wouldn't have understood.
Awesome, Sakataro. Wait a bit. Almost done. It's amazing, Beato. Amazing.
When it comes to writing documents of power, this child's talent is magnificent. He might even serve well as a secretary in the spirit world.
How's this? Not so bad, right?
After finishing her writing with an intense amount of concentration, Beato looked over the document again from a distance. It seemed she was fairly satisfied with her work. And Maria, who was also peeking in at it, let out a cry of wonder.
Awesome, Beato. Cute. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
By the name of the Golden Witch, Beatrice, I now acknowledge Sakutaro, Maria's child.
It really is chanification.
Teacher, if you would sign as a witness?
Yes. By my name, I witness and acknowledge this oath. It is done. Virgilia signed, completing the written declaration. It was a document with the power to proclaim to the beings of the higher world that Sakataro had most certainly materialized in the human world. Sakataro, who had been born from Maria, was nominated by the two witches, Beatrice and Virgilia. And just now, his existence had been acknowledged by the higher world. That itself was the great magic of materialization. According to Beato, it was apparently quite fortunate that Virgilia was there. After all, depending on the number and quality of witches that signed proclamations to the higher world, the power that resided in them could change drastically. Virgilia in particular had many friends in that higher plane, so her signature gave the proclamation a power with which Beato couldn't even compare.
By this proclamation, I accept you, Sakutaro, as an individual with his own ego, and I welcome you as a friend in accordance with the contract of marriage sorcier. From now on, Sakutaro is our common friend.
No,
And for
lion. People saying no.
And for that, I shall bestow upon you a fitting form as a gift. Accept it.
With the grimoire still open to the page with the proclamation, she turned it around and handed it to Maria. Maria showed it to Sakutaro on her lap. When Sakutaro beheld the proclamation, he felt something hot and bright begin to dwell in his body made of cloth and cotton. Even as he looked around, nervous at this sensation he'd never felt before, that power strengthened, and eventually, a bright light completely swallowed him up. Is this what Joe's fan artists go through when they're chanting household objects? Yes, there's witnesses and everything. It has to be all Senate approved.
Yep.
Uryu. Just.
Oh my fucking god. Oh. All right, there it is. We hit X mouse. I'm done. We hit it. Let's give it a couple minutes to see if we hit Y, and then we'll drop it or read One Piece. All right.
Is that who I think it is?
Other way. Y Cliff, X Peak.
Is that who I think it is?
Is it who you think it is?
Is it who you think it is?
Who do you think it is, Jelly?
Is that Sakugasp?
Are they in here?
Are there any other Umineko emotes and Jads that we should be aware of?
Well, that would be spoilers, Jelly. You can get strung up for spoilers like that in Umi Fulden. They've been losing their shit over this one for weeks.
Oh my god.
Have they really?
Yeah. They were like, when has Joe ever, somebody looked up your post history to see if you'd ever used the Saku Gasp emote. We're like, did he know? Does he know? Does he look at it often enough to know? Yeah.
And I gave him that voice?
Yeah, you did.
That's...
You did do that.
Wait, hold on. It's literally Sakugasp?
Yeah.
It's not it doesn't just look like it? Oh my god.
That's the original. I know. I've had to find the original emote to make versions of it.
I'm upset.
The Sakugasp. Okay, so at what point do I find out that I'm from Umineko?
Yeah,
like, what the fuck?
yeah.
Where does it end? Where does it end?
Umineko's world, we're all just living in it. Ryukishi did this.
Bravo, Ryukishi, bravo. You've done it again.
Who uploaded Sakugasp?
Who?
Who uploaded Sakugasp?
This has to be like 7 years ago at this point, man. Like, come on.
I am finding out. Hold on.
People are saying it's Leo.
Where is it? Sakugasp. I can't see because we're on streamer mode.
Shit.
Okay, you want to just look for the earliest use of Sakugasp? Is that what you want to do?
Leo.
It was Leo. Leo is the first one to ever post it. Leo is the first one to ever post it.
Now this is important. Is this an emote that exists outside of Jads?
It is based on fan art, so the fan art exists outside of Jads for sure.
But is it an emote outside of Jads?
Ashcan. Ashcan uploaded it.
Oh, okay.
Ashcan.
I can't
Also
find evidence that it
uploaded-
exists outside.
Also
of Jens.
uploaded Winchester.
Oh.
That's no, that's that's fine. That's fine.
That's fine.
Fine. That's fine. That's fine. I'm so fine right now. I'm doing okay. Everything's
you guys
great.
are fine? You guys are fine?
Everything's all right. It's so good, actually. My worldview is very stable.
Leo
I'll have you
made
know.
the emote.
Do you mean to tell me that Jad's?
What are you gonna do now that you have these people's names? Are they getting permabanned?
It's the shitty guns they use in Umineko. Excuse me, Baldur. That gun is really powerful in Hunt Showdown. It's one of the best all-rounders that exists. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Bunny girl.
I do bunny hop when I'm using it, so yeah, makes sense.
I'm so normal right now. I'm doing okay.
Well,
we talk about this story off stream now. We
do, yeah.
We are.
The people flipping out about me spoiling minor things don't understand how much I don't tell you. You've used this emote in our DMs while talking about Umineko.
I have.
No!
I'm fond of this emote. I like this emote.
It's a good one.
It's a good emote.
Really good.
Wait,
I love this one.
you like it too, Mouse. You've reacted to so many of my fucking posts with that fucking Saku Gasp emote. I always like. Is the Gasp gonna show up? Oh, there it is. Mouse has seen the comment. Fucking hell.
I've made 3 versions of this emote.
I can't believe
I
can't believe how slow I was on the uptake here. I thought you were just saying it kind of looks like it. I didn't realize it was literally. Oh my god.
Should I use my sticker power in Umidun? I will.
I'm not owned. I'm not owned. I'm fine. I'm so cool right now. I'm so cool right now. I'm not owned at all. I'm not owned at all.
Is that what the Saku and Saku Gasp is short for? Yes.
Yeah, it would have to be, huh? It would have to be. Of course.
I'm uncomfortable. I'm legitimately uncomfortable.
Why are you uncomfortable?
I feel like I have been walking for days, and I suddenly found the bars of a cage.
You think this is the bars?
I'm worried that when I slip through, I'll still be in a cage. We were talking earlier about, Ryukishi's really good at like guiding your thoughts to exactly where they need to be before he makes a big reveal and has the characters talk about it. How much of my fucking life have you been leading me by the nose, huh? Huh?
No,
How much?
You and me are together because of this fucking story, okay? Like, you don't understand. I feel so uncomfortable and owned right now how much has been circling. Like, what the fuck?
How? Okay, we gotta stabilize, okay? It could get worse.
Is Mouse real? Mouse, are you real?
Am I real?
Are you real? Do you
I
exist?
exist.
She exists.
Can you prove that you exist?
I exist.
You exist?
Can you prove I don't exist? No, that's a devil's proof.
It's a devil's proof.
So until you can.
I just know that it's like a very small handful, about 5 or 6 people in chat right now. They're just like arms crossed. Be like, could they just fucking move on already? I want to see what they're. All right.
Listen,
Okay.
all right. They've reacted. I've had enough of their reaction. Move on.
And by moving on, I think that means that we say thank you to people. Thank you very much to Hipster Birds for the new sub. Welcome. Thank you to Hazy Nocturne for the new sub as well. Welcome. Thank you Mew Nelly for the resub. Thank you Krootler for the 1,000 bits. Hi Toe. Toe's just not going away, huh? Episode 4 is my favorite Umineko chapter. Very excited to see your reaction to it. Here's a very quick reaction for you, Krootler. So far, I think every scene has actually been really good and really important. It's building the story. However, without exception, every single scene, including the one that they just had with Kinzo, every single scene has been at least 33% too long. They could have gotten like this one too. They could have chopped off like a third of every single scene so far, and it would have been better in every single way. I still like the scenes. I still think that they're worth it. I don't wish any scene would be cut. However, I do think that they could have trimmed off a lot of each of the scenes so far in episode 4, and that's kind of tragic, but that's how it is. Thank you. Sorry, go ahead.
As a slice of life fan, they could be 30% longer, and I would still enjoy it.
Ooh, okay. All right. All right. Thank you, Sisadace, for the 200 bits. Oh, I don't know if anyone has ever pointed this out. All the economics talk, especially the stuff in episode 1, is really funny with how a murderous recession is looming in Japan's future 7 years ahead of 1985, with the poor investments that lead to that literally starting in 1986. That was probably on purpose, I'm guessing, yeah. Also, did you pronounce it Sis ID Ace correctly this time around? Hoo-hoo, I'm not sure. Maybe I was closer than usual. I don't know. No?
Nope,
Okay.
did it exactly like normal.
Okay. Krutler says, I absolutely agree with you on length. It's a running problem with the episode. Yeah. I hope that it balances out
More
a little bit
of a walking problem, I guess.
All right, take your +2, motherfucker.
I will, and I'll walk with it.
Thank you, Cheshi8, for the resub. Yippee! Thank you, Anonymous Gifter, for gifting a sub to Tom's Diner. Oh, should I open a diner? What would I sell? Serve
Lemon
good
cake.
takes. Lemon cake. I have some lemon
We
cake
can't
left.
have this conversation on stream. We can't
That's
have this
true.
conversation on stream. We're
That's
already
true.
derailed.
It would be too long. Thank you, John Squid T, for the resub. Hey, Toad Jamler. Episode 4 is my personal favorite. Hope you enjoyed the emotional moments as much as I did. They have hit so far, yeah. Again, just a touch too long in every case, I think. Thank you, Ironwrath, for giving sub to Cakewalking Remastered. Kurai for the resub as well. Gotta catch up on the stream, but I'm loving y'all's readings. Oh, thank you very much. That's a nice message. Thank you, Fredo Credo, or Frito Credo, one of those, for the resub. Yanko Sek for the bits. Okay, so at what point are we getting an anime fight scene where Sakutaro transforms and beats up the ghost? Hey, we got half already. There you go. It's on. Yeah, here we are.
There.
Yeah. My God, he's gasping. Oh no, goats, run away. Thank you, Truther, for the resub. Thank you, Snarkarino, for the resub too. Kozan K also for the resub, just in time for peak with a bunch of fucking R version of the Saku Gasp. Thank you, Pincerata, for the bits. I quite literally pulled over. I asked Merrick to make their own version of fucking that, so we wouldn't have whatever the original was based on the stream. So it wouldn't. Oh my fucking God.
Even the joy that persists from Persona 3 fans is based on Umineko.
Oh, fucking hell. Fucking hell. I remember having that conversation with Merrick. Did Vixit make that one, though, before Merrick got around to it? I can't remember if Vixit made that one. I think Vixit did make that one, didn't they? Or is that Merrick?
Mouse, you mean you commissioned me for 2 Umineko emotes?
Yeah.
That's fine. You know what? I can incorporate this into my worldview. I'm so normal right now.
Thank you, Pizzara, for the bits. I quite literally pulled over on my drive home from work to see Sakutaro reaction and submit my Joseph Anderson Sakutaro fan art. Fucking Jomsy, enjoy Mouskateers. All right.
It was drawn by Vixit. I checked the wiki.
There you go. Thank you. Thank you, Sis ID Ace, for the bits. If it wasn't Mouse, it would have been someone else. The Umi agents have been around you all along. Wow, that's troubling.
I was going to ask if they're in this room right now, but I guess there's a mouse in the corner, an elephant in the room.
The streaming career has always been leading to this. Thank you,
I guess so.
Dunking Dog, for the resub. Bo Shio for the new sub. Welcome during this. Thank you, Ruben Bunny. I want to say Bunny, but it's not. It's different. Why do I want to say Bunny?
It's a funny internet misspelling of bunny.
Oh, okay. That's why. Okay. Thank you very much
Like
for the new
doggo.
sub.
Annoying.
Thank you, Pedro in the bathroom, for the new sub as well. A bunch of new subs in a row. Thank you very much. Thank you, Annie, for Pez for the bits. Not even a joke. We have all been owned, so unbelievably owned. So owned, completely owned.
I mean, yeah.
You know what? They set up so far ahead of time. They learned from the best. They learned it from Ryu Kishi. Like, it's just all this laying in wait, ready to come out. This is fucking hell.
Rodney says, I'm really enjoying your retirement streams. There's no coming back from this.
Yeah, I know, right? I know. Oh, man. Thank you, Dominic, for the bits. Can't believe some brain genius devised a 7-year delayed Saku Mary Balls joke. Oh, my God. Truly, Kojima has done it again. Thank you, Sergeant Biggs, for gifting out 10 community gift subs. Do I still need to do the kegels? Thank you, Sergeant Biggs. Thank you, Julie Gordoff, for 1,000 bits. You've been reading a lot of 100-bit messages of mine, and you seem to be having a rough time. So here's an extra tip. Hope you get better soon, Ryu, with Sakugas.
Ryu.
Ryu. Yeah, voice fits him so well, by the way, Jelly.
I guess so, huh?
It doesn't fit anymore, but
Fits
okay.
almost as well as that muffler.
Nah. Some Metaphor Fantasio type voice casting.
Oh, okay.
I won't explain.
Okay.
Okay. Right. Thank you, Beatrice.
You can explain in 7 months when I get to Metaphor. And last four on my list are Snorbler Princess Kimmy for gifting a sub to K Illegal. QB D3 for the new sub, welcome. Acria0 also for the new sub, welcome to both of you. Clawfist, and thank you Parnik for the bits with Joe Umineko. And now we can continue after that 20-minute fucking crash out. Well, hold on, sorry. Mayo, how did you tank the Bunny Girls reveal? But this is breaking you. You're so funny. Fucking it's been an emote on our Discord for 7 fucking years. What do you mean? The Bunny Girls just showed up and it's like, okay, whatever. I guess they're Bunny Girls now. Let's just keep moving on. Let's not fucking ruin the time for everyone. What are you talking about? 7 fucking years. Fucking like I've seen that emote fucking all the time for fucking like over a year now. Fucking like what the hell? It's like one of the most popular emotes on the fucking Discord. I've used it. I see it used on my comments all this fucking time. We have an emote on the fucking chat. Dude, it's like someone stuck a Joms in without even knowing what Joms is. What do you mean? I'm so funny. What?
This emote has existed in jabs for longer than I consider myself to be a person.
There are this emo is like there are people that joined the Discord before they were old enough to join the Discord, and it's been around that long that now they can fit in just fine. You don't understand this how long it's been around. Fucking holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit.
I did not exist as I am now.
The Merrick video of that rant is gonna go so hard.
Oh, fucking hell.
You enjoyed it, Merrick.
All right, okay, all right, let's continue. All right, who is this? It's Jelly's line.
Okay.
Two of his kids. It's been around for longer than 2 of his kids. Sorry.
Can't.
Go ahead.
You can't just say things like that.
Go ahead.
Maria's friend Sakataro held a new form and existed, as he always has.
Ooh, you're cute, Sakataro. Really cute.
Who do you? Does it really look good on me? It isn't embarrassing. It's a very lovely form, Sakataro-chan.
I'm getting angry every single time I see Saku in the fucking text box.
I figured the muffler was his charm point, and the ears.
This is actually what designing a Chan is like.
Animal ears sure are nice, truly cute. Let me nibble them later.
Merrick, did you know? Is chanification just this the entire way? Is that how deep this goes?
Okay, all right. Let's lock in. We're locking in.
We're close to the end of the chapter.
We're locking in. We're locking in. We're locking in.
We're locking in.
All right. Okay. We're locking in. We're fine. Okay.
Sitting up straight because I'm not by.
We're just gonna one shot this all the way to the end of the chapter now. Okay. Here we go. Okay. Just reading. Here we go. Okay. Thank you, Beatrice. Thank you very much for the wonderful present.
There is no need for thanks. This is out of respect for your wonderful magic and your friend. And now that you've reached this level, it would not be odd for you to graduate from being an apprentice at any time. From now on, I shall instruct you on even more new and fun magic. From this point forward, you may call yourself Maria, an apprentice witch of origins.
A witch of origins?
Indeed. It's the title of a witch who seeks to become a creator. Right now, you're just an enchanter, a magician specializing in forms of magical enhancement, who's only enough strength to breathe magical power into the small objects around her. But after 1,000 years of training, you could conceivably use the magical compendium that resides inside your heart to create a galaxy.
The talent of a witch of origins is very rare. Even though everyone has it when they are young, no one can continue to hold on to it. This title is also proof that you have not lost your untainted heart.
Ooh, a witch of origins. Awesome. I'll become one. I'm Maria, an apprentice witch of origins.
Maria, that's so incredible! A witch of origins! Incredible! Amazing! Uryu!
Eventually, you'll be able to call yourself a full witch, Lady Maria, Witch of Origins. It may be a good time now to give not only Sakutaro, but you as well, an appearance fitting for your rank. Here, I shall give a proper outfit for one who, while still an apprentice, is worthy of using the title of a witch.
When Beato waved the pipe that was her cane, many golden butterflies that had appeared out of nowhere grouped around Maria, giving her a wonderful dress. It certainly was fitting for the girl who would eventually take the name of the Witch of Origins, combining both cuteness and dignity.
Aw, amazing. Awesome, 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 awesome. Cute, cute. I want to show these clothes to Mama too. Can I?
The full dress of a witch must not be shown indiscriminately. Its value increases if you're stingy with it.
Then the Great Witch, the Witch's Apprentice, and their new friend, Sakutaro, enjoyed a lively tea party.
See? Look how happy I am, and look how fun this is. Please, don't be afraid of being happy. Becoming happy isn't the same thing as accepting your current misfortune. It means creating a new happiness out of your current misfortune. That is the magic of origins.
I didn't want to acknowledge my current world. I couldn't bear to accept such an isolated and painful world. That's why, even though I was entranced by your world, Maria One-chan, I couldn't cross the final line.
I'll teach you about my magic of origins. No, I taught you before, right? And you used it before. Did you forget? You were also a witch apprentice, Angie, with your name entered into the Mirage Sorcier. Is that what you said? Weren't you?
Sorcier.
Sorcier. Like, okay, all right. Sorcier.
Yeah, that was true. Marriage Sorcier. That takes me back. I also had my name entered in there at one point, didn't I? Okay. You can go recover. We can probably do one more chapter, which would make 3 of the planned 5.
A 5?
Oh,
5?
Man. We're pathetic today. Holy shit.
It's okay. You're having fun.
Too much yapping.
No. Not too much yapping.
The comments on the Nojavad are gonna be vicious.
No.
I'm gonna be thinking about that for at least.
Look at the screen.
minutes.
Look at the screen.
Wait, hold on.
So
The
you don't
world
have
is
to
12
clip
years
it.
later. October. Okay. Oh shit. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Holy fuck.
Okay.
Oh shit.
Oh my god. Oh fuck. Okay. Don't forget. October 1998. 12 years later. 12 years later. 1998.
My heart rate just spiked up to 125. Holy fuck.
No. It's 1998. Don't get numbers confused. If we forget, they'll never let us forget. Yes, I will never forget the perfect.
Yep.
All right, okay. 12 years later, October 1998.
Amazing Call Mouse almost had to restart.
I wonder if anyone was there ready to clip it just in case. Well, hold on. They know the white screen's coming.
Okay.
Anyway.
Okay, time for
break tea.
Time for a break. Yeah, break and
Break
maybe
time.
another tea.
Go punch air or something about it.
Yeah. Oh, before I go, they used to call me Mir with the resub. Finally, Teddy joined the Umineko roster as well. Don't.
Dolmek said that Sakugasp has existed for roughly a third of the time that I have been alive. Please don't play with numbers. That scares me.
All right, we're back in about. It's going to be a little more than 5 minutes this time. I'm sorry. We'll be back soon, and then we'll continue, and we'll do one more chapter. I think one more chapter.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Get up, walk around. See you soon. Hello, chat. Hi.
Hi, chat. Read pin. It's the final Umineko stream, episode 8. Joe has figured out who the culprit is and has pledged to read the entire One Piece manga because he was so thoroughly enjoying himself. Suddenly, Mouse's voice changes. She tears off the wig. It was Ryukishi all along. Zen Zen Dameda, Tosufu Anderson-san. You have fallen for the greatest long con in history. Todd Howard has done it again. Seems likely.
The first Joseph Anderson video is a Dark Souls critique known for its campfire system, which contextualizes respawning as a part of the story. The tagline, "You will die," warns the player that they may need a lot of attempts to finally succeed, but otherwise the player is free to explore whichever approach to combat they like. In other words, Sumari, Dark Souls is a game about a series of murders repeating over and over, where it's ambiguous whether they were performed with mundane weapons or with magic. Thank you, Karu. Thank you.
How you feeling?
Me?
Yeah?
Oh, I'm feeling great. I'm feeling great.
You feeling great?
So great. So
That's
great.
good. Mm-hmm.
Do you enjoy all the vowels you just farmed in stream chat?
Oh yeah, I farmed so many. I think I have an award for the post with the most reactions still from another stream.
Really? Well done.
Yeah. Thanks. Really winning your jobs. What's my prize?
What do you want?
I want us to stream a co-op game that you fucking hate.
What? That's your
What do you
prize?
mean? Yeah, that's my prize.
I hate Dark Souls 2.
All right. No, you don't. Night Rain? Ooh, we could do Night Rain. That would be a game that we both hate.
Oh no, not Night Rain. Not Night Rain.
No, you don't want to play Night Rain? Okay.
I'll play. We have to have 3 people, so Jelly would have to come along for Night Rain. Sure.
All right, well, there we go. Split Fiction time? No, we are streaming Split Fiction, unironically.
Yeah, we're doing that next week, aren't we?
Probably, yeah. Lock it in? It is locked in. She's not here.
Isn't there a Hello Neighbor
My stream.
co-op game? Oh no. Oh no.
Hi, I'm back. Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Hi. Just made a real quick protein shake so I could really get myself in the Sakatara mindset.
Yep. Now you're a culture fit in the call.
Oh, man.
Yeah,
Jelly,
you hold
do
it
want to
together.
play Hello Neighbor co-op. No, that's okay. That's all right. I'm not that desperate for collaboration. There are a lot of other options before a Hello Neighbor co-op.
Do you all prefer a Mouse and Jelly Joe Witch or a Joe and Jelly Mouse Witch for fan art purposes? I feel like Mouse Witch would be more on brand because of the pun.
Mouse Witch would be that the wordplay is nicer on that one.
Yeah. Mouse Switch, maybe.
How did I fucking know you'd pull this up? How did I know you would pull this up on stream?
Umi watchers have no idea what non-Umi watchers go through. What are my favorite Joe's VODs? Oh, that's easy. It's gotta be Umineko, starring battler Ushiromi. I can't say his name. Seriously, you never watch Umineko VODs? It's so peak, pure cinema. Battler is my favorite protagonist ever. Oh, are we discussing Joe's microwave? I wonder what kind of microwave Battler would use.
Like, come on. Oh, I snorted. No.
Well.
Who made this so I could give credit?
Was it in stream chat? Where did this come from?
It was in there.
Reddit.
Yeah. Oh, it's from Reddit. Okay. Big Pianist 3587 posted it.
Well, thank you, big pianist.
If you want a co-op game that you'd hate, play Dead by Daylight co-op. Would I hate that one?
That's not co-op.
No, it's the opposite of co-op. Well, depends.
Am I thinking of the right game, Dead by Daylight? That's the one that's like Dead Island, right?
Don't fucking play Dead by Daylight.
How am I going to explain this shit to my therapist?
No,
are you okay, Annie? You doing all right?
Yeah, okay, no, Dead by Daylight that's not co-op. That's not like co-op. Let's agree on some terms here, right, folks? This is including the two folks that can verbally respond. Co-op does not mean a multiplayer game. Co-op means like this is a story that you can play through with other people.
No, co-op means a game where you are working together in whatever context.
Would you call Halo multiplayer co-op?
Well, I don't know anything about Halo.
Joe, would you call that co-op?
No, no. It is different if it's PvP. If it's a multiplayer competitive game, that is a different thing than a co-op game where you are PvE.
Okay, so the PvP versus PvE distinction is integral, you would say.
Yes.
Overcooked on stream would be evil and wonderful.
Yes, DBD is PvP. That's why I say it's not co-op.
Yeah. Okay. I can I think I can pretty much unanimously agree with those terms. I agree. Destiny 2 raid?
Overcooked, please. Funny you say that.
Funny you say that. Very funny.
You say that.
Is Minecraft co-op? I'm not going to define a game genre any further than I already have. Don't bait me.
I think co-op needs to be like a very specific experience for me to not just call it multiplayer. Like, I would say Destiny is a multiplayer game. I would not call it a co-op game.
Overcooked is definitely co-op.
Overcooked is 100% co-op.
That's
yes.
True.
We were kicking Overcooked's ass. We were good. We were good.
Okay, listen. We've got one chapter left. It's like an hour long.
Okay, all right.
I believe in our ability to do it. Joe, you have the first line. Do you want to read the feed before you do it? Okay?
Yes. Yes, Mouskateers. Yes. Yeah, give me a second.
No. The people came here to watch an Umineko stream. I'm just suggesting we give them Umineko, okay? I'm an advocate for
Are
the viewers.
you not entertained?
I'm a voice of the people. You came here to watch whatever the fuck this is? Well, okay then. I'll just shut up.
Right.
Back to the kitchen.
Alright, I guess we'll get back to the Umineko mines. I'm sorry, Mouskateers, it won't happen again.
It's not looking good for the Homestuck stream. That's true.
Who do you?
Oh no.
Thank you, Cat is not fat for the resub with thank you, Toe and a Saku Gasp. Thank you, Hypothetical Walrus for the resub. 50 months of watching, a truly auspicious time to find out the entirety of Jads was nothing more than a vehicle to subliminally indoctrinate Umineko. Joe feels like he is truly a battler, it truly is battler, but little does he know it's because the Shadow Umineko Council of Jads has been training him for that role the entire time. Oh, thank you, Delty.
It's not impossible.
Thank you, Delty, for the resub. This truly was our Umineko Nanoku Koroni. Yep, it was. Thank you, Krootler, for another 1,000 bits. I had to explain Jads and show clips from stream to my therapist. What the fuck are you talking about?
What? I mean, good for you, but what? In what context? So these are Chans.
Good luck with that, Krootler. Good luck.
I hope it's going well.
Oh my god.
Okay, voice assignments are... Let me read mine.
So there's this streamer I like who's very weird. His name is Toe. He makes this joke where he says together when someone in the game he plays says together.
Together. All right, ready? Who's starting us here? Actually, is it who's talking?
You. It's
me?
you.
Okay.
It's you. Yeah.
Yes,
It's you.
I will never forget that. It happened in April of 1987. I received a certain strange request from a friend. There was a large collection of books, the former possessions of a very rich man, that were being sold at auction, and it was thought that some of them might have been extremely valuable to the study of archaeology and folklore, as well as in a cult sense. So his friend wanted to witness their worth confidentially. Sorry. Go.
That was 87, half a year after the crime on Rikkenjima.
Correct. It was explained that those books had escaped the disaster at Rikkenjima. The owner of the island, Miss Ushiromiya Eva, had put them up for auction.
This was apparently a high-class restaurant. A middle-aged man was sitting across from Anj in a secluded and quiet seat. Amakusa could be seen by the entrance. He was probably keeping a lookout for pursuers from the Sumidera family. The scholarly man across from Anj spoke politely, but with enthusiasm. This looks like saw it from the first case in Ace Attorney.
True, actually.
He didn't lay a finger on the food in front of him, so you could tell how excited he was as he spoke fervently. He was a professor at a certain college, and particularly well known as an authority on Western folklore. However, among his life works, that was only a convenient exterior. His true life work was the study of occultism, Western magic, alchemy, and everything to do with the occult, as well as demonology. In short, Sumari, he was the person in the best position to understand the details of Kinzo's research.
Professor Utsuki?
A little difficult to pronounce, isn't it?
It is. First, what I learned by appraising those books was that Miss Ushiromiya Eva had absolutely no education in the study of folklore, and that the original owner of the books, Ushiromiya Kinzo, was certainly one of the top 5 authorities on demonology in Japan.
April 1987. I thought it was 1998. A major city antique shop obtained a large quantity of ancient documents that were thought to have a high historical value. They were entrusted with them by Ushiromiya Eva, who wanted them to be sold at auction. At the time, it was thought that Eva would succeed the Ushiromiya family and have all the wealth to herself, as the only survivor. However, at that point, not even half a year had passed since the accident, and the others had not been missing long enough to be presumed dead, even under extraordinary circumstances. Because of that, Eva had supposedly been in a very tight spot financially, unable even to collect on her family's life insurance. It seemed she tried to sell everything of value, and even the books kept in the place where she'd escaped from harm. Even the books kept in the place she'd escaped from harm in, Kuadorian, there we go, were used for this purpose. These old books, which would eventually be called the Ushiromiya Library, were later gathered from antique shops by authorities in the field so that they could be appraised, and those authorities were astounded.
At least speaking from the perspective of occultism, the impact of that discovery on the world was comparable to the discovery of the Dead Sea Scrolls. What? This is because contained within the Ushiromiya Library were many extremely vital documents that had never been found, though their existence had been known for more than a millennium.
The many dreams of the occult, such as those represented by alchemy, always stirred an intense fascination in dilettantes. It is whispered that many magic books of great historical value, currently unknown to the public, might be in the secret possession of extremely wealthy lovers of the occult. Items such as Leonardo da Vinci's notebooks, which are particularly popular among dilettantes, are said to be prime examples of this. Dilettante is a lovely word. It is said that approximately 5,000 pages of these notebooks currently exists, and that over 10,000 have been lost. But some researchers believe that a large part of this lost portion may be monopolized by certain enthusiasts and members of the extremely rich. It is said that because of this, even now, dilettantes who can't help but seek these spare no expense to search around for quietly hoarded away and unannounced books. There is probably no doubting that Ushiromiya Kinzo was himself one of those dilettantes. No one knows what Kinzo went through to obtain those, But there can be no mistake that he used his vast wealth freely, buying them off of other rich people with the same hobby as him. Though those books, which were so valuable that enthusiasts could never satisfy their desire to hoard them away, were discovered in large numbers at the end of the 20th century. And their release to the public had given the entire world a massive shock.
Because of this case, the name Rickenjima became known across the world. The world was also shocked to learn that, in all likelihood, a large number of even more valuable undiscovered books were lost during the accident on Rickenjima. Because of this, the names of Rickenjima and the Ushiromiya Library will remain in our memories for all time.
Our memories. That hour probably meant the occult neck of the woods with the same hobby as Kinzo. Because of that incident, the name of Rickenjima had taken on a vital meaning in the world of the occult. There certainly had been a lot of reporting about the accident on Rickenjima itself, but not on an international level. However, this one part had spread across the world, taking the image of Rickenjima as a small island in the Izu archipelago, and painting it over as a demonic island where riddles, suspicion, mystery, and the occult met. Very mist-like. In other words, Sumari. Until Kinzo's library was leaked to the public by Eva, Rickenjima had been merely a nameless island that no one could remember, and certainly not the island of a witch. However, when knowledge of the Ushiromiya library spread all over the planet, Rickenjima's image immediately took on an occult twist.
What happened next was the discovery of that message bottle. Is that better, chat? I was maybe sounding far away because I had a cup in front of the microphone between me and it. Is that better?
Yeah, it is.
That's what turned that island into a witch's island. So, again, Maria sent that message in the bottle, and she's Witch of Origins, starting the whole thing off, maybe? Another link back.
Interesting.
A nameless island in the Izu archipelago began to transition into an island of the occult, the island of the mysterious witch, Beatrice.
This is a banger pin right now. The sprinklers, the cameras, the French fry? No one truly believed such silly points were justifiable. Yet, we all fought on for those points regardless. You needed to be molded into battler, not stubborn, but right. In other words, Sumari, we entertained those arguments purely to turn you into a chessboard thinker. We've done our parts.
Oh my fucking god.
Thank you, King Malik.
Oh, I'm glad you're enjoying it, chat. Holy shit. Oh. You might say that, lacking either the Ushiromiya library or the message bottle, the Rickenjima witch legend would never have been established.
The message bottle.
Yes, a form of communication to an unspecified target by throwing an empty bottle with a letter sealed inside it into the sea. It was once famous as a way of sending an SOS from a deserted island, but because of the influence of a certain prominent foreign detective novel, it has also become known as a method of confessing the truth after one's own death, like a time-delayed will. Is this directly referencing And Then There Were None?
Yes.
Yep.
I wouldn't know.
And Then There Were None is a book by Agatha Christie, yeah. Yeah. I was just talking to you about that last night, wasn't I, Mouse?
Yes.
Yeah, we were talking about that. The case of the Rickenjima message bottle was certainly one of the latter.
This is a thing everyone says a fisherman on a nearby island picked up?
Correct. We learned that a young fisherman on Shikinjima picked up a wine bottle with a letter in it. I tried. This young fisherman kept it just out of curiosity. Then,
Shikinejima?
I'll try it. Shikinejima. Okay. Then, because Rickenjima had fallen under the world's attention due to the Ushiromiya library, he announced his discovery.
Is there any chance that it was a fabrication made by the fisherman?
Of course, we weren't able to deny that possibility. The scraps of paper in the wine bottle was signed by a certain member of the Ushiromiya family, a girl named Ushiromiya Maria. However, after looking at the writing left on her former belongings, it was confirmed that this message was written in a different person's handwriting. Oh!
A different person's handwriting?
Correct. At the very least, I believe there can be no doubt that it was written by a person more skilled at writing and of greater age than her. There's a very high likelihood that someone faked her name when they wrote it.
Or she survived? Was she missing? Or, I think in the
They
first one
found a
she
piece
was...
of her jawbone.
Yeah, in the first one she was missing. In episode 3 she was killed, right? Maybe?
I think the only person who is consistently missing, well, not consistently, the only person I think who has been missing more than once is Jessica. Because she's missing at the end of episode 1, and she's the only person missing at the end of episode 3.
Huh. There's a very high likelihood that someone faked her name when they wrote it. Therefore, at that point in time, the contents of those scraps of paper were thought to have a very low credibility.
However, later on, it was discovered that a similar message bottle had been recovered from the nearby ocean on the day of the accident by the police in their search for lost articles, and this caused a sensation.
It seems that, due to evidence from the surrounding area and the fact that the bottle had been sealed, the police had decided that its likelihood of being a fabrication was low and that it had been abandoned no earlier than a few days before the accident, and the handwriting for both matched. This caused the credibility of the scraps of paper discovered by the fishermen to rise. It seems magazines and the like have reported on the contents of that message bottle repeatedly, but would you like an explanation? So there's no way it's a grown-up Maria that wrote it then, because it seems like it was also tossed out right after the accident happened, or the incident happened. Okay.
No. I know about it, more or less.
Many scraps of paper had been stuffed into both of the wine bottles. It was an extensive notebook written by someone calling themselves Ushiromiya Maria, but who wasn't Maria, and which told of the events starting the day before the accident and up until the day of the accident in a diary-like way. And its contents had been the beginning of the witch's legend serial murder incident, as well as the Golden Witch Beatrice's puzzle. So, is episode 1 maybe, like, the public's perception or belief about what happened there on the island? Based on this physical evidence and the conclusions that are, like, the common consensus?
That's a really interesting idea. I don't think that fits, though, because Ava's dead in that one, so it couldn't have been that. But... different.
Or maybe it's no. I don't know. The only Ava being dead is really the biggest part that I can't seem to merge with any of my theories regarding who might be like a true point of view character. Because so far she's only survived in episode 3, and if we're to believe that Anja's our new point of view character, she obviously was raised, well, you know, in some form by Ava. So Ava would have to survive.
I mean, like, we don't know who the killer was in episode 1 and 2. Like, Ava could have been like a fake death in those two. I don't see her doing that, though, but possible. Okay, it's an interesting idea, but I don't know what the rules are just yet.
Yeah,
it could be like a kernel of truth in each of them, bits and pieces, right?
That's what I'm thinking, that it might be someone going through all of the information and trying to reconstruct it and seeing if that theory is sound and if they are satisfied with it, and if not, next episode.
Could be that. It could be that, yeah. Okay.
In essence, if they can't explain it without magic, they try again. Or Sumari, rather, in other words. If they can't explain it without magic, they try again.
Okay. Keep it in mind. Okay, alright, okay. This bizarre diary-style notebook described how the Ushiromiya family members, nailed down on the island by the typhoon, were caught up in a ceremony for the resurrection of a witch and killed one by one in inexplicable ways. And in the end, the Golden Witch Beatrice revived and everything was flung into the Golden Land. It was written almost as though it was a complete account of the events on those days. Also, it depicted the current situation on the island at the time in great detail, and the former servants who used to work for the Ushiromiya family gave testimony that it had definitely been written by a human who knew the inside details of the island.
So, because of a combination of the occult boom from that strange fantasy novel and the Ushiromiya library, as well as the fact that the truth remained shrouded in darkness, the legend of the Rikenjima witch was born?
Correct. More than 10 years have already passed since that case, and it is still the focus of interest for occult enthusiasts across the world. No, to the contrary, you could say that it's become increasingly deified as time passes. There are still many enthusiasts who tried to secretly land on Rikenjima, even though it's prohibited. Interesting. Could there be another message bottle that has still not been discovered? And on that day, what really happened on that island? There's still much to be discussed.
As though he had finally remembered that he'd been going on and on for some time, the man took a gulp of water. It's kind of sounding like these scrolls that were found are just episode 1. But I'm not sure how they're treated with any level of legitimacy if they describe Ava's death.
Mm-hmm.
Unless they're assuming that maybe Ava was the Golden Witch and she was revived with magic?
Mouse,
Mm-hmm.
can I have a red statement, please?
Sure.
In the credits of episode 3, did it say that a bottle was discovered from penned by Maria or anything like that in the credits?
No.
No? Okay.
No.
It was only in episode 1 that happened, correct?
Yep.
Yep. Okay.
You must make blue statement to get a red statement.
Oh no.
True. Too true.
What is that? I've never seen that word before. Like, something in me is saying potage?
It's potage.
Potage? Okay, that sounded like that sounded like the wrong pronunciation I would get made fun of by chat for saying. So
it's probably potage in
My chat would
French, but
Gotcha.
yeah, no, that's true.
This potage was getting cold. I still have no idea what it is, but it
Jelly
seemed
was
like
right. Yes, it's right in French, but it gets pronounced that way in English too.
Thank you. Now I'll say it wrong on purpose. His potage was getting cold, but it seemed that the man's hunger had already been blown away.
I'm pretty sure that I heard the fisherman's scraps of paper and the police's scraps of paper had completely different contents.
Correct. Due to that, interest in the Rikenjima mystery increased even further. Inside both bottles were diary-style notebooks on which was written an account from the day before the accident until the day of the accident. However, while both of their contents described the same 2-day period, they were completely different. It was as though one was the truth and one was a lie, or perhaps both were lies. In any event, the beginnings and endings alone matched each other. In the beginning, the 18 people, including the relatives, are sealed up on the island by the typhoon, and in the ending, everyone dies, the Golden Witch is revived, and everything is flung into the Golden Land.
The contents of both message bottles wrote about the events of the day before the accident and the day of the accident, but the details were completely different. Both diaries outline a serial murder following the epitaph of the witch, but the order of the sacrifices, the way they died, and even the tale of the 2 days were different. I think it's showing episode 2 Beato to imply that that is episode 2 then, the second one they just described?
Seems like it, yeah.
However, in both, everyone died in the end and the witch revived, making for the same general plot.
Because the only survivor, Miss Ushiromiya Ava, has remained silent about what actually happened on that island, the events of that entire 2-day period are shrouded in darkness. These 2 diaries presented a full 2 theories to wipe away that darkness. Those 2 days can be explained with either of those 2 diaries. However, we don't know which is correct, or even if there's anything correct contained within them.
Okay, now, is Meta Battler at all? Or is he just some imagined version of Battler that Anj created as she's trying to conceptualize what happened on the island?
I think maybe. I feel like if we get another, if we get more, another like account,
My guess is that they're going to go to the island and maybe find another one that washed back onto the island and has been sitting there. Like if they go there, but they would need this one too, right? Episode 4. Actually, this episode has been like hardly anything's happened on the island so far in episode 4. So is that maybe there's only 3? Yeah, like who knows? Huh.
Yeah, Battler even made a comment that like On stepped away just as they were about to, do the whole thing with the letters. Huh. Bro, are we really fighting over whether Battler exists? Listen! Half of this is already, does Beatrice exist? Does magic exist? Alright, what reason do we have to believe that Battler exists? What reason do we have to believe that Umineko exists?
Nothing ever happens in Umineko.
Nothing has ever happened. Schrodinger's cat box. You've done it again! If it isn't denied, even a mixture of truth and fiction can be the truth. Through the media, these scraps of paper had of course been shown to Ava as well, but in the end, she never broke her silence.
Who sent the message bottles and why?
Earlier, in their special issue for the crime's 10th anniversary, a certain magazine took that topic up for discussion in a grand manner, didn't they? That theory seems to be the one garnering the most support lately. But it is rather dull. What happened on the island on that day? Considering this question is the true charm of the witch hunt.
The witch hunt?
Yes, the Rikkinjima witch hunt is the name of a group of enthusiasts who tried to explain the truth of that crime from an occult perspective. Discussion of the mysteries that surround Rikkinjima, from the Ushimiya library to the mysterious 2-day period to the legend of the Golden Witch, is flourishing even today among enthusiasts.
I just remembered way back in episode 1, someone said that their theory was that actually each of the episodes are like episodes in a true crime podcast of people who are like huge fans trying to figure out what really happened on the island. And suddenly that doesn't feel like the most insane thing I've ever fucking heard before.
That's pretty funny. That can't be it, but it's like a framing of it, like a link to it. Definitely it could exist, yeah. I think that's
I mean, yeah, I guess it's about as equally plausible as me saying that episode 4 is self-insert fan fiction.
The name of the original fan group who did the original fan translation is called Witch Hunt, by the way. That's why Twitch chat is going crazy with it.
Oh,
okay,
that's interesting.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
I feel like there's definitely something like that going on at this point now. Yeah. Okay, for the 10-year anniversary, an international convention was held in New York. I also participated as a representative of Japan. I was able to intermingle with zealous overseas witch hunters in many ways. Witches are a very popular category overseas. The age span of the participants stretched from elementary schoolers at the bottom all the way to famous cultural figures at the top. Even in Japan, in recent years, there was finally...
I'll take the narration here, Jelly, by the way.
Sorry?
It's Angie. It's okay. You probably don't need any more explanation, but he's one of the most famous Rikkinjima witch hunters in Japan. Even though I didn't ask anything more, he kept continuing on excitedly, all by himself. As I swirled the thin film on my potage with my spoon, I shrugged my shoulders and sighed. Looks like researching about the message bottle really was a waste of time. No, if there's one thing I've found, it's that the notebook supposedly written by Maria One-chan was actually written by a different person faking her name. And that person wrote up an occult legend on their own, put it into the bottle as though it was the truth, and threw it into the sea. I have a question. Why would they go to all the trouble of writing so much in order to prepare a suspicious letter like that? With a message bottle, there'd be no guarantee that it had ever passed into anyone's hands. If their luck had been bad, it could have sunk in the ocean, never to be seen by anyone. And even if someone had picked it up, they might have not cared about it and thrown it away. Why would they entrust their confession of the truth to the sea with such an uncertain method? And why would they write up multiple differing tales? If there had been one message bottle, claiming that its story was the truth might be reckless, but not impossible. However, because there were two, that made both of them doubtful. If someone was plotting to make out those 2 days to be the work of a witch, then they really did go one step too far. And because there were 2, it suggests that an undiscovered third one, or possibly even more, might exist. In other words, too muddy, the 2 differing contents makes both of them harder and harder to swallow. But despite that, the contents of both matched in that they told of a witch in a tale. So is that the main point the writer wanted to get across to us? It seems to me that the only possible explanation is that someone who wanted to give rise to an illusion of a witch carried out this crime for their own enjoyment. However, the 17 people other than Aunt Ava lost their lives, and a vast wealth, or maybe even 10 tons of gold, had moved around secretly in the darkness. It doesn't feel right, for a confession occurring after all that, to bring up this illusion of the witch. Even if we ignore the magazine's theories, it's very doubtful that the message bottle really was a diary. After all, the amount of writing was massive. It's hard to imagine that someone actually caught up in the middle of a serial murder like that would be able to calmly write it down. In that case, it's probably more realistic that this diary was written slowly over a long period of time, up until the day prior to the accident. In which case, would it mean that everything on Rikkenjima was a planned crime with everything prepared for over a long stretch of time? The fact that Aunt Ava left this world without saying anything is infuriating. She definitely said it on her deathbed. She definitely said that her reason for not telling me the truth was because it was her best way of harassing me. Yeah, by now, it's painfully obvious. Of all the things Aunt Ava did to harass me, this was probably the last and the greatest. But thinking of it this way, it's pretty doubtful that Aunt Ava is the true culprit. Of course, that's not because the handwriting on the message bottle was different from Aunt Ava's or anything like that. It's because in both tales that were discovered, Aunt Ava was included among the victims.
How does it happen every single time?
Okay.
If the writer of that diary was the culprit, maybe Aunt Ava was also one of the targets to be killed. Maybe Aunt Ava survived because something went wrong. Because I hated Aunt Ava, I came to believe that she had to be the culprit. But the existence of the message bottle makes me suspect that the mastermind is a far more profound and unknown person than her. I looked at the clock. I'd heard more than enough. It's time. As he continued to speak fervently, I suggested that I wanted to bring this discussion to a close. He seemed to be aware that he'd gotten excited and talked too much, so he quickly accepted this. Thank you very much for today. I believe I've heard something truly valuable.
No, it was truly fun to be able to welcome a young lady as a new friend of the witch hunt. I have many precious materials that I couldn't show you because of this change to a different venue from the usual. I would be glad to show you them at the next chance we get.
Thank you, Professor. Could I ask one more thing?
Yes, what is it?
Professor, why are you interested in witches? No, in occultism and demonology.
Well, that is somewhat embarrassing. A daydream I had in my childhood that if I could use a mysterious power, I could take on even the biggest of bullies, went on to become my life's work. After all, the primitive desire of admiring unknown power is as universal today as it ever was in the past.
Professor, if you could do it, would you want to become a witch? Do you still dream of being able to use magic at will?
But of course, even though at this age I understand logically that such a thing couldn't exist, I cannot forget my childlike dreams such as flying in the sky and turning scrap iron into gold. Haha. If you would, please keep this a secret from my students.
If I told you that I was a real witch, would you believe it?
My pet theory from a few experiences with women is that they are all witches.
You can take it again, Shelly.
Anj snorted at the old professor, who must have been an earnest scholar with barely any experience.
Like all professors. Yeah. And one final question. Professor, have you seen the original message bottle itself?
I have indeed.
In that case, do you know that handwriting well?
Of course. I'm not a specialist in that area, but at least when it comes to the handwriting of the message bottle, I am proud to be the most knowledgeable in Japan.
At that point, Anj set a book on the desk with a thud.
And this is... I have never seen it before.
He prided himself on his thorough knowledge of all literature related to Rikkenjima, and he looked bewildered at this binding that he hadn't seen before. Ignoring him, Anj silently flipped through the pages, opened to one of them, and showed him. On that page was a handwritten paragraph beginning with, "To my beloved witch apprentice." And at the end, there was a signature in katakana that said, Beatrice.
This is really good.
This is very good. The instant he glanced at it, his face went pale. She recognized the answer before asking, but Anj asked it aloud anyway.
Does the handwriting in the paragraph on this page match the handwriting in the message bottle?
Well, I must take this home and investigate more. Pardon me for asking, but what in the world is this book? Where did you get it?
The man stretched out his hand, but Anj pulled it back, as though telling him not to touch it with his filthy hands.
Thank you. Just that reaction is all I need. Thank you very much for today. Here's the reward I promised.
As she stood up, clutching Maria's diary, Anj carelessly tossed a wad of 10,000 yen notes wrapped with a strip of paper onto the table. As Anj turned her back to him and made to leave, the man raised his voice as though clinging to her. But Anj didn't stop walking.
I beg you. What in the world is that book? I don't need a reward. Show me that book.
Both you and I are in the witch hunt, but it looks like we aren't pursuing it at the same level. You're entertaining yourself with the outside of the cat box. And what I want to know about is the inside of the cat box. And this book is the key to opening it. It's too good for you. Well then. Goodbye, gentlemen. Have a nice day.
She really is related to Battler, huh?
Please wait. Sumadera-san!
His voice didn't reach her. She had already joined up with Amakusa, and gone into the car.
Who
Did
has
you
Amakusa?
find anything?
It's me.
That's Joe, yeah.
Did you find anything?
No, it's not me, it's Joe.
Only at the very end. I was right. The one who wrote the message bottles was Beatrice herself.
Cool. So you've concluded that the witch actually exists?
Who knows? Mind if I sleep? I'll bet that talkative professor gets lost in his own little world and lectures and makes a lot of kids fall asleep.
So the paper is just fan fiction of her like writing how the ceremony's gonna be? And she just like fantasized about it over and over and over and over again? And those are the different versions? God, how many could there be then?
I mean, if it's the Beatrice, I'm like, if
Mike is picking
I mean,
up
she would
honking
have-
from outside. I can't even hear honking from outside. What are you talking about?
That is in the VN.
Oh, okay.
I mean, she would have nothing but time to just write. Right?
Yeah, and then it went a different way in the, Okay. So we were just shown the version where Ava lives as a way, before it went to the future, where Ava did survive the timeline as a way to throw us off on what actually happened, I'm guessing.
Yeah, or...
Just as a narrative link, not necessarily to throw us off. It's like malicious. Maybe it's a little malicious. This motherfucker.
I mean, knowing this fucking writer, it's certainly cheeky.
I'm so lost. Okay, so Jelly and I are working on the theory that Beatrice, air quotes, exists and is a person that was raised by Kinzo to be a replacement for Beatrice and was kept as a captive. And he already tried to do this at least once before, but that ended up being that she ended up dying because Rosa led her to a cliff and she fell off the cliff like I did on every single Weeb game before now. So then he got another version of Beatrice that he raised in captivity in order to be a replacement for Beatrice, or for some other reason, who knows, right? And that time, the Beatrice before that Rosa got killed didn't really take to the indoctrination all that much. So my guess is that Kinzo was a lot harsher on the next one that came out of it. Maybe, I don't know. Again, that's part of the theory that's kind of like, not sure about it. However, it seems that it's somewhat in the right area at least. So there's been someone that's living on the island in the Kuadori or whatever, the other mansion on the other side of the island. I can't remember the name of it. Sorry, Mess, do you remember the name of it?
Kuadorian.
Kuadorian? Oh, I was close. All right, Kuadorian on the mansion on the other side of the island, and they've been there for, I don't know, like 18, 20 years before 1986 happened. So somewhere around like 1966, somewhere in the late 60s, early 70s, like someone was brought to the island and is like a captive on there, and has been raised to be, for all intents and purposes, a replacement for Beatrice. Has probably been told that she's a witch and she's growing up, all this other shit. So at some point, it seems like she started writing a fantasy of what the resurrection ceremony was going to be like, and she's written multiple versions of how that day is going to go when she does it, like planning her, like, I don't know, like ascension, revenge. I don't know what the context of that is, and it seems like
method of like control over her life in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, like yeah, and I don't know, like, if she had help in some way, or if like Kinzo was encouraging her to do that in some way. I don't know, but it seems like there was multiple versions of how that time was going to go down in 1986 in October, and so far two of the episodes that we've seen have just been versions that she wrote down planning what she was going to do, and now there's like, maybe there's a third one or fourth one, maybe there's like fucking dozens or hundreds, who knows, and we've just seen three of them, and now, but two of them have been confirmed on pieces of paper. So like the theory that Jelly and I are working on right now, if Jelly agrees with me, is that these are just unreliable versions of how she thought that the two nights were going to go, not necessarily how they went.
Multiple people in chat said, how would she know to talk about Maria then, if that's the case? In episode 3, wasn't there a prolonged conversation about Kinzo being extremely upset that Rosa named her child Maria?
Yeah, I think there was, yeah. Epic is, what are we talking about? Epic getting owned. What are we talking about? What's going on? Epic has been owned? What? What's going on in chat? Anyway, doesn't matter. It also seems that like Beatrice met Maria at some point, and that's when the Saku gasp thing happened. The link that we just saw, right? Because like Maria wrote Beatrice wrote in Maria's diary, right? So that's how she would know to write about Maria, I think.
Well, right, but we're saying, run that back.
So Beatrice and Maria have definitely met, probably more than once. Like Maria seems to, every single time Maria goes to the island, it seems like she finds Beatrice and talks with her, right?
Okay. And which Beatrice is this? How many Beatrices are we dealing with, do you think?
I think there's only one Beatrice.
Okay, when you say there's only one, do you mean that there's only ever been one?
No.
Okay.
I would say
that's what I'm trying to say. How many have there been?
I think there's been at least 3. I think
that's where I'm at too.
Original Beatrice, that was Kinzo's mistress, maybe, or benefactor in some way, right?
Yes, then there's was locked in the mansion and presumably killed herself.
And then there's Beatrice, that was the first replacement that Rosa got killed on the cliff. And then there's third Beatrice, which is the Beatrice that I think has done the murders and has been fantasizing it for maybe even for years. Before it happens, and has written all these things on the piece of paper. That's where my mind is at the moment.
Yeah. Someone says, Maria is 9-year-old. How would something written in the 70s contain her? That's where I think Kinzo being upset that Rosa named her child Maria might connect. I think I don't know why or how, but if I'm trying to connect those two pieces of information in a way that makes sense right now, it's possible that all of this might be part of Kinzo's plan in some way. But I don't know. Right now, we're very much taking the shotgun approach and seeing what sort of constellations we can make in the bullet holes.
Isn't that what you're supposed to do?
Do we know for sure that Kinzo even wrote the epitaph, and when did he write it?
Do we know that the epitaph is real?
I think the epitaph is real. I think it is.
Kinzo ordered that the epitaph be put on the portrait.
And it wasn't there. Oh, it wasn't there 6 years before. Battler didn't know about the epitaph, so it's been right because when he was his first time going back to the island in 6 years in episode 1, and it was his first time reading the epitaph, wasn't it?
It was Battler's first time, yeah. It happened in the 6 years he was gone from the island.
Okay, so
Interesting.
the absolute earliest that the epitaph could have been present, like on display at least, is 1980. 6 years before 1986. Maybe, depending on like quibbling over the months and the last time it was there, maybe you could say 1979, right? That's the last, that's when the epitaph was put on there.
Huh. Oh, that's weird.
Okay,
So that's the one thing I'm not really good about is like the chronological placement of all of these pieces of information. That's the one thing I struggle most with when it comes to stuff like this. Huh.
Okay, let's continue.
All right.
Please go ahead.
Parts of it for an hour now.
Take a rest. All you.
Still,
Sorry.
that went really well. That guy believed I was a Sumidera until the very end.
The Sumidera family had set up a web beforehand around any people Anj might try to contact. They had offered a reward to anyone who could take Ushiromiya Anj into custody if she appeared. Anj had foreseen that and had snatched it away. She had called herself Sumidera, and after cleverly tricking the man by saying her own subordinates would set up an ambush so he didn't need to worry about it, she had taken him outside. So, when the Sumidera family pursuers reached the professor's house, there was no longer anyone there. According to the family, a young man and woman calling themselves Sumidera visited this morning, took the professor out with them, and still have not returned. There's a chance we were outmaneuvered.
What a bad child, Angie-chan. I wonder if that craftiness is from Nasan's blood. To think she'd casually take on the name Sumidera after saying she'd hate to go by it so often. The professor should be returning soon. When he does, we must serve him some tea.
I have no connections that can be made from this. Does she remind you of Virgilia, Joe?
She was in a previous episode, by the way.
It's the closed eyes. I think they're doing Virgilia.
And the closed eyes, I think she has the same hair color, similar posture and demeanor. Similar laugh as well.
A little bit. I see Kyrie more than Virgilia for obvious reasons.
I mean,
see Kyrie more,
they're related, obviously. Yeah.
Yeah. Who is this? Is it me?
It can just be Jelly.
Okay.
Yes. Understood.
I wonder if she thinks she's leading me around by the nose. What a naughty child.
With a demonic look on her face, Kasumi violently stamped her heel.
This is you, Joe.
I haven't caught up yet. I'll teach you about my magic of origins. No, I taught you before, right? And you used it before. Did you forget? You were also a witch apprentice, Angie, with your name entered into the marriage sorcerer, weren't you?
I was also included among the witches, wasn't I? I closed Maria's... I'll get Angie's stuff.
Right.
I closed Maria's diary and flopped down on a very high-class looking bed. I'd slept deeply for a long time in the car. So I'll forward the line accidentally. So it took longer than usual for drowsiness to set in, and I read the diary as I waited. This is a super expensive hotel in the city. Since it was often used by the rich and the famous, they were very big on confidentiality. That made it very convenient for Angie to escape her pursuers. The idea that renegades should spend their nights hiding in cheap hotels is a commoner's way of thinking. To Angie, who possessed all the wealth of the Ushiromiya family, renegade life was comfortable indeed. Of course, even though he was a guard, Amakusa was a man, and therefore in a separate room. Angie used the bedroom of the suite, and Amakusa lay on the sofa in the living room. According to Amakusa, the sofas here were more pleasant than his own beds had been recently. Poor guy. When I looked at the clock, I saw that it was almost 2 in the middle of the night. I'm still not getting sleepy. I sighed deeply. At that time, even though there was no wind, I had the feeling that Maria One-chan's diary fluttered. Then One-chan appeared. Her form was no longer the normal one I'd known. She was wearing the dress that Beatrice had given her after acknowledging her as a witch.
If you don't get some sleep, it'll be tough tomorrow, right?
If I were a witch too, I'd be able to use magic, wouldn't I?
Yeah, you can use it. I taught you, didn't I? Taught you how to use it. And you were able to use it in the past, weren't you?
I remember. I've started wanting to use it.
Are you starting to feel lonely?
Not really. It's not like having a different pillow every night is that tough.
The first step to magic can be loneliness or boredom, even small reasons like that.
Even if it's just trying to kill time until you can fall asleep?
Yeah, I'm glad you remembered about magic one more time.
It's been quite a long time since I last used magic. At one point, with Maria One-chan's introduction, I touched a corner of it and opened the door a tiny bit. So I should still remember that sensation.
Right now, your magical power has declined significantly, Angie. If you don't devote yourself to the basics, it'll be hard, okay?
Sure. Checking all directions, securing a quiet space.
What about Amakusa-san?
He's sleeping. After opening the door to the living room a crack, I could see the blanket caterpillar on the sofa roll over in its sleep.
With your magical strength as weak as it is now, the anti-magic power is affecting you too much. Not just the sight of people, but voices, sounds, and even the presence of people will get in the way of your magic. Even honking cars, sever those completely, like how ancient magicians shut themselves up in ateliers to preserve their isolation.
I think it's atelier.
I remember. Atelier. The very existence of humans blocks magic. Therefore, the very act of showing magic to people is the sign of a high-level witch. Obtain a quiet space for yourself alone. That should be enough to prepare a space to use magic.
Next is the vessel. Right now, it's important for your bike to at least have training wheels. No, a chain.
This is, of course, impossible. Angie rubbed her own head. She wore hair accessories there with pink gems attached. They felt a little childish for Angie, but she never took them off, not even for a single day.
Was that suddenly omniscient narration?
Yeah, it was. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, it really will be impossible for you now, Angie. If you'd practiced every single day since then, you might have gained the ability to summon with that by now.
If I were to start training now, how long would it take?
It's said that a year of magical training for a child is worth 10 years for an old person. You need a lot of determination.
You mean like Ushiromiya Kinzo? So, just like the piano and the violin, getting a special education from a young age is huge when it comes to magic.
As you are now, your power has weakened since the time you were first able to use magic, Angie. Don't overdo it, and devote yourself to the basics.
After stubbornly rubbing those things on my head one more time, I gave up. Then I started fishing through the knapsack, looking for anything that might make a good vessel. Shouldn't this be a perfect vessel?
It's been a long time. Yes, with this, I think even you should be able to perform a summons as you are now. And they have no master now. It should be possible for you to become their new master, Angie.
Among the things that looked like good vessels, I took the one I thought might possess the strongest magical power, and set it on the side table near the bed with a clatter. It was a shady-looking, stake-shaped weapon with an occult design inscribed on it. It was one of the 7 stakes of purgatory, which the witch used to offer sacrifices.
She just has it?
What?
When the police had been searching the family's possessions, they had collected a large amount of junk. After the investigation had finished, these had been politely returned to the Ushiromiya family. Finding something that I'd seen in the pictures of Maria's diary, I took it home with me.
That's not like... Ooh, Hold on. Then were the stakes not you? Well, hold on. In episode 3's version of events, the stakes weren't used for the murders because Ava just said she wasn't going to do that.
Mm-hmm.
So then they weren't kept by the police as pieces in a possible murder investigation. They're just possessions of the family that were turned away. Why would that would be considered a possession of the Ushiromiya family?
Are all the plans she wrote just like the same thing that Battler does, but in the opposite direction? When Battler says, "Yeah, but this murder could have been committed by a human in this way," are the pieces of paper like her preemptive counter to that? Yeah, but also I just could have killed them in this other way instead, though, and you have to prove that one too. Like it's just going in the opposite direction, like infinity in both directions.
I mean, it could be like, you know, when you're writing an essay, you want to at least account for the argument and prepare a counter argument in the essay itself, right?
I wonder if the stakes are ever really physically used. If they're just a part of the fiction. Okay. I don't know how long is left, but we do have to be done somewhat soon. So let's just lock in and get the chapter
Gotcha.
finished.
All right.
Let's do it.
Not too long. Like not too long, like 20, 30 minutes maybe tops.
Perfect.
Originally there were 7 stakes of purgatory. How pitiful. Now she's the only one left.
You can take the narration from here, Jolly.
One-chan smiled, looking lonely. I pulled another book out of the knapsack. This was also old-fashioned, and you can tell it was an occult book just by looking. But its contents were plain. It was one of Maria One-chan's elaborate notebooks. This wasn't a diary. This was a grimoire which she had written as a witch. The 7 stakes of purgatory are Beatrice's furniture, created by her and employed only for her sake. But since Beatrice is also a witch of mariage sorcière, I'm going to assume, they could be employed by Maria, a witch of the same allegiance. For that reason, the method of summoning the 7 stakes of purgatory and how to handle them was written about in great detail in Maria One-chan's grimoire. And, as another person with their name registered in that alliance, I was also permitted to employ them.
Which of the 7 sisters is this stake?
Your characteristics are written about well in my grimoire. The sisters of the 7 stakes really hate it when you get their names wrong. Remember their names well before summoning them.
A packed page told of the 7 stakes of purgatory. It described the 7 sisters in great detail. Yes, I think I memorized almost this entire page once in the past. The more I read it, the more I started to remember. By the pictures and characteristics written on the grimoire, I could tell that the stake in my hand was Mammon's stake. In the past, I hadn't had any stakes, so I'd summoned them without any vessel. So this was the first time I'd clearly seen any of the 7 stakes, let alone Mammon.
Mammon, the 5th sister, controls the deadly sin of greed. An incredible kid.
Greed also controls aspirations, the desire to improve oneself, and the strength to live. It definitely doesn't mean only bad things. She's rude, but she's a girl who tries really hard.
I see. You could say that without desire, there's no reason to live.
For a while, I heightened my concentration and digested the information that was written about Mammon. The more the summoner knows about the target that's being summoned, the better. Knowledge is connected to magical power. I began to fill my head with knowledge about Mammon, raising a necessary amount of magical power for a summoning.
Grimoires can be a bit interesting. This might be a much better read than some lame novel. It really takes me back.
For a grimoire, it is demanded not only that you understand the letters, but that you fill up the world of the space between the lines, giving birth to a world from the pictures and creating things in various ways. The power to give birth to something, for someone who has that, such as you, a grimoire should be more interesting than any book. I've always known that you'd be able to understand that.
Again, birth is a creation metaphor for witches.
That should be enough knowledge of Mammon for now. Yes. I've remembered it, more or less. I'll give it a try.
Take care. In case the worst happens, here is my talisman. The Treaty of the Alliance won't protect you right now. That mammon is a bit of a quick trigger, and she may still bear a grudge. Be careful.
Yes, I'll wear it.
The 7 stakes of purgatory, as furniture used to make sacrifices for a ceremony, were treated as inferior even to weapons, as beings inferior even to weapons. But that was only when compared to other demons. To humans, furniture is something to be feared. I fished through the knapsack again, took out a bracelet charm with a scorpion medal that I'd gotten from Maria Onechan long ago, and put it on my arm. So the scorpion charm from episodes 1 and 2 is real. In the past, I hadn't needed something like this, but I need insurance.
It's okay, that has already been fitted with the required amount of magical defense. As long as you wear that, you'll definitely be fine.
Maria Onechan's magic power, which had been specially put into this charm, had been enough to earn even Beatrice's admiration. While it may have looked like something cheap to a human who couldn't understand magic, its magical worth was incalculable.
Come, arise. Forgive the sin. One of the 7 stakes of purgatory, mammon of greed.
I focused my mind. I made the magic-repelling toxin that filled my body 0. Music's going off? Imagine an untainted vast space. Doubts and common sense all resist magic. Make the resistance 0, and erase the burden on the magical power. Inside my head was the image of a vast space. It was a nighttime world where I floated in the air, and the neon stars over the ground sparkled. A world where the stars that should have covered the sky were wiped away by the light from below that covered the ground. In the world of a vast night sky with no obstructions, I imagined the wind blowing through at will. At that time, in a room where there shouldn't have been any wind, the free nighttime wind kicked up a cyclone. The long-forgotten sensation raced through my entire body. It was a unique feeling of exultation that comes from using magic. Mammon's stake, which I held out in my hand, gradually began to make me feel a pale light. A twisting cyclone with the stake at the center. The hefty stake floated a bit into the air.
Wonderful. Looks like the gap in your training hasn't stolen your talent.
Come, arise. Forgive the sin. One of the 7 stakes of purgatory, mammon of greed. Show yourself to me.
After I raised my hands bit by bit, lifting them higher than my head, as though it was being attracted upwards, Mammon's stake once again floated up high into the air and gradually began to shake. That shaking began to grow faster, and it burst. With a speed faster than the eye could follow, it flew around, violently rebounding off of the walls of the room. The terrible sound of it dancing around threatened to make me flinch. However, I must not lose my mental concentration. Then, the stake, which had been flying around at incredible speed, finally stopped and faced me. It was in the air, just a few centimeters away from my forehead, and held back by a defensive barrier created by the scorpion charm. It had tried to break the defensive barrier, eating into it with an incredible power, but Maria Onechan's barrier wouldn't be broken so easily.
It's you, Joe.
It's no use.
I can't break it.
Can't break it. That's Joe, sir. Sorry about that.
It's okay. The stake muttered hatefully. Oh, this is Angie.
It was probably safe to say that the scorpion charm saved me. Without that, my attempt at killing time until I got sleepy would have killed my time for all eternity.
just summon the snake, just kill some time before bed. Yeah,
Who's bored? I mean, listen, Beato is also doing every single episode just because she's bored. So, when Mammon's stake realized that it was unable to gouge me, it gave up and grew docile, changing its form to that of a stake into a human, in the same old outfit that I'd never be able to walk around outside in. Although, you could say it suited her, in a demonic sort of way.
Okay, I know we're trying to keep speculation down right now because we want to get finished with the chapter. I do not like that magic summoning bullshit is happening outside of the island game board at the moment. I don't know where this is going. I'm scared. I don't like it.
Joe, listen, do you believe that magic is real?
No, I don't.
So then there has to be some explanation for what's going on. Right?
She's asleep and dreaming. She just fell asleep, Lamayo. She just did it.
Maybe not so much sleeping, but the power of imagination is a wondrous thing.
I wonder if we're gonna learn about how she knows them. Actually, let's find out. Is that Angie-sama? Or that magical powers pretty shabby. Are you really Angie-sama?
It's been a long time, Mammon. Have you been well?
And here I was convinced that furniture that's already fulfilled its function just gets left to rust away in a closet. So, what kind of sideshow is this? You aren't going to say that you're my owner, are you? Yes, Angie is your master. Lady Maria, how unsightly of me. Was that barrier just now yours? Yes, I thought that as she is now, Angie might have just gotten finished off by you. I lent her a talisman. Deja vu. If Lady Maria says Angie-sama is my master, I cannot refuse. Angie-sama, please, your orders. If it's me you need, are you going to perform a new ceremony? With new sacrifices? Of course, that's only if you're willing to handle me yourself and get your own hands dirty.
That role isn't something I'm asking for anymore. All you have to do is talk to me like you used to.
Yes, if that is what you desire. Furniture is furniture because it is used. It is an honor just to be summoned. Angie-sama.
Mammon had a slightly complicated smile on her face. She accepted her new master because Maria had told her to, but it looked like she hadn't gotten over her discontent at working for Ange, with her frail magical power. Perhaps she had some other reason for hating Ange, but for now, it seemed that she couldn't disobey, even if she wasn't happy about it.
So, what should I do?
I don't know. Just do something lively, like old times.
Well now, this liveliness you're talking about is probably from when we sisters were all together. It may be difficult by myself. Did you forget? That's right. The 7 sisters were really lively when they got together. But with Angie's magical power now, I think summoning just Mammon is the best we can hope for. The stakes for the other 6 have been lost.
Are they the 7 sisters of Purgatory because Ange, who lost her entire family, just wanted to have sisters?
When did she do that though? With guided by Maria? I feel like there's a whole phase of Angie's life that we haven't fucking seen.
Well, I don't think she ever actually knew Maria. I think whenever she's talking to Maria, she had only Maria's diary and has sort of created this fictional Maria in her mind who has always been with her throughout her life. And so when she was younger and believed in it more fully, she read Maria's diary and perhaps the grimoire too, and summoned the stakes in much the same way that Maria has summoned Sakutaro.
I think they did physically meet at one point, but it probably not for a significant enough amount of time. And then it's afterwards. How old is it? It wasn't Angie like 6,
I think
right?
Angie was she was 6 during the events of her Kenjima.
Yeah. Okay. My apologies, Lady Maria, but maybe it would be possible to summon the 7 sisters via my own stake. If I am to be used, I'd hope Angie-sama has at least that much power, right?
Mammon grinned. Apparently, she wanted me to summon the other sisters without a vessel. I see. Since she's unable to satisfy herself with being summoned alone, she's asking for the other sisters to be summoned as well. I get it, Greed. Yes, she was like this back then, wasn't she? To furniture, the times during which they are used are bliss. No matter how badly they are exploited, being used is furniture's joy. On the contrary, regardless of how nice you are to them, not being given a job is more painful than anything in their eyes. Mammon spoke in a challenging way, but she wanted me to summon the other sisters somehow and rescue them from a world of nothingness. If that's the case, all she's got to do is say so. These demon people can never just say what they mean.
Angie, don't overdo it. You'll need plenty of rehabilitation just from summoning Mammon.
Oh, I'll need to rehabilitate after just one? Well, I'm just killing time anyway. Okay, Mammon, I've gone this far. I'll call as many as I can.
Really? Not bad, Angie-sama. Okay, quickly.
Apparently, even though she'd asked, Mammon hadn't really expected Anj to do this. She hopped around, badgering Anj to summon the other sisters. Summoning Mammon alone consumed a considerable amount of physical and magical power. It'll probably be pretty tough to do 6 more. I'm awed by the magical power of those who can summon sisters like this at will with a snap of their fingers, and who therefore reached a level where they can be called witches.
Mammon, don't make Angie overdo it. She still isn't at her best. What? Angie-sama said she summoned everyone.
Actually, I only said I'd call as many as I could. I guess that's greed for you.
Don't overdo it, Angie. You should rest for today. You're tired enough.
It's okay. I'm just killing time anyway. Let me get tired enough that I can just fall over asleep.
This time, there's no vessel. I'll have to strengthen the image from my knowledge of the grimoire and materialize them with just that. I held my hands out into the air, replaying in my head the sensation from when I'd summoned Mammon. I'm acquainted with all of the 7 sisters, right? I've got to remember that a time long ago, when I talked with them. Once again, the power of magic began to fill me up. It let off a faint and yet distinct pale light from both of my hands.
Angie-sama, hold on, good luck. Hey, Lady Maria, Angie-sama is definitely gonna summon everyone, right? The 7 sisters will get to be reunited again, right? Right? Yeah, definitely. But there's no guarantee that it'll happen tonight. Angie-sama can do it. Please, Angie-sama. Start with the youngest sister, Asmodeus,
the 7th sister. Got it. I'll call them in order, starting from the youngest.
A strand of hot sweat dripped down from my forehead. This really is going to be one hell of a burden to carry. The pale light in this space began to slowly form into the outline of a girl.
Come, arise, one of the 7 stakes of purgatory, Asmodeus of lust.
There was no vessel. However, as I held a strong conviction that she definitely did exist there as a core, her form began to crystallize. Her outline became distinct, and the form of the youngest of the 7 sisters, Asmodeus, was finally created.
Asmodeus of lust right here. Where is this? Am I alive?
Asmo, I'm so glad.
Mammon Nason, where in the world is this? Who summoned me?
Angie-sama did. Angie-sama said she'd revive all of us.
No, I didn't.
Angie-sama, thank you. Do bells next, please. Beelzebub, the 6th sister, who I forgot to assign a voice, so Joe, you can play her. Beelzebub of gluttony, come, arise.
At this rate, I wonder how many I'll be able to summon. If I can't focus, this is probably it. Of course it's Beelzebub of gluttony. That's why we have Joe playing her.
Gluttony's gonna be my favorite, yeah.
A pale light made an outline, and formed into Beelzebub.
Beelzebub of gluttony, right here. Bells. Angie-sama, you're amazing, incredible.
Mammon and Asmodeus jumped onto Beelzebub, celebrating their reunion. I'd summoned 3 people at once. My head was throbbing. Gotta summon the next one, without stopping for a break. This is what Chan brain rot does to a person?
Gotta keep going. Come, arise, one of the 7 stakes, Belphegor of Sloth.
Belphegor of Sloth, right here. To think that I would be needed again.
Belphane. I'm hungry. I mean, I'm so glad to see you again.
To think that the 7 sisters would be able to meet again. Angie-sama, thank you so much.
Keep it up and do Satan Nay next. And Leviathan and Lucy Nay.
Yeah, I get it. So please, try not to be so loud. Doing 4 people at the same time is pretty tough.
POV.
Nope.
Be strong, Jelly. Be strong,
Nope.
Jelly. Be strong. Angie, don't overdo it any more than this. You did a good job summoning even 4 of them after such a long time.
Joe, what do you mean be strong? I have 4 daughters. The cognitive dissonance I experience on the daily is right in line with this.
Stop it, Mammon. Right now, Angie-sama is being pressured with the burden of summoning us. Angie-sama, I beg that you do not strain yourself too much.
That was me. You stole my steak.
Oh, I'm sorry. No way.
Yes way.
Angie-sama promised. She said we'd all play together again.
No,
Right? Angie-sama? You said everyone would meet again. You promised that we could meet again right away.
That's right. I promised. I didn't promise anything about when, but I certainly did promise.
So keep that promise. If you don't, I'll never forgive you for forgetting it until today, Angie-sama.
Come, arise, one of the 7 stakes of purgatory, Satan of Wrath.
my mind is getting hazy, but I'll call. Even though I'd forgotten about those days. Even though I'd never thought of that time as anything but sad and lonely. Because the short time I spent with them was fun, without a doubt.
Satan of Wrath right here. What the hell are you people doing? Don't you realize how much it's burdening Angie-sama just to let us have an idle chat?
Satan, who had apparently figured out the situation immediately after being summoned, cried out in a loud voice, telling her sisters off. That loud voice made my consciousness hazy again.
We're furniture who have been granted rest by Beatrice and whose duty has been finished. Not only are you not honored at being given another chance to be of some use, but you're putting a burden on our new master, you disgrace to all furniture. Erase yourselves right away.
Yes, it's like Satan says. I'll erase myself. You all erase yourselves too. In this moment, that's the best way for us to be of use to Anj-sama.
No way. Not until everyone's summoned. Is this me? Yeah, same here. I'm hungry. I mean, I hate to leave again so soon after being reunited with you all.
Don't be so selfish. Come on, erase yourself, quickly. Come on, Asmo. Disappear right now. Satan is bullying me. It's not fair if you always bully the youngest one.
That's why we bully the oldest one.
Yes, they really are lively. It doesn't bore me.
That's enough. You've surpassed your limits for now, Angie.
You're right.
With 5 of them summoned, and messing around as they pleased, the load was far too heavy for me. With the meager magical power I had at that moment, this is it. As my consciousness went hazy, I fell over onto the bed. The beds always felt this soft. It seemed like the sisters were still squabbling together as much as they liked. For a way to kill time until drowsiness gets me, this is enough. Feeling something warm and nostalgic in the sisters' liveliness, I sank into a world of deep sleep. At the entrance to my dream world, I felt Maria One-chan and Sakataro waiting to receive me.
You worked hard, and good job.
Uryu, welcome back, Anj. Welcome back, huh? Then I should respond like this. I'm home.
That's it. That's it.
We made it. We made it. We made it.
We did it. Okay, I'm now fully. The 7 stakes of purgatory are to Anj what Sakataro is to Maria. Pilled right now. That is my full theory, and the little bow that is wrapping it all together is all that talk in episode 1 where George says, "Oh, kids this age get really into the occult, you know."
I think furniture is imaginary friend. Yep.
I think that all that Anj had after everything was just relics and knickknacks that were found on Rekenjima, and she had to make do with that in order to survive mentally.
Let me read these real quick, and then we'll be done. Sakataro, the beloved furniture of Lady Maria, a witch of I have to say it again. Sorcier. I don't fucking know. He is Lady Maria's Sorcier.
Mariage Sorcier.
Marriage Sorcier.
Can I unblank it? Just because the audio is probably getting bad?
Yep, you can unblank it.
All right.
He is Lady Maria's white heart itself. You might even say he's a second Lady Maria and irreplaceable to her. He holds the decoration as a diplomat, and none may attack him, not any of the witches, weapons, and furniture in the Alliance, nor any of the demons and divine spirits in a contract with the Alliance. Interesting. Professor Utsutsuki.
He gets
Professor
a page.
Ootsuki.
Oates. A professor at a certain college, well known as an authority on the subject of Western folklore. He's also famous for his hobby, researching the Rekenjima witch legend as one of the witch hunters. The primary focus of the witch hunt is the pasting together of occult stories to try and make them match with the Rekenjima incident, making it much more of a mental game for dilettantes. Dilettantes, thank you. You said it so many times and I can't remember. Dilettantes. And enthusiasts of the mystical, then a scientific investigations. I'm fucking wilting so hard right now. Enthusiasts of the mystical, then a scientific investigation into the truth of the crime. Okay. I doubt he's going to come back.
The first O in Ootsuki stands for overnight.
Yep. Overnight oats. The best kind.
Still need to try him sometime. How hard are you, Jelly? Like average. I give myself a 7 on a good day.
Thank you, Solius World, for the resub with the message, "Hi, Mouse."
Hi.
Hey. Thank you,
Do you want me to read these if you're wilting?
Sure, you can read them. Yeah, that'd be okay. Fun.
Hey, Naya, thanks for the bits. I went on Google and searched words that only English majors would know and would like to see if Jelly and whoever can recognize apoplectic.
Nope.
Nope. What
Heard
about you,
it.
Joe?
Don't know what the definition is, but I have heard of it at one point.
Bibelot.
No.
Nope.
Flummox.
Yes.
Flummox is to confuse.
Yep.
Hornswoggle.
Hornswoggle, I believe, is also to confuse.
Is it
that's to trick.
Isn't cheating you have something?
Yeah. It's like to hornswoggle someone is to trick them out of something.
Yeah.
Piebald.
Yes.
No.
It's
what does that one
mean?
It's a pattern on a horse or an animal, is it not?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Interesting.
And finally, Yenta.
No.
Nope.
Okay.
I think my favorite word that immediately came to mind when I saw that group of words was ballyhoo.
Thank you, Skunky Emerson, for resubbing, saying I was going to say something funny, but the well is dry today, so what are your opinions on coyotes?
They're okay, I guess.
Yeah, I don't have any particularly strong opinions on coyotes.
I think they need to decide whether they want to be dogs or wolves.
Yeah.
I think people should keep their cats indoors.
Yeah.
Thank you, Turtle98, for resubbing. Joe plus Mouse equals Joust. Sure. Viking Death 1 for resubbing with Oh Snap. I forgot this was today with a spinning chessboard. Big Man Rat, hey Joe, with 100 bits. I'm just doing some ventriloquism. Epic has been unbelievably owned, and now we've owned you by me doing the ventriloquism. It all comes in a circle. Thank you, Trat Cantar Ellen 1 for resubbing, and finally Microflack for resubbing. And there you go. And they would like to raid Hypothetical Walrus.
Oh, perfect.
Hold on 1 second.
Man.
Thanks, a Pepsi addict, for giving out a community gift sub.
Save the animals. Oh man.
We're watching this apparently.
Oh, we got an Avarese short, huh?
Oh, sorry, 1 second. I have to mute you guys or else it's going to be duplicated. You might still be able to talk through the audio, but like we'll see. You're muted right now. Now you're back.
Quiet as a church mouse. Mouse is quiet as a regular mouse.
Okay,
Let's talk shit about Joe now.
I'm gonna do. They can still hear you actually. I'm gonna do minus 7.5. Let's see if that's loud enough. Is that loud enough or no? I know it was only like a clip, but is that okay or no? Does it need to be higher? Possibly. That's fine. Okay. She didn't say anything. Yeah, but the music. How loud is the music? Is it inaudible? I'm okay if it's a little low. It's fine. Okay, here we go. 20-minute fucking crash out. Well, hold on, sorry. How did you tank the Bunny Girls reveal? But this is breaking you. You're so funny. Fucking has been an emote on our Discord for 7 fucking years. What do you mean? The Bunny Girls just showed up and it's like, okay, whatever. I guess they're Bunny Girls now. Let's just keep moving on. Let's not fucking ruin the time for everyone. What are we talking about? 7 fucking years. Fucking like I've seen that emote fucking all the time for fucking like over a year now. Fucking like what the hell? It's like one of those popular emotes on the fucking Discord. I've used it. I've seen you. Some comments all the fucking time. You have an emote on the fucking chat. It's like someone stuck a Johnson. I don't even know what Johnson is. What do you mean? I wish I could talk that fast without being angry.
Apoplexy, a fit of extreme anger or rage. Apoplectic, the state of being related to apoplexy.
Somehow that one makes sense.
That makes sense, yeah. Oh, anyway, thank you very much for joining me, Jelly and Mouse. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for having me. It's been a pleasure as always.
Thank you.
We really need to hash out when we're going to get some, all 3 of us cooks in a kitchen of equal standing, so to speak. We'll figure that out.
We should do that. We should figure it out. I'm tired.
You done good, Joseph. You done good.
Oh, thanks.
But most of all, you done.
Thoughts on episode 4 so far? Same as I said earlier. I think that the scenes are too long, but but apart from the one that we just went through, they seem to be important. I don't know about that summoning scene with all of the stakes. I don't know what's going on there, but yeah,
I'm into it.
That's the only scene so far that I've actively been like, I don't know what the point of that one is, but the rest of it has been good.
I like that Ryukushi is very economical with his bullshit allowance. He'll have 3 scenes in a row of heartbreaking backstory between Maria and Rosa, and then Sakataro exists. That came across as a joke. It's mostly a joke. I'm also kind of serious. He's very good at pacing that.
When is the next Umineko stream, Joe? Tuesday? Yeah, I'll be here by myself on Tuesday. Yeah, solo Umineko on Tuesday as a treat. And also thank you, Eversy, for the short. Topical or timely. Anyway, enjoy your raid with Hypothetical Walrus. I'll see you soon. 3, 2, 1. Bye. I think the raid has been sent. Did it crash?
Yeah, it went through. It went through.
Good. Looks good.
Cool. They can still hear us, by the way, but I'll say goodbye to anyone else who stuck around. Didn't do the raid. See you later. Have a
Bye.
weekend.
See you, folks.